Chapter 20 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Phineas again in London. Phineas, on his return to London, before he had taken his seat in the House, received the following letter from Lady Laura Kennedy. Dresden, February 8, 1870. Dear friend, I thought that perhaps you would have written to me from Harrington. Violet has told me of the meeting between you and Madame Goesler, and says that the old friendship seems to have been perfectly re-established. She used to think once that there might be more than friendship, but I never quite believed that. She tells me that Chiltern is quarrelling with the Pallisers. You ought not to let him quarrel with people. I know that he would listen to you. He always did. I write now especially because I have just received so dreadful a letter from Mr. Kennedy. I would send it you were it not that there are in it a few words which on his behalf I shrink from showing even to you. It is full of threats. He begins by quotations from the Scriptures and from the prayer book to show that a wife has no right to leave her husband. And then he goes on to the law. One knows all that, of course. And then he asks whether he ever ill-used me. Was he ever false to me? Do I think that were I to choose to submit the matter to the iniquitous practices of the present divorce court, I could prove anything against him, by which even that low earthly judge would be justified in taking from him his marital authority? And if not, have I no conscience? Can I reconcile it to myself to make his life utterly desolate and wretched, simply because duties which I took upon myself at my marriage have become distasteful to me? These questions would be very hard to answer were there not other questions that I could ask. Of course I was wrong to marry him. I know that now, and I repent my sin in sackcloth and ashes. But I did not leave him after I married him till he had brought against me horrid accusations which a woman could not bear, which, if he believed them himself, must have made it impossible for him to live with me. Could any wife live with a husband who declared to her face that he believed that she had a lover? And in this very letter he says that which almost repeats the accusation. He has asked me how I can have dared to receive you, and desires me never either to see you or to wish to see you again. And yet he sent for you to Loughlinter before you came, in order that you might act as a friend between us. How could I possibly return to a man whose power of judgment has so absolutely left him? I have a conscience in the matter, a conscience that is very far from being at ease. I have done wrong, and have shipwrecked every hope in this world. No woman was ever more severely punished. My life is a burden to me, and I may truly say that I look for no peace this side the grave. I am conscious, too, of continued sin, a sin unlike other sins, not to be avoided, of daily occurrence, a sin which weighs me to the ground. But I should not sin the less were I to return to him. Of course he can plead his marriage. The thing is done. But it can't be right that a woman should pretend to love a man whom she loathes. I couldn't live with him. If I were simply to go and die, so that his pride would be gratified by my return, I would do it. But I should not die. There would come some horrid scene, and I should be no more a wife to him than I am while living here. He now threatens me with publicity. He declares that unless I return to him, he will put into some of the papers a statement of the whole case. Of course this would be very bad. To be obscure and untalked of is all the comfort that now remains to me, and he might say things that would be prejudicial to others, especially to you. Could this in any way be prevented? I suppose the papers would publish anything, and you know how greedily people will read slander about those whose names are in any way remarkable. In my heart, I believe he is insane, but it is very hard that one's privacy should be at the mercy of a madman. He says that he can get an order from the Court of Queen's Bench which will oblige the judges in Saxony to send me back to England in the custody of the police, but that I do not believe. I had the opinion of Sir Gregory Grogram before I came away, and he told me that it was not so. I do not fear his power over my person while I remain here, but that the matter should be dragged forward before the public. I have not answered him yet, nor have I shown his letter to Papa. I hardly liked to tell you when you were here, but I almost fear to talk to Papa about it. He never urges me to go back, but I know that he wishes that I should do so. He has ideas about money which seem singular to me, knowing, as I do, how very generous he has been himself. When I married, my fortune, as you knew, had been just used in paying Chiltern's debts. Mr. Kennedy had declared himself to be quite indifferent about it, though the sum was large. The whole thing was explained to him, and he was satisfied. Before a year was over, he complained to Papa, and then Papa and Chiltern together raised the money, £40,000, and it was paid to Mr. Kennedy. He has written more than once to Papa's lawyer to say that, though the money is altogether useless to him, he will not return a penny of it, because by doing so he would seem to abandon his rights. Nobody has asked him to return it. Nobody has asked him to defray a penny on my account since I left him. But Papa continues to say that the money should not be lost to the family. I cannot, however, return to such a husband for the sake of £40,000. Papa is very angry about the money, because he says that if it had been paid in the usual way at my marriage, settlements would have been required that it should come back to the family after Mr. Kennedy's death, in the event of my having no child. But as it is now, the money would go to his estate after my death. I don't understand why it should be so, but Papa is always harping upon it, and declaring that Mr. Kennedy's pretended generosity has robbed us all. Papa thinks that were I to return, this could be arranged. But I could not go back to him for such a reason. What does it matter? Chiltern and Violet will have enough, and of what use would it be to such a one as I am to have a sum of money to leave behind me? I should leave it to your children, Phineas, and not to Chiltern's. He bids me neither see you nor write to you. But how can I obey a man whom I believe to be mad? And when I will not obey him in the greater matter by returning to him, it would seem absurd were I to attempt to obey him in smaller details. I don't suppose I shall see you very often. His letter has, at any rate, made me feel that it would be impossible for me to return to England, and it is not likely that you will soon come here again. I will not even ask you to do so, though your presence gave a brightness to my life for a few days, which nothing else could have produced. But when the lamp for a while burns with special brightness, there always comes afterwards a corresponding dullness. I had to pay for your visit, and for the comfort of my confession to you at Konigstein. I was determined that you should know it all, but having told you, I do not want to see you again. As for writing, he shall not deprive me of the consolation, nor, I trust, will you. Do you think that I should answer his letter, or will it be better that I should show it to papa? I am very averse to doing this, as I have explained to you, but I would do so if I thought that Mr. Kennedy really intended to act upon his threats. I will not conceal from you that it would go nigh to kill me if my name were dragged through the papers. Can anything be done to prevent it? If he were known to be mad, of course the papers would not publish his statements. But I suppose that if he were to send a letter from Loughlinter with his name to it, they would print it. It would be very, very cruel. God bless you. I need not say how faithfully I am your friend, L.K. The letter was addressed to Phineas at his club, and there he received it on the evening before the meeting of Parliament. He sat up for nearly an hour thinking of it after he read it. He must answer it at once. That was a matter of course. But he could give her no advice that would be of any service to her. He was, indeed, of all men the least fitted to give her counsel in her present emergency. It seemed to him that as she was safe from any attack on her person, she need only remain at Dresden, answering his letter by what softest negatives she could use. It was clear to him that in his present condition she could take no steps whatever in regard to the money. That must be left to his conscience, to time, and to chance. As to the threat of publicity, the probability, he thought, was that it would lead to nothing. He doubted whether any respectable newspaper would insert such a statement as that suggested. Were it published, the evil must be borne. No diligence on her part or on the part of her lawyers could prevent it. But what had she meant when she wrote of continual sin not to be avoided, of sin repeated daily, which nevertheless weighed her to the ground? Was it expected of him that he should answer that portion of her letter? It amounted to a passionate renewal of that declaration of affection for himself which she had made at Königstein, and which had pervaded her whole life since some period antecedent to her wretched marriage. Phineas, as he thought of it, tried to analyze the nature of such a love. He also, in those old days, had loved her, and had at once resolved that he must tell her so, though his hopes of success had been poor indeed. He had taken the first opportunity, and had declared his purpose. She, with the imperturbable serenity of a matured, kind-hearted woman, had patted him on the back, as it were, as she told him of her existing engagement with Mr. Kennedy. Could it be that at that moment she could have loved him, as she now said she did, and that she should have been so cold, so calm, and so kind, while at that very moment this coldness, calmness, and kindness was but a thin crust over so strong a passion? How different had been his own love! He had been neither calm nor kind. He had felt himself for a day or two to be so terribly knocked about that the world was nothing to him. For a month or two he had regarded himself as a man peculiarly circumstanced, marked for misfortune and for a solitary life. Then he had retricked his beams, and before 12 months were past had almost forgotten his love. He knew now, or thought that he knew, that the continued indulgence of a hopeless passion was a folly opposed to the very instincts of man and woman, a weakness showing want of fibre and of muscle in the character. But here was a woman who could calmly conceal her passion in its early days, and marry a man whom she did not love in spite of it, who could make her heart, her feelings, and all her feminine delicacy subordinate to material considerations, and nevertheless could not rid herself of her passion in the course of years. although she felt its existence to be an intolerable burden on her conscience. On which side lay strength of character, and on which side weakness? Was he strong, or was she? And he tried to examine his own feelings in regard to her. The thing was so long ago that she was to him as some aunt or sister, so much the elder as to be almost venerable. He acknowledged to himself a feeling which made it incumbent upon him to spend himself in her service, could he serve her by any work of his. He was, or would be, devoted to her. He owed her a never-dying gratitude. But were she free to marry again tomorrow, he knew that he could not marry her. She herself had said the same thing. She had said that she would be his sister. She had specially required of him that he should make known to her his wife, should he ever marry again. She had declared that she was incapable of further jealousy, and yet she now told him of daily sin, of which her conscience could not assoil itself. "Phineas," said a voice close to his ears, "are you repenting your sins?" "Oh, certainly. What sins?" It was Barrington Erle. "You know that we are going to do nothing tomorrow," continued he. "So I am told." "We shall let the address pass almost without a word. Gresham will simply express his determination to oppose the church bill to the knife. He means to be very plain-spoken about it. Whatever may be the merits of the bill, it must be regarded as an unconstitutional effort to retain power in the hands of the minority, coming from such hands as those of Mr. Daubeny. I take it he will go at length into the question of majorities, and show how inexpedient it is on behalf of the nation that any ministry should remain in power who cannot command a majority in the House on ordinary questions. I don't know whether he will do that tomorrow or at the second reading of the bill." "I quite agree with him." "Of course you do. Everybody agrees with him. No gentleman can have a doubt on the subject. Personally, I hate the idea of church reform. Dear old Mildmay, who taught me all I know, hates it too. But Mr. Gresham is the head of our party now, and much as I may differ from him on many things, I am bound to follow him. If he proposes church reform in my time, or anything else, I shall support him." "I know those are your ideas." "Of course they are. There are no other ideas on which things can be made to work. Were it not that men get drilled into it by the force of circumstances, any government in this country would be impossible. Were it not so, what should we come to? The Queen would find herself justified in keeping in any set of ministers who could get her favour, and ambitious men would prevail without any support from the country. The Queen must submit to dictation from some quarter. She must submit to advice, certainly." "Don't cavil at a word when you know it to be true," said Barrington, energetically. "The constitution of the country requires that she should submit to dictation. Can it come safely from any other quarter than that of a majority of the House of Commons?" "I think not. We are all agreed about that. Not a single man in either house would dare to deny it. And if it be so, what man in his senses can think of running counter to the party which he believes to be right in its general views? A man so burthened with scruples as to be unable to act in this way should keep himself aloof from public life. Such a one cannot serve the country in Parliament, though he may possibly do so with pen and ink in his closet." "I wonder, then, that you should have asked me to come forward again after what I did about the Irish land question," said Phineas. "A first fault may be forgiven when the sinner has in other respects been useful. The long and the short of it is that you must vote with us against Daubeny's bill. Browborough sees it plainly enough. He supported his chief in the teeth of all his protestations at Tankerville. I am not Browborough. Nor half so good a man if you desert us, said Barrington Erle with anger. I say nothing about that. He has his ideas of duty, and I have mine. But I will go so far as this. I have not yet made up my mind. I shall ask advice. But you must not quarrel with me if I say that I must seek it from some one who is less distinctly a partisan than you are. From Monk? Yes, from Mr. Monk. I do think it will be bad for the country that this measure should come from the hands of Mr. Daubeny. Then why the devil should you support it, and oppose your own party at the same time? After that you can't do it. Well, Rattler, my guide and philosopher, how is it going to be? Mr. Rattler had joined them, but was still standing before the seat they occupied, not condescending to sit down in amicable intercourse with a man as to whom he did not yet know whether to regard him as friend or foe. We shall be very quiet for the next month or 6 weeks, said Rattler. And then? Asked Phineas. Well, then it will depend on what may be the number of a few insane men who never ought to have seats in the House, such as Mr. Monk and Mr. Turnbull. Now it was well known that both these gentlemen, who were recognized as leading men, were strong radicals, and it was supposed that they both would support any bill, come whence it might, which would separate church and state. Such as Mr. Monk, said Rattler. I will grant that Turnbull may be an exception. It is his business to go in for everything in the way of agitation, and he at any rate is consistent. But when a man has once been in office, why then— When he has taken the shilling, said Phineas. Just so. I confess I do not like a deserter. Phineas will be all right, said Barrington Erle. I hope so, said Mr. Rattler, as he passed on. Rattler and I run very much in the same groove, said Barrington, but I fancy there is some little difference in the motive power. Rattler wants place, and so do I. He wants it just as most men want professional success, said Phineas. But if I understand your object, it is chiefly the maintenance of the old established political power of the Whigs. You believe in families? I do believe in the patriotism of certain families. I believe that the Mildmays, Fitzhowards, and Policers have for some centuries brought up their children to regard the well-being of their country as their highest personal interest, and that such teaching has been generally efficacious. Of course, there have been failures. Every child won't learn its lesson, however well it may be taught. But the school in which good training is most practiced will, as a rule, turn out the best scholars. In this way, I believe in families. You have come in for some of the teaching, and I expect to see you a scholar yet. The House met on the following day, and the address was moved and seconded. But there was no debate. There was not even a full house. The same ceremony had taken place so short a time previously that the whole affair was flat and uninteresting. It was understood that nothing would in fact be done. Mr. Gresham, as leader of his side of the House, confined himself to asserting that he should give his firmest opposition to the proposed measure, which was, it seemed, so popular with the gentlemen who sat on the other side, and who supported the so-called conservative government of the day. His reasons for doing so had been stated very lately, and must unfortunately be repeated very soon, and he would not, therefore, now trouble the House with them. He did not, on this occasion, explain his ideas as to majorities, and the address was carried by 7 o'clock in the evening. Mr. Daubeny named a day a month hence for the first reading of his bill, and was asked the cause of the delay by some member on a back bench. "Because it cannot be ready sooner," said Mr. Daubeny. "When the honourable gentleman has achieved a position which will throw upon him the responsibility of bringing forward some great measure for the benefit of his country, he will probably find it expedient to devote some little time to details. If he do not, he will be less anxious to avoid attack than I am. A minister can always give a reason, and if he be clever, he can generally, when doing so, punish the man who asks for it. The punishing of an influential enemy is an indiscretion, but an obscure questioner may often be crushed with good effect." Mr. Monk's advice to Phineas was both simple and agreeable. He intended to support Mr. Gresham, and of course counselled his friend to do the same. "But you supported Mr. Daubeny on the address before Christmas," said Phineas, "and shall therefore be bound to explain why I oppose him now. But the task will not be difficult. The Queen's speech to Parliament was in my judgment right, and therefore I concurred in the address. But I certainly cannot trust Mr. Daubeny with church reform. I do not know that many will make the same distinction, but I shall do so." Phineas soon found himself sitting in the house as though he had never left it. His absence had not been long enough to make the place feel strange to him. He was on his legs before a fortnight was over, asking some questions of some minister, and of course insinuating as he did so that the minister in question had been guilty of some enormity of omission or commission. It all came back upon him as though he had been born to the very manner. And as it became known to the Rattlers that he meant to vote right on the great coming question, to vote right and to speak right in spite of his doings at Tankerville, everybody was civil to him. Mr. Bonteen did express an opinion to Mr. Rattler that it was quite impossible that Phineas Finn should ever again accept office, as of course the Tankervillians would never replace him in his seat after manifest apostasy to his pledge. But Mr. Rattler seemed to think very little of that. "They won't remember, Lord bless you. And then he's one of those fellows that always get in somewhere. He's not a man I particularly like, but you'll always see him in the house, up and down, you know. When a fellow begins early and has got it in him, it's hard to shake him off." And thus even Mr. Rattler was civil to our hero. Lady Laura Kennedy's letter had, of course, been answered, not without very great difficulty. "My dear Laura," he had begun, for the first time in his life. She had told him to treat her as a brother would do, and he thought it best to comply with her instructions. But beyond that, till he declared himself at the end to be hers affectionately, he made no further protestation of affection. He made no allusion to that sin which weighed so heavily on her, but answered all her questions. He advised her to remain at Dresden. He assured her that no power could be used to enforce her return. He expressed his belief that Mr. Kennedy would abstain from making any public statement, but suggested that if any were made, the answering of it should be left to the family lawyer. In regard to the money, he thought it impossible that any step should be taken. He then told her all there was to tell of Lord and Lady Chiltern, and something also of himself. When the letter was written, he found that it was cold and almost constrained. To his own ears it did not sound like the hearty letter of a generous friend. It savoured of the caution with which it had been prepared. But what could he do? Would he not sin against her and increase her difficulties if he addressed her with warm affection? Were he to say a word that ought not to be addressed to any woman, he might do her an irreparable injury. And yet the tone of his own letter was odious to him. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Mr. Maule, Sr. The life of Mr. Morris Maule, of Maule Abbey, the father of Gerard Maule, had certainly not been prosperous. He had from his boyhood enjoyed a reputation for cleverness, and at school had done great things, winning prizes, spouting speeches on speech days, playing in 11s, and looking always handsome. He had been one of those show boys, of which 2 or 3 are generally to be found at our great schools, and all manner of good things had been prophesied on his behalf. He had been in love before he was 18, and very nearly succeeded in running away with the young lady before he went to college. His father had died when he was an infant, so that at 21 he was thought to be in possession of comfortable wealth. At Oxford he was considered to have got into a good set, men of fashion who were always given to talking of books, who spent money, read poetry, and had opinions of their own respecting the tracts and Mr. Newman. He took his degree, and then started himself in the world upon that career which is of all the most difficult to follow with respect and self-comfort. He proposed to himself the life of an idle man, with a moderate income, a life which should be luxurious, refined, and graceful, but to which should be attached the burden of no necessary occupation. His small estate gave him but little to do, as he would not farm any portion of his own acres. He became a magistrate in his county, but he would not interest himself with the price of a good yoke of bullocks, as did Mr. Justice Shallow, nor did he ever care how a score of ewes went at any fair. There is no harder life than this. Here and there we may find a man who has so trained himself that day after day he can devote his mind without compulsion to healthy pursuits, who can induce himself to work, though work may not be required from him for any ostensible object, who can save himself from the curse of misusing his time, though he has for it no defined and necessary use. But such men are few, and are made of better metal than was Mr. Maule. He became an idler, a man of luxury, and then a spendthrift. He was now hardly beyond middle life, and he assumed for himself the character of a man of taste. He loved music, and pictures, and books, and pretty women. He loved also good eating and drinking, but conceived of himself that in his love for them he was an artist, and not a glutton. He had married early, and his wife had died soon. He had not given himself up with any special zeal to the education of his children, nor to the preservation of his property. The result of his indifference has been told in a previous chapter. His house was deserted, and his children were scattered about the world. His eldest son, having means of his own, was living an idle, desultory life, hardly with prospects of better success than had attended his father. Mr. Maule was now something about 55 years of age, and almost considered himself young. He lived in chambers on a flat in Westminster, and belonged to 2 excellent clubs. He had not been near his property for the last 10 years, and as he was addicted to no country sport, there were 10 weeks in the year which were terrible to him. From the middle of August to the end of October, for him there was no whist, no society, it may almost be said no dinner. He had tried going to the seaside, he had tried going to Paris, He had endeavored to enjoy Switzerland and the Italian lakes, but all had failed, and he had acknowledged to himself that this sad period of the year must always be endured without relaxation and without comfort. Of his children he now took but little notice. His daughter was married and in India. His younger son had disappeared, and the father was perhaps thankful that he was thus saved from trouble. With his elder son he did maintain some amicable intercourse, but it was very slight in its nature. They never corresponded unless the one had something special to say to the other. They had no recognized ground for meeting. They did not belong to the same clubs. They did not live in the same circles. They did not follow the same pursuits. They were interested in the same property, but as on that subject there had been something approaching to a quarrel, and as neither looked for assistance from the other, they were now silent on the matter. The father believed himself to be a poorer man than his son, and was very sore on the subject, but he had nothing beyond a life interest in his property, and there remained to him a certain amount of prudence, which induced him to abstain from eating more of his pudding, lest absolute starvation and the poorhouse should befall him. There still remained to him the power of spending some 500 or 600 a year, and upon this practice had taught him to live with a very considerable amount of self-indulgence. He dined out a great deal, and was known everywhere as Mr. Maule of Maule Abbey. He was a slight, bright-eyed, grey-haired, good-looking man, who had once been very handsome. He had married, let us say for love, probably very much by chance. He had ill-used his wife, and had continued a long-continued liaison with a complacent friend. This had lasted some 20 years of his life, and had been to him an intolerable burden. He had come to see the necessity of employing his good looks, his conversational powers, and his excellent manners on a second marriage, which might be lucrative. But the complacent lady had stood in his way. Perhaps there had been a little cowardice on his part, but at any rate he had hitherto failed. The season for such a mode of relief was not, however, as yet clean gone with him, and he was still on the look-out. There are women always in the market ready to buy for themselves the right to hang on the arm of a real gentleman. That Mr. Maurice Maule was a real gentleman no judge in such matters had ever doubted. On a certain morning just at the end of February, Mr. Maule was sitting in his library, so called, eating his breakfast, at about 12 o'clock, and at his side there lay a note from his son Gerard. Gerard had written to say that he would call on that morning, and the promised visit somewhat disturbed the father's comfort. He was in his dressing-gown and slippers, and had his newspaper in his hand. When his newspaper and breakfast should be finished, as they would be certainly at the same moment, there were in store for him 2 cigarettes, and perhaps some new French novel which had just reached him. They would last him till 2 o'clock. Then he would dress and saunter out in his great-coat, made luxurious with furs. He would see a picture, or perhaps some china vase, of which news had reached him, and would talk of them as though he might be a possible buyer. Everybody knew that he never bought anything, but he was a man whose opinion on such matters was worth having. Then he would call on some lady whose acquaintance at the moment might be of service to him, for that idea of blazing once more out into the world on a wife's fortune was always present to him. At about 5 he would saunter into his club, and play a rubber in a gentle, unexcited manner till 7. He never played for high points, and would never be enticed into any bet beyond the limits of his club stakes. Were he to lose £10 or £20 at a sitting, his arrangements would be greatly disturbed, and his comfort seriously affected. But he played well, taking pains with his game, and some who knew him well declared that his whist was worth 100 a year to him. Then he would dress and generally dine in society. He was known as a good diner out, though in what his excellence consisted, they who entertained him might find it difficult to say. He was not witty, nor did he deal in anecdotes. He spoke with a low voice, never addressing himself to any but his neighbor, and even to his neighbor saying but little. But he looked like a gentleman, was well dressed, and never awkward. After dinner he would occasionally play another rubber, but 12 o'clock always saw him back into his own rooms. No one knew better than Mr. Maule that the continual bloom of lasting summer which he affected requires great accuracy in living. Late hours, nocturnal cigars, and midnight drinkings, pleasurable though they may be, consume too quickly the free-flowing lamps of youth, and are fatal at once to the husbanded candle-ends of age. But such as his days were, every minute of them was precious to him. He possessed the rare merit of making a property of his time, and not a burden. He had so shuffled off his duties that he had now rarely anything to do that was positively disagreeable. He had been a spendthrift, but his creditors, though perhaps never satisfied, had been quieted. He did not now deal with reluctant and hard-tasked tenants, but with punctual, though inimical trustees, who paid to him with charming regularity that portion of his income which he was allowed to spend. But that he was still tormented with the ambition of a splendid marriage, it might be said of him that he was completely at his ease. Now, as he lit his cigarette, he would have been thoroughly comfortable were it not that he was threatened with disturbance by his son. Why should his son wish to see him, and thus break in upon him at the most charming hour of the day? Of course his son would not come to him without having some business in hand which must be disagreeable. He had not the least desire to see his son, and yet as they were on amicable terms, he could not deny himself after the receipt of his son's note. Just at 1, as he finished his first cigarette, Gerard was announced. "Well, Gerard." "Well, father, how are you? You are looking as fresh as paint, sir." "Thanks for the compliment, if you mean one. I am pretty well. I thought you were hunting somewhere." "So I am, but I have just come up to town to see you. I find you have been smoking. May I light a cigar?" "I never do smoke cigars here, Gerard. I'll offer you a cigarette." The cigarette was reluctantly offered and accepted with a shrug. "But you didn't come here merely to smoke, I dare say?" "Certainly not, sir. We do not often trouble each other, father, but there are things about which I suppose we had better speak. I'm going to be married." "To be married?" The tone in which Mr. Maule senior repeated the words was much the same as might be used by any ordinary father if his son expressed an intention of going into the shoe-black business. "Yes, sir, it's kind of a thing men do sometimes." "No doubt, and it's kind of a thing that they sometimes repent of having done." "Let us hope for the best. It is too late at any rate to think about that, and as it is to be done, I have come to tell you." "Very well. I suppose you are right to tell me. Of course you know that I can do nothing for you, and I don't suppose that you can do anything for me. As far as your own welfare goes, if she has a large fortune—" "She has no fortune." "No fortune? 2 or 3,000 pounds, perhaps. Then I look upon it as an act of simple madness, and can only say that as such I shall treat it. I have nothing in my power, and therefore I can neither do you good or harm, but I will not hear any particulars, and I can only advise you to break it off. let the trouble be what it may." "I certainly shall not do that, sir." "Then I have nothing more to say. Don't ask me to be present, and don't ask me to see her." "You haven't heard her name yet." "I do not care one straw what her name is." "It is Adelaide Palliser." "Adelaide Muggins would be exactly the same thing to me. My dear Gerard, I have lived too long in the world to believe that men can coin into money the noble blood of well-born wives. £20,000 is worth more than all the blood of all the Howards, and a wife even with £20,000 would make you a poor, embarrassed, and half-famished man. Then I suppose I shall be whole famished, as she has certainly not got a quarter of that sum." "No doubt you will." "Yet, sir, married men with families have lived on my income, and on less than a quarter of it. The very respectable man who brushes my clothes no doubt does so, but then you see he has been brought up in that way. I suppose that you, as a bachelor, put by every year at least half your income." "I never put by a shilling, sir. Indeed, I owe a few £100. "And yet you expect to keep a house over your head, and an expensive wife and family, with lady's maid, nurses, cook, footman, and grooms, on a sum which has been hitherto insufficient for your own wants. I didn't think you were such an idiot, my boy." "Thank you, sir." "What will her dress cost?" "I have not the slightest idea." "I dare say not. Probably she is a horsewoman. As far as I know anything of your life, that is the sphere in which you will have made the lady's acquaintance." "She does ride." "No doubt, and so do you, and it will be very easy to say whether you will ride together if you are fools enough to get married. I can only advise you to do nothing of the kind. Is there anything else?" There was much more to be said, if Gerard could succeed in forcing his father to hear him. Mr. Maule, who had hitherto been standing, seated himself as he asked that last question, and took up the book which had been prepared for his morning's delectation. It was evidently his intention that his son should leave him. The news had been communicated to him, and he had said all that he could say on the subject. He had at once determined to confine himself to a general view of the matter, and to avoid details which might be personal to himself. But Gerard had been specially required to force his father into details. Had he been left to himself, he would certainly have thought that the conversation had gone far enough. He was inclined, almost as well as his father, to avoid present discomfort. But when Miss Palliser had almost suddenly, accepted him, and when he had found himself describing the prospects of his life in her presence and in that of Lady Chiltern, the question of the Maule Abbey inheritance had of necessity been discussed. At Maule Abbey there might be found a home for the married couple, and, so thought Lady Chiltern, the only fitting home. Mr. Maule, the father, certainly did not desire to live there. Probably arrangements might be made for repairing the house and furnishing it with Adelaide's money. Then, if Gerard Maule would be prudent, and give up hunting, and farm a little himself, and if Adelaide would do her own housekeeping and dress upon £40 a year, and if they would both live an exemplary, model, energetic, and strictly economical life, both ends might be made to meet. Adelaide had been quite enthusiastic as to the £40, and had suggested that she would do it for 30. The housekeeping was a matter of course, and the more so as a leg of mutton roast or boiled would be the beginning and the end of it. To Adelaide the discussion had been exciting and pleasurable, and she had been quite in earnest when looking forward to a new life at Maule Abbey. After all, there could be no such great difficulty for a young married couple to live on £800 a year, with a house and garden of their own. There would be no carriage and no manservant till old Mr. Mull was dead. The suggestion as to the ultimate and desirable haven was wrapped up in ambiguous words. "The property must be yours some day," suggested Lady Chiltern. "If I outlive my father. We take that for granted. And then, you know—" So Lady Chiltern went on, dilating upon a future state of squirearchal bliss and rural independence. Adelaide was enthusiastic, but Gerard Maule, after he had assented to the abandonment of his hunting, such as a man assents to being hung when the antecedents of his life have put any option in the matter out of his power, had sat silent and almost moody, while the joys of his coming life were described to him. Lady Chiltern, however, had been urgent in pointing out to him that the scheme of living at Maule Abbey could not be carried out without his father's assistance. They all knew that Mr. Maule himself could not be affected by the matter, and they also knew that he had but very little power in reference to the property. But the plan could not be matured without some sanction from him. Therefore there was still much more to be said when the father had completed the exposition of his views on marriage in general. "I wanted to speak to you about the property," said Gerard. He had been specially enjoined to be staunch in bringing his father to the point. "And what about the property?" "Of course my marriage will not affect your interests." "I should say not. It would be very odd if it did. As it is, your income is much larger than mine." "I don't know how that is, sir, but I suppose you will not refuse to give me a helping hand if you can do so without disturbance to your own comfort." "In what sort of way? Don't you think anything of that kind can be managed better by the lawyer? If there is a thing I hate, it is business." Gerard, remembering his promise to Lady Chiltern, did persevere, though the perseverance went much against the grain with him. "We thought, sir, that if you would give consent we might live at Maule Abbey." "Oh, you did you? Is there any objection?" "Simply the fact that it is my house and not yours. It belongs, I suppose, to the property, and as—" "As what?" asked the father, turning upon the son with sharp, angry eyes, and with something of real animation in his face. Gerard was very awkward in conveying his meaning to his father. "And as," he continued, "as it must come to me, I suppose, some day, and it will be the proper sort of thing that we should live there then, I thought that you would agree that if we went and lived there now it would be a good sort of thing to do." "That was your idea?" "We talked it over with our friend, Lady Chiltern." "Indeed. I am so much obliged to your friend Lady Chiltern for the interest she takes in my affairs. Pray make my compliments to Lady Chiltern, and tell her at the same time that, though no doubt I have one foot in the grave, I should like to keep my house for the other foot, though too probably I may never be able to drag it so far as Maule Abbey." "But you don't think of living there?" "My dear boy, if you will inquire among my friends, you may happen to know who understand the world better than Lady Chiltern seems to do. They will tell you that a son should not suggest to his father the abandonment of the family property, because the father may, probably soon, be conveniently got rid of underground." "There was no thought of such a thing," said Gerard. "It isn't decent. I say that with all due deference to Lady Chiltern's better judgment. It is not the kind of thing that men do. I care less about it than most men, but even I object to such a proposition when it is made so openly. No doubt I am old." This assertion Mr. Maule made in a weak, quavering voice, which showed that had his intention been that way turned in his youth, he might probably have earned his bread on the stage. "Nobody thought of your being old, sir." "I shan't last long, of course. I am a poor feeble creature. But while I do live, I should prefer not to be turned out of my own house, if Lady Chiltern could be induced to consent to such an arrangement. My doctor seems to think that I might linger on for a year or two, with great care." "Father, you know I was thinking of nothing of the kind." "We won't act the king and the prince any further, if you please. The prince protested very well, and if I remember right, the father pretended to believe him. In my weak state, you have rather upset me. If you have no objection, I would choose to be left to recover myself a little." "And is that all that you will say to me?" "Good heavens, what more can you want? I will not consent to give up my house at Mall Abbey for your use as long as I live. Will that do? And if you choose to marry a wife and starve, I won't think that any reason why I should starve too. Will that do? And your friend, Lady Chiltern, may go and be damned. Will that do?" "Good morning, sir." "Good morning, Gerard." So the interview was over, and Gerard Maule left the room. The father, as soon as he was alone, immediately lit another cigarette, took up his French novel, and went to work as though he was determined to be happy and comfortable again without losing a moment. But he found this to be beyond his power. He had been really disturbed, and could not easily compose himself. The cigarette was almost at once chucked into the fire, and the little volume was laid on one side. Mr. Maule rose almost impetuously from his chair, and stood with his back to the fire, contemplating the proposition that had been made to him. It was actually true that he had been offended by the very faint idea of death which had been suggested to him by his son. Though he was a man bearing no palpable signs of decay, in excellent health, with good digestion, who might live to be 90, he did not like to be warned that his heir would come after him. The claim which had been put forward to Mall Abbey by his son had rested on the fact that when he should die the place must belong to his son, and the fact was unpleasant to him. Lady Chiltern had spoken of him behind his back as being mortal, and in doing so had been guilty of an impertinence. Mall Abbey, no doubt, was a ruined old house, in which he never thought of living, which was not let to a tenant by the creditors of his estate, only because its condition was unfit for tenancy. But now Mr. Maule began to think whether he might not possibly give the lie to these people who were compassing his death, by returning to the halls of his ancestors, if not in the bloom of youth, still in the pride of age. Why should he not live at Mall Abbey, if this successful marriage could be effected? He almost knew himself well enough to be aware that a month at Mall Abbey would destroy him. But it is the proper thing for a man of fashion to have a place of his own, and he had always been alive to the glory of being Mr. Maule of Mall Abbey. In preparing the way for the marriage that was to come, he must be so known. To be spoken of as the father of Mall Abbey would have been fatal to him. To be the father of a married son at all was disagreeable, and therefore when the communication was made to him he had managed to be very unpleasant. As for giving up Mall Abbey, he fretted and fumed as he thought of the proposition through the hour which should have been to him an hour of enjoyment, and his anger grew hot against his son as he remembered all that he was losing. At last, however, he composed himself sufficiently to put on with becoming care his luxurious furred great coat, and then he sallied forth in quest of the lady. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Purity of morals, Finn. Mr. Quintus Slide was now, as formerly, the editor of the People's Banner, but a change had come over the spirit of his dream. His newspaper was still the People's Banner, and Mr. Slide still professed to protect the existing rights of the people, and to demand new rights for the people. But he did so as a conservative. He had watched the progress of things, and had perceived that duty called upon him to be the organ of Mr. Daubeny. This duty he performed with great zeal, and with an assumption of consistency and infallibility which was charming. No doubt the somewhat difficult task of veering round without inconsistency and without flaw to his infallibility was eased by Mr. Daubeny's newly declared views on church matters. The People's Banner could still be a genuine People's Banner in reference to ecclesiastical policy, and as that was now the subject mainly discussed by the newspapers, the change made was almost entirely confined to the lauding of Mr. Daubeny instead of Mr. Turnbull. Some other slight touches were no doubt necessary. Mr. Daubeny was the head of the Conservative party in the kingdom, and though Mr. Slide himself might be of all men in the kingdom the most democratic, or even the most destructive, still it was essential that Mr. Daubeny's organ should support the Conservative party all round. It became Mr. Slide's duty to speak of men as heaven-born patriots, whom he had designated a month or two since as bloated aristocrats and leeches fattened on the blood of the people. Of course, remarks were made by his brethren of the press, remarks which were intended to be very unpleasant. One evening newspaper took the trouble to divide a column of its own into double columns, printing on one side of the inserted line remarks made by the People's Banner in September respecting the Duke of, and the Marquis of, and Sir, which were certainly very harsh, and on the other side remarks equally laudatory as to the characters of the same titled politicians. But a journalist, with the tact and experience of Mr. Quintus Slide, knew his business too well to allow himself to be harassed by any such small stratagem as that. He did not pause to defend himself, but boldly attacked the meanness, the duplicity, the immorality, the grammar, the paper, the type, and the wife of the editor of the evening newspaper. In the storm of wind in which he rode, it was unnecessary for him to defend his own conduct. And then, said he at the close of a very virulent and successful article, the hirelings of dare to accuse me of inconsistency. The readers of the People's Banner all thought that their editor had beaten his adversary out of the field. Mr. Quintus Slide was certainly well adapted for his work. He could edit his paper with a clear appreciation of the kind of matter which would best conduce to its success, and he could write telling leading articles himself. He was indefatigable, unscrupulous, and devoted to his paper. Perhaps his great value was shown most clearly in his distinct appreciation of the low line of public virtue with which his readers would be satisfied. A highly wrought moral strain would, he knew, well create either disgust or ridicule. If there is any beastliness I ate, it is highfalutin, he has been heard to say to his underlings. The sentiment was the same as that conveyed in the Point de Zele of Talleyrand. "Let's have no damn nonsense," he said on another occasion, when striking out from a leading article a passage in praise of the patriotism of a certain public man. Mr. Gresham is as good as another man, no doubt. What we want to know is whether he's alone with us. Mr. Gresham was not along with Mr. Slide at present, and Mr. Slide found it very easy to speak ill of Mr. Gresham. Mr. Slide one Sunday morning called at the house of Mr. Bunch in Great Marlborough Street, and asked for Phineas Finn. Mr. Slide and Mr. Bunch had an old acquaintance with each other, and the editor was not ashamed to exchange a few friendly words with the law scrivener before he was shown up to the Member of Parliament. Mr. Bunch was an outspoken, eager, and honest politician, with very little accurate knowledge of the political conditions by which he was surrounded, but with a strong belief in the merits of his own class. He was a sober, hard-working man, and he hated all men who were not sober and hard-working. He was quite clear in his mind that all nobility should be put down, and that all property in land should be taken away from men who were enabled by such property to live in idleness. What should be done with the land when so taken away was a question which he had not yet learnt to answer. At the present moment he was accustomed to say very hard words of Mr. Slide behind his back, because of the change which had been effected in the People's Banner, and he certainly was not the man to shrink from asserting in a person's presence aught that he said in his absence. "Well, Mr. Conservative Slide," he said, stepping into the little back parlour in which the editor was left, while Mrs. Bunch went up to learn whether the Member of Parliament would receive his visitor. "None of your chaff, Bunch. We have enough of your chaff, anyhow, don't we, Mr. Slide? I still seize the Banner, Mr. Slide, most days, just for the joke of it. As long as you take it, Bunch, I don't care what the reason is. I suppose a editor's about the same as a cabinet minister. You've got to keep your place. That's about it, Mr. Slide. We've got to tell the people who's true to 'em. Do you believe that Gresham would ever have brought in a bill for doing away with the church? Never, not if he'd been Prime Minister till doomsday. What you want is progress. That's about it, Mr. Slide. And where are you to get it? Did you ever hear that a rose by any other name would smell as sweet? If you can get progress from the Conservatives, and you want progress, why not go to the Conservatives for it? Who repealed the Corn Laws? Who gave us household suffrage? I think I've been told all that before, Mr. Slide. Them things weren't given by no manner of means, as I look at it. We just went in and took 'em. It was all an accident, whether it was Cobden or Peel, Gladstone or Disraeli, as was the servants we employed to do our work. But Liberal is Liberal, and Conservative is Conservative. What are you, Mr. Slide, today? If you'd talk of things, Bunch, which you understand, you would not talk quite so much nonsense." At this moment Mrs. Bunch entered the room, perhaps preventing a quarrel, and offered to usher Mr. Slide up to the young member's room. Phineas had not at first been willing to receive the gentleman, remembering that when they had last met the intercourse had not been pleasant. But he knew that enmities are foolish things, and that it did not become him to perpetuate a quarrel with such a man as Mr. Quintus Slide. "I remember him very well, Mrs. Bunch." "I know you didn't like him, sir." "Not particularly." "No more don't I. No more don't Bunch. He's one of them as 'd say almost anything for a plate of soup and a glass of wine. That's what Bunch says." "It won't hurt me to see him." "No, sir, it won't hurt you. It would be a pity indeed if the likes of him could hurt the likes of you." And so Mr. Quintus Slide was shown up into the room. The first greeting was very affectionate, at any rate on the part of the editor. He grasped the young member's hand, congratulated him on his seat, and began his work as though he had never been all but kicked out of that very same room by its present occupant. "Now you want to know what I'm come about, don't you?" "No doubt I shall hear in good time, Mr. Slide. It's an important matter, and so you'll say when you do hear. And it's one in which I don't know whether you'll be able to see your way quite clear." "I'll do my best, if it concerns me." "It does." So saying, Mr. Slide, who had seated himself in an armchair by the fireside opposite to Phineas, crossed his legs, folded his arms on his breast, put his head a little on one side, and sat for a few moments in silence, with his eyes fixed on his companion's face. "It does concern you, or I shouldn't be here. Do you know Mr. Kennedy, the Right Honourable Robert Kennedy of Loughlinter in Scotland?" "I do know Mr. Kennedy." "And do you know Lady Laura Kennedy, his wife?" "Certainly I do." "So I supposed. And do you know the Earl of Brentford, who is, I take it, father to the lady in question?" "Of course I do. You know that I do." For there had been a time in which Phineas had been subjected to the severest censure which the People's Banner could inflict upon him because of his adherence to Lord Brentford, and the vials of wrath had been poured out by the hands of Mr. Quintus Slide himself. "Very well, it does not signify what I know or what I don't. Those preliminary questions I have been obliged to ask as my justification for coming to you on the present occasion. Mr. Kennedy has, I believe, been greatly wronged." "I am not prepared to talk about Mr. Kennedy's affairs," said Phineas gravely. "But unfortunately he is prepared to talk about them. That's the rub. He has been ill-used, and he has come to the People's Banner for redress. Will you have the kindness to cast your eye down that slip?" Whereupon the editor handed to Phineas a long scrap of printed paper, amounting to about a column and a half of the People's Banner, containing a letter to the editor dated from Loughlinter and signed Robert Kennedy at full length. "You don't mean to say that you're going to publish this?" said Phineas before he had read it. "Why not?" "The man is a madman." "There's nothing in the world easier than calling a man mad. It's what we do to dogs when we want to hang them. I believe Mr. Kennedy has the management of his own property. He is not too mad for that. But just cast your eye down and read it." Phineas did cast his eye down and read the whole letter, nor as he read it could he bring himself to believe that the writer of it would be judged to be mad from its contents. Mr. Kennedy had told the whole story of his wrongs, and had told it well, with piteous truthfulness, as far as he himself knew and understood the truth. The letter was almost simple in its wailing record of his own desolation. With a marvellous absence of reticence, he had given the names of all persons concerned. He spoke of his wife as having been, and being, under the influence of Mr. Phineas Finn, spoke of his own former friendship for that gentleman who had once saved his life when he fell among thieves, and then accused Phineas of treachery in betraying that friendship. He spoke with bitter agony of the injury done him by the Earl, his wife's father, in affording a home to his wife, when her proper home was at Loughlinter, and then declared himself willing to take the sinning woman back to his bosom. That she had sinned is certain, he said. I do not believe she has sinned as some sin, but whatever be her sin, it is for a man to forgive as he hopes for forgiveness. He expatiated on the absolute and almost divine right which it was intended that a husband should exercise over his wife, and quoted both the Old and New Testament in proof of his assertions. And then he went on to say that he appealed to public sympathy through the public press, because owing to some gross insufficiency in the laws of extradition, he could not call upon the magistracy of a foreign country to restore to him his erring wife, but he thought that public opinion, if loudly expressed, would have an effect both upon her and upon her father, which his private words could not produce. "I wonder very greatly that you should put such a letter as that into type," said Phineas, when he had read it all. "Why shouldn't we put it into type? You don't mean to say that you'll publish it?" "Why shouldn't we publish it?" "It's a private quarrel between a man and his wife. What on earth have the public got to do with that?" "Private quarrels between gentlemen and ladies have been public affairs for a long time past. You must know that very well. When they come into court they are, in court and out of court. The morale of our aristocracy, what you call the upper ten, would be at a low ebb indeed if the public press didn't act as their guardians. If you think that if the Duke of beats his wife black and blue, nothing is to be said about it, unless the Duchess brings her husband into court. Did you ever know of a separation among the upper ten that wasn't handled by the press one way or the other? It's my belief that there isn't a peer among 'em all as would live with his wife constant if it was not for the press. Only some of the very old ones who couldn't help themselves." "And you call yourself a conservative?" "Never mind what I call myself. That has nothing to do with what we're about now. You see that letter, Finn. There is nothing little or dirty about us. We go in for morals and purity of life, and we mean to do our duty by the public without fear or favour. Your name is mentioned there in a manner that you won't quite like, and I think I am acting uncommon kind by you in showing it to you before we publish it." Phineas, who still held the slip in his hand, sat silent, thinking of the matter. He hated the man. He could not endure the feeling of being called Finn by him without showing his resentment. As regarded himself, he was thoroughly well inclined to kick Mr. Slide and his banner into the street. But he was bound to think first of Lady Laura. Such a publication as this, which was now threatened, was the misfortune which the poor woman dreaded more than any other. He personally had certainly been faultless in the matter. He never addressed a word of love to Mr. Kennedy's wife since the moment in which she had told him that she was engaged to marry the Laird of Loughlinter. Were the letter to be published, he could answer it, he thought, in such a manner as to defend himself and her without damage to either. But on her behalf he was bound to prevent this publicity if it could be prevented, and he was bound also, for her sake, to allow himself to be called Finn by this most obnoxious editor. "In the ordinary course of things, Finn, it will come out to-morrow morning," said the obnoxious editor. "Every word of it is untrue," said Phineas. "You say that, of course, and I should at once declare myself willing to make such a statement on oath. It is a libel of the grossest kind, and of course there would be a prosecution. Both Lord Brentford and I would be driven to that. We should be quite indifferent. Mr. Kennedy would hold us harmless. We're straightforward. My showing it to you would prove that. What is it that you want, Mr. Slide?" "Want? You don't suppose we want anything. If you think that the columns of the People's Banner are to be bought, you must have opinions respecting the press of the day which make me pity you as one grovelling in the very dust. The daily press of London is pure and immaculate. That is, the morning papers are. Want, indeed! What do you think I want? I have not the remotest idea. Purity of morals, Finn, punishment for the guilty, defence for the innocent, support for the weak, safety for the oppressed, and a rod of iron for the oppressors. But that is a libel. It's very heavy on the old Earl, and upon you, and upon Lady Laura, isn't it? It's a libel. as you know. You tell me that purity of morals can be supported by such a publication as this. Had you meant to go on with it, you would hardly have shown it to me. You're in the wrong box there, Finn. Now I'll tell you what we'll do, on behalf of what I call real purity. We'll delay the publication if you'll undertake that the lady shall go back to her husband. The lady is not in my hands. She's under your influence. You were with her over at Dresden not much more than a month ago. She'd go sharp enough if you told her. You never made a greater mistake in your life. Say that you'll try. I certainly will not do so. Then it goes in tomorrow, said Mr. Quintus Slide, stretching out his hand and taking back the slip. What on earth is your object? Morals. Morals. We shall be able to say that we've done our best to promote domestic virtue and secure forgiveness for an erring wife. You've no notion, Finn, in your mind of what will soon be the extent of the duties, privileges, and influences of the daily press, the daily morning press, that is, for I look on those little evening scraps as just so much paper and ink wasted. You won't interfere then? Yes, I will, if you'll give me time. Where is Mr. Kennedy? What has that to do with it? Do you write over to Lady Laura and the old lord and tell them that if she'll undertake to be at Loughlinter within a month, this shall be suppressed. Will you do that? Let me first see Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Slide thought a while over the matter. Well, said he at last, you can see Kennedy if you will. He came up to town 4 or 5 days ago, and he's staying at an hotel in Judd Street. An hotel in Judd Street? Yes, Macpherson's in Judd Street. I suppose he likes to keep among the Scotch. I don't think he ever goes out of the house, and he's waiting in London till this thing is published. I will go and see him, said Phineas. I shouldn't wonder if he murdered you, but that's between you and him. Just so. And I shall hear from you. Yes, said Phineas, hesitating as he made the promise. Yes, you shall hear from me. We've got our duty to do, and we mean to do it. If we see that we can induce the lady to go back to her husband, we shall abstain from publishing, and virtue will be its own reward. I needn't tell you that such a letter as that would sell a great many copies, Finn. Then at last Mr. Slide arose and departed. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Macpherson's Hotel. Phineas, when he was left alone, found himself greatly at a loss as to what he had better do. He had pledged himself to see Mr. Kennedy, and was not much afraid of encountering personal violence at the hands of that gentleman, but he could think of nothing which he could with advantage say to Mr. Kennedy. He knew that Lady Laura would not return to her husband. Much as she dreaded such exposure as was now threatened, she would not return to Loughlinter to avoid even that. He could not hold out any such hope to Mr. Kennedy, and without doing so, how could he stop the publication? He thought of getting an injunction from the Vice-Chancellor, but it was now Sunday, and he had understood that the publication would appear on the morrow, unless stopped by some note from himself. He thought of finding some attorney and taking him to Mr. Kennedy, but he knew that Mr. Kennedy would be deterred by no attorney. Then he thought of Mr. Lowe. He would see Mr. Kennedy first, and then go to Mr. Lowe's house. Judd Street runs into the new road near the great stations of the Midland and Northern Railways, and is a highly respectable street. but it can hardly be called fashionable, as is Piccadilly, or central, as is Charing Cross, or commercial, as is the neighbourhood of St. Paul's. Men seeking the shelter of an hotel in Judd Street would probably prefer decent and respectable obscurity to other advantages. It was some such feeling, no doubt, joined to the fact that the landlord had originally come from the neighbourhood of Loughlinter, which had taken Mr. Kennedy to Macpherson's Hotel. Phineas, when he called at about 3 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, was at once informed by Mrs. Macpherson that Mr. Kennedy was, no doubt, at home, but was no willing to see folk on the Sabbath. Phineas pleaded the extreme necessity of his business, alleging that Mr. Kennedy himself would regard its nature as a sufficient justification for such Sabbath breaking, and sent up his card. Then there came down a message to him. Could not Mr. Finn postpone his visit to the following morning? But Phineas declared that it could not be postponed. Circumstances, which he would explain to Mr. Kennedy, made it impossible. At last he was desired to walk upstairs, though Mrs. Macpherson, as she showed him the way, evidently thought that her house was profaned by such wickedness. Macpherson, in preparing his house, had not run into that extravagance of architecture which has lately become so common in our hotels. It was simply an ordinary house, with the words Macpherson's Hotel painted on a semicircular board over the doorway. The front parlour had been converted into a bar, and in the back parlour the Macphersons lived. The staircase was narrow and dirty, and in the front drawing-room, with the chamber behind for his bedroom, Mr. Kennedy was installed. Mr. Macpherson probably did not expect any customers beyond those friendly Scots who came up to London from his own side of the Highlands. Mrs. Macpherson, as she opened the door, was silent and almost mysterious. Such a breach of the law might perhaps be justified by circumstances of which she knew nothing, but should receive no sanction from her which she could avoid. So she did not even whisper the name. Mr. Kennedy, as Phineas entered, slowly rose from his chair, putting down the Bible which had been in his hands. He did not speak at once, but looked at his visitor over the spectacles which he wore. Phineas thought that he was even more haggard in appearance and aged than when they two had met hardly 3 months since at Loughlinter. There was no shaking of hands, and hardly any pretence at greeting. Mr. Kennedy simply bowed his head, and allowed his visitor to begin the conversation. "I should not have come to you on such a day as this, Mr. Kennedy." "It is a day very unfitted for the affairs of the world," said Mr. Kennedy. "Had not the matter been most pressing in regard both to time and its own importance?" "So the woman told me, and therefore I have consented to see you." "You know a man of the name of Slide, Mr. Kennedy?" Mr. Kennedy shook his head. "You know the editor of the People's Banner?" Again he shook his head. "You have, at any rate, written a letter for publication to that newspaper." "Need I consult you as to what I write?" "But he, the editor, has consulted me." "I can have nothing to do with that. This Mr. Slide, the editor of the People's Banner, has just been with me, having in his hand a printed letter from you, which, you will excuse me, Mr. Kennedy, is very libellous." "I will bear the responsibility of that." "But you would not wish to publish falsehood about your wife, or even about me." "Falsehood, sir! How dare you use that word to me? Is it false to say that she has left my house? Is it false to say that she is my wife, and cannot desert me, as she has done, without breaking her vows, and disregarding the laws both of God and man? Am I false when I say that I gave her no cause? Am I false when I offer to take her back, let her faults be what they may have been? Am I false when I say that her father acts illegally in detaining her? False, false in your teeth. Falsehood is villainy, and it is not I that am the villain. You have joined my name in the accusation, because you are her paramour. I know you now, viper that has warmed in my bosom. Will you look me in the face and tell me that, had it not been for you, she would not have strayed from me? To this Phineas could make no answer. Is it not true that when she went with me to the altar, you had been her lover? I was her lover no longer when she once told me that she was to be your wife. Has she ever spoken to you of love since? Did she not warn you from the house in her faint struggle after virtue? Did she not whistle you back again when she found the struggle too much for her? When I asked you to the house, she bade you not come. When I desired that you might never darken my eyes again, did she not seek you? With whom was she walking on the villa grounds by the river banks when she resolved that she would leave all her duties and desert me? Will you dare to say that you were not then in her confidence? With whom was she talking when she had the effrontery to come and meet me at the house of the Prime Minister, which I was bound to attend? Have you not been with her this very winter in her foreign home? Of course I have, and you sent her a message by me. I sent no message. I deny it. I refused to be an accomplice in your double guilt. I laid my command upon you that you should not visit my wife in my absence, and you disobeyed, and you are an adulterer. Who are you that you are to come forever between me and my wife? I never injured you in thought or deed. I come to you now because I have seen a printed letter which contains a gross libel upon myself. It is printed then? He asked, in an eager tone. It is printed, but it need not, therefore, be published. It is a libel, and should not be published. I shall be forced to seek redress at law. You cannot hope to regain your wife by publishing false accusations against her. They are true. I can prove every word that I have written. She dare not come here and submit herself to the laws of her country. She is a renegade from the law, and you abet her in her sin. But it is not vengeance that I seek. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. It looks like vengeance, Mr. Kennedy. Is it for you to teach me how I shall bear myself in this time of my great trouble? Then suddenly he changed, his voice falling from one of haughty defiance to a low, mean, bargaining whisper. But I'll tell you what I'll do. If you will say that she shall come back again, I'll have it cancelled and pay all the expenses. I cannot bring her back to you. She'll come if you tell her. If you'll let them understand that she must come, they'll give way. You can try it at any rate. I shall do nothing of the kind. Why should I ask her to submit herself to misery? Misery? What misery? Why should she be miserable? Must a woman need be miserable because she lives with her husband? You hear me say that I will forgive everything. Even she will not doubt me when I say so, because I have never lied to her. Let her come back to me, and she shall live in peace and quiet, and hear no word of reproach. I shall have nothing to do with it, Mr. Kennedy. Then, sir, you shall abide my wrath. With that he sprang quickly round, grasping at something which lay upon a shelf near him, and Phineas saw that he was armed with a pistol. Phineas, who had hitherto been seated, leaped to his legs, but the pistol in a moment was at his head, and the madman pulled at the trigger. but the mechanism of the instrument required that some bolt should be loosed before the hammer would fall upon the nipple, and the unhandy wretch for an instant fumbled over the work so that Phineas, still facing his enemy, had time to leap backwards towards the door. But Kennedy, though he was awkward, still succeeded in firing before our friend could leave the room. Phineas heard the thud of the bullet, and knew that it must have passed near his head. He was not struck, however, and the man, frightened at his own deed, abstained from the second shot, or loitered long enough in his remorse to enable his prey to escape. With 3 or 4 steps Phineas leaped down the stairs, and finding the front door closed, took shelter within Mrs. Macpherson's bar. "The man is mad," he said. "Did you not hear the shot?" The woman was too frightened to reply, but stood trembling, holding Phineas by the arm. "There was nobody in the house," she said, "but she and the 2 lasses. No doubt the laird's by ordinaire," she said at last. She had known of the pistol, but had not dared to have it removed. She and Macpherson had only feared that he would hurt himself, and had at last agreed, as day after day passed without any injury from the weapon, to let the thing remain unnoticed. She had heard the shot, and had been sure that one of the 2 men above would have been killed. Phineas was now in great doubt as to what duty was required of him. His first difficulty consisted in this, that his hat was still in Mr. Kennedy's room, and that Mrs. Macpherson altogether refused to go and fetch it. While they were still discussing this, and Phineas had not as yet resolved whether he would first get a policeman or go at once to Mr. Lowe, the bell from the room was rung furiously. "It's the laird," said Mrs. Macpherson, "and if nobody waits on him, he'll surely be shooting one of us." The 2 girls were now outside the bar shaking in their shoes, and evidently unwilling to face the danger. At last the door of the room above was opened, and our hero's hat was sent rolling down the stairs. It was clear to Phineas that the man was so mad as to be not even aware of the act he had perpetrated. "He'll do nothing more with the pistol," he said, "unless he should attempt to destroy himself." At last it was determined that one of the girls should be sent to fetch Macpherson home from the Scotch church, and that no application should be made at once to the police. It seemed that the Macphersons knew the circumstances of their guest's family, and that there was a cousin of his in London who was the only one with whom he seemed to have any near connection. The thing that had occurred was to be told to this cousin, and Phineas left his address, so that if it should be thought necessary, he might be called upon to give his account of the affair. Then, in his perturbation of spirit, he asked for a glass of brandy, and having swallowed it, was about to take his leave. "The brandy will be 6d., sir," said Mrs. Macpherson, as she wiped the tears from her eyes. Having paid for his refreshment, Phineas got into a cab, and had himself driven to Mr. Lowe's house. He had escaped from his peril, and now again it became his strongest object to stop the publication of the letter which Slide had shown him. But as he sat in the cab, he could not hinder himself from shuddering at the danger which had been so near to him. He remembered his sensation as he first saw the glimmer of the barrel of the pistol, and then became aware of the man's first futile attempt, and afterwards saw the flash, and heard the hammer fall at this same moment. He had once stood up to be fired at in a duel, and had been struck by the ball, but nothing in that encounter had made him feel sick and faint through every muscle as he had felt just now. As he sat in the cab, he was aware that but for the spirits he had swallowed, he would be altogether overcome, and he doubted even now whether he would be able to tell his story to Mr. Lowe. Luckily, perhaps for him, neither Mr. Lowe nor his wife were at home. They were out together, but were expected in between 5 and 6. Phineas declared his purpose of waiting for them, and requested that Mr. Lowe might be asked to join him in the dining-room immediately on his return. In this way an hour was allowed him, and he endeavoured to compose himself. Still, even at the end of the hour, his heart was beating so violently that he could hardly control the motion of his own limbs. "Lo, I have been shot at by a madman," he said, as soon as his friend entered the room. He had determined to be calm, and to speak much more of the document in the editor's hands than of the attempt which had been made on his own life. But he had been utterly unable to repress the exclamation. "Shot at?" "Yes, by Robert Kennedy, the man who was Chancellor of the Duchy, almost within a yard of my head." Then he sat down and burst out into a fit of convulsive laughter. The story about the pistol was soon told, and Mr. Lowe was of opinion that Phineas should not have left the place without calling in policemen and giving an account to them of the transaction. "But I had something else on my mind," said Phineas, "which made it necessary that I should see you at once, something more important even than this madman's attack upon me. He has written a most foul-mouthed attack upon his wife, which is already in print, and will, I fear, be published to-morrow morning." Then he told the story of the letter. "Slide, no doubt, will be at the People's Banner's office to-night, and I can see him there. Perhaps when I tell him what has occurred, he will consent to drop the publication altogether." But in this view of the matter Mr. Lowe did not agree with his visitor. He argued the case with a deliberation which to Phineas, in his present state of mind, was almost painful. If the whole story of what had occurred were told to Quintus Slide, that worthy protector of morals and caterer for the amusement of the public would, Mr. Lowe thought, at once publish the letter and give a statement of the occurrence at Macpherson's Hotel. There would be nothing to hinder him from so profitable a proceeding, as he would know that no one would stir on behalf of Lady Laura in the matter of the libel, when the tragedy of Mr. Kennedy's madness should have been made known. The publication would be as safe as attractive. But if Phineas should abstain from going to him at all, the same calculation which had induced him to show the letter would induce him to postpone the publication, at any rate for another 24 hours. He means to make capital out of his virtue, and he won't give that up for the sake of being a day in advance. In the meantime, we will get an injunction from the Vice-Chancellor to stop the publication. Can we do that in one day? I think we can. Chancery isn't what it used to be, said Mr. Lowe with a sigh. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll go this very moment to Pickering. Mr. Pickering at this time was one of the 3 vice-chancellors. It isn't exactly the proper thing for counsel to call on a judge on a Sunday afternoon with the direct intention of influencing his judgment for the following morning, but this is a case in which a point may be strained. When such a paper as the People's Banner gets hold of a letter from a madman, which if published could destroy the happiness of a whole family, one shouldn't stick at a trifle. Pickering is just the man to take a common-sense view of the matter. You'll have to make an affidavit in the morning, and he can get the injunction served before 2 or 3 o'clock. Mr. Septimus Slope, or whatever his name is, won't dare to publish it after that. Of course, if it comes out tomorrow morning, we shall have been too late, but this will be our best chance. So Mr. Lowe got his hat and umbrella and started for the Vice-Chancellor's house. And I'll tell you what, Phineas, do you stay and dine here. You are so flurried by all this that you are not fit to go anywhere else. I am flurried. "Of course you are. Never mind about dressing. Do you go up and tell Georgiana all about it, and have dinner put off half an hour. I must hunt Pickering up if I don't find him at home." Then Phineas did go upstairs and tell Georgiana, otherwise Mrs. Lowe, the whole story. Mrs. Lowe was deeply affected, declaring her opinion very strongly as to the horrible condition of things, when madmen could go about with pistols, and without anybody to take care against them. But as to Lady Laura Kennedy, she seemed to think that the poor husband had great cause of complaint, and that Lady Laura ought to be punished. Wives, she thought, should never leave their husbands on any pretext, and as far as she had heard the story, there had been no pretext at all in the case. Her sympathies were clearly with the madman, though she was quite ready to acknowledge that any and every step should be taken which might be adverse to Mr. Quintus Slide. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Madame Goesler is sent for. When the elder Mr. Maule had sufficiently recovered from the perturbation of mind and body into which he had been thrown by the ill-timed and ill-worded proposition of his son to enable him to resume the accustomed tenor of his life, he arrayed himself in his morning winter costume, and went forth in quest of a lady. So much was told some few chapters back, but the name of the lady was not then disclosed. Starting from Victoria Street, Westminster, he walked slowly across St. James's Park and the Green Park, till he came out in Piccadilly near the bottom of Park Lane. As he went up the lane he looked at his boots, at his gloves, and at his trousers, and saw that nothing was unduly soiled. The morning air was clear and frosty, and had enabled him to dispense with the costly comfort of a cab. Mr. Maule hated cabs in the morning, preferring never to move beyond the tether of his short daily constitutional walk. A cab for going out to dinner was a necessity, but his income would not stand 2 or 3 cabs a day. Consequently, he never went north of Oxford Street, or east of the theatres, or beyond Eccleston Square towards the river. The regions of South Kensington and New Brompton were a trouble to him, as he found it impossible to lay down a limit in that direction which would not exclude him from things which he fain would not exclude. There are dinners given at South Kensington which such a man as Mr. Maule cannot afford not to eat. In Park Lane he knocked at the door of a very small house, a house that might almost be called tiny by comparison of its dimensions with those around it, and then asked for Madame Goesler. Madame Goesler had that morning gone into the country. Mr. Maule, in his blandest manner, expressed some surprise, having understood that she had not long since returned from Harrington Hall. To this the servant assented, but went on to explain that she had been in town only a day or two, when she was summoned down to Matching by a telegram. It was believed, the man said, that the Duke of Omnium was poorly. "Oh, indeed, I am sorry to hear that," said Mr. Maule, with a wry face. Then, with steps perhaps a little less careful, he walked back across the park to his club. On taking up the evening paper, he at once saw a paragraph stating that the Duke of Omnium's condition to-day was much the same as yesterday, but that he had passed a quiet night. That very distinguished but now aged physician, Sir Omicron Pye, was still staying at Matching Priory. "So old Omnium is going off the hooks at last," said Mr. Maule to a club acquaintance. The club acquaintance was in Parliament and looked at the matter from a strictly parliamentary point of view. Yes, indeed, it has given a deal of trouble. Mr. Maule was not parliamentary and did not understand. Why trouble, except to himself? He'll leave his garter and strawberry leaves and all his acres behind him. What is Gresham to do about the Exchequer when he comes in? I don't know whom he's to send there. They talk of Bonteen, but Bonteen wasn't half-weight enough. They'll offer it to Monk, but Monk'll never take office again. Ah, yes, Planty Pall was Chancellor of the Exchequer. I suppose he must give that up now. The parliamentary acquaintance looked up at the unparliamentary man with that mingled disgust and pity which parliamentary gentlemen and ladies always entertain for those who have not devoted their minds to the constitutional forms of the country. The Chancellor of the Exchequer can't very well sit in the House of Lords, and Palliser can't very well help becoming Duke of Omnium. I don't know whether he can take the decimal coinage question with him, but I fear not. They don't like it at all in the city. I believe I'll go and play a rubber of whist, said Mr. Maule. He played his whist and lost 30 points without showing the slightest displeasure, either by the tone of his voice or by any grimace of his countenance, and yet the money which passed from his hands was material to him. But he was great at such efforts as these, and he understood well the fluctuations of the whist table. The half-crowns which he had paid were only so much invested capital. He dined at his club this evening, and joined tables with another acquaintance who was not parliamentary. Mr. Parkinson Seymour was a man much of his own stamp, who cared not one straw as to any difficulty which the Prime Minister might feel in filling the office of Chancellor of the Exchequer. There were men by dozens ready and willing, and no doubt able, or at any rate one as able as the other, to manage the taxes of the country. But the blue-ribboned and the Lord Lieutenancy of Barsetshire were important things, which would now be in the gift of Mr. Daubeny, and Lady Glencora would at last be a duchess, with much effect on society, either good or bad, and Planty Pall would be a duke, with very much less capability, as Mr. Parkinson Seymour thought, for filling that great office, than that which the man had displayed who was now supposed to be dying at Matching. He has been a fine old fellow, said Mr. Parkinson Seymour. Very much so. There ain't many of that stamp left. I don't know one, continued the gentleman with enthusiasm. They all go in for something now, just as Jones goes in for being a bank clerk. They are politicians, or gamblers, or, by heaven, tradesmen, as some of them are. The Earl of Tidville and Lord Merthyr are in partnership together, working their own mines. By the Lord, with a regular deed of partnership, just like two cheesemongers. The Marquis of Maltenops has a share in a bitter beer-house at Burton, and the Duke of Discount, who married old Balance's daughter, and is brother-in-law to young George Advance, retains his interest in the house in Lombard Street. I know it for a fact. Old Omnium was above that kind of thing, said Mr. Maule. Lord bless you, quite another sort of man. There is nothing left like it now. With a princely income, I don't suppose he ever put by a shilling in his life. I've heard it said that he couldn't afford to marry, living in the manner in which he chose to live, and he understood what dignity meant. None of them understand that now. Dukes are as common as dogs in the streets, and a marquis thinks no more of himself than a market gardener. I'm very sorry the old duke should go. The nephew may be very good at figures, but he isn't fit to fill his uncle's shoes. As for Lady Glencora, No doubt, as things go now, she's very popular, but she's more like a dairymaid than a duchess to my way of thinking." There was not a club in London, and hardly a drawing-room, in which someone had not said that day, in consequence of the 2 bulletins which had appeared as to the condition of the old Duke, and in no club and in no drawing-room was a verdict given against the dying man. It was acknowledged everywhere that he had played his part in a noble and even in a princely manner, that he had used with a becoming grace the rich things that had been given him, and that he had deserved well of his country. And yet, perhaps, no man who had lived during the same period, or any portion of the period, had done less, or had devoted himself more entirely to the consumption of good things without the slightest idea of producing anything in return. But he had looked like a duke, and known how to set a high price on his own presence. To Mr. Maule the threatened demise of this great man was not without a peculiar interest. His acquaintance with Madame Goesler had not been of long standing, nor even as yet had it reached a close intimacy. During the last London season he had been introduced to her, and had dined twice at her house. He endeavoured to make himself agreeable to her, and he flattered himself that he had succeeded. It may be said of him generally that he had the gift of making himself pleasant to women. When last she had parted from him with a smile, repeating the last few words of some good story which he had told her, the idea struck him that she, after all, might perhaps be the woman. He made his inquiries, and had learned that there was not a shadow of a doubt as to her wealth, or even to her power of disposing of that wealth as she pleased. So he wrote to her a pretty little note, in which he gave to her the history of that good story, how it originated with a certain cardinal, and might be found in certain memoirs, which did not, however, bear the best reputation in the world. Madame Goesler answered his note very graciously, thanking him for the reference, but declaring that the information given was already so sufficient that she need prosecute the inquiry no further. Mr. Maule smiled, as he declared to himself that those memoirs would certainly be in Madame Goesler's hands before many days were over. Had his intimacy been a little more advanced, he would have sent the volume to her. But he also learned that there was some romance in the lady's life which connected her with the Duke of Omnium. He was diligent in seeking information, and became assured that there could be no chance for himself or any man as long as the Duke was alive. Some hinted that there had been a private marriage, however, which Madame Goesler had bound herself by solemn oaths never to disclose. Others surmised that she was the Duke's daughter. Hints were, of course, thrown out as to a connection of another kind, but with no great vigour, as it was admitted on all hands that Lady Glencora, the Duke's niece by marriage, and the mother of the Duke's future heir, was Madame Goesler's great friend. That there was a mystery was a fact very gratifying to the world at large, and perhaps, upon the whole, the more gratifying, in that nothing had occurred to throw a gleam of light upon the matter since the fact of the intimacy had become generally known. Mr. Maule was aware, however, that there could be no success for him as long as the Duke lived. Whatever might be the nature of the alliance, it was too strong to admit of any other while it lasted. But the Duke was a very old, or at least a very infirm man, and now the Duke was dying. Of course it was only a chance. Mr. Maule knew the world too well to lay out any great portion of his hopes on a prospect so doubtful. But it was worth a struggle, and he would so struggle that he might enjoy success, should success come, without laying himself open to the pangs of disappointment. Mr. Maule hated to be unhappy or uncomfortable, and therefore never allowed any aspiration to proceed to such length as to be inconvenient to his feelings, should it not be gratified. In the meantime, Madame Max Goesler had been sent for, and had hurried off to Matching almost without a moment's preparation. As she sat in the train, thinking of it, tears absolutely filled her eyes. "Poor dear old man," she said to herself. And yet the poor dear old man had simply been a trouble to her, adding a most disagreeable task to her life, and one which she was not called on to perform by any sense of duty. "How is he?" she said anxiously, when she met Lady Glencora in the hall at Matching. The two women kissed each other as though they had been almost sisters since their birth. "He is a little better now, but he was very uneasy when we telegraphed this morning. He asked for you twice, and then we thought it better to send." "Of course it was best," said Madame Goesler. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. I would do it now. Though it was rumored all over London that the Duke of Omnium was dying, his Grace had been dressed and taken out of his bedchamber into a sitting-room when Madame Goesler was brought into his presence by Lady Glencora Palliser. He was reclining in a great armchair, with his legs propped up on cushions, and a respectable old lady in a black silk gown and a very smart cap was attending to his wants. The respectable old lady took her departure when the younger ladies entered the room, whispering a word of instruction to Lady Glencora as she went. "His Grace should have his broth at 4:30, my lady, and a glass and a half of champagne. His Grace won't drink his wine out of a tumbler, so perhaps your ladyship won't mind giving it him at twice." "Marie has come," said Lady Glencora. "I knew she would come," said the old man, turning his head round slowly on the back of his chair. "I knew she would be good to me to the last." And he laid his withered hand on the arm of his chair, so that the woman whose presence gratified him might take it within hers and comfort him. "Of course I have come," said Madame Goesler, standing close by him, and putting her left arm very lightly on his shoulder. It was all that she could do for him, but it was in order that she might do this that she had been summoned from London to his side. He was wan and worn and pale, a man evidently dying, the oil of whose lamp was all burned out. But still, as he turned his eyes up to the woman's face, there was a remnant of that look of graceful, fainéant nobility which had always distinguished him. He had never done any good, but he had always carried himself like a duke, and like a duke he carried himself to the end. "He is decidedly better than he was this morning," said Lady Glencora. "It is pretty nearly all over, my dear. Sit down, Marie. Did they give you anything after your journey?" "I could not wait, Duke." "I'll get her some tea," said Lady Glencora. "Yes, I will. I'll do it myself. I know he wants to say a word to you alone." This she added in a whisper. But sick people hear everything, and the Duke did hear the whisper. "Yes, my dear, she is quite right. I am glad to have you for a minute alone. Do you love me, Marie?" It was a foolish question to be asked by a dying old man of a young woman who was in no way connected with him, and whom he had never seen till some 3 or 4 years since, but it was asked with feverish anxiety, and it required an answer. "You know I love you, Duke. Why else should I be here?" "It is a pity you did not take the coronet when I offered it you." "Nay, Duke, it was no pity. Had I done so, You could not have had us both. I should have wanted only you, and I should have stood aloof, in despair, to think that I was separating you from those with whom your Grace is bound up so closely. We have ever been dear friends since that. Yes, we have been dear friends, but—" Then he closed his eyes and put his long thin fingers across his face and lay back a while in silence, still holding her by the other hand. "Kiss me, Marie," he said at last, and she stooped over him and kissed his forehead. "I would do it now if I thought it would serve you." She only shook her head and pressed his hand closely. I would. Such things have been done, my dear." "Such a thing shall never be done by me, Duke." They remained seated side by side, the one holding the other by the hand, but without uttering another word, till Lady Glencora returned, bringing a cup of tea and a morsel of toast in her own hand. Madame Goesler, as she took it, could not help thinking how it might have been with her had she accepted the coronet which had been offered. In that case she might have been a duchess herself, but assuredly she would not have been waited upon by a future duchess. As it was, there was no one in that family who had not cause to be grateful to her. When the Duke had sipped a spoonful of his broth and swallowed his allowance of wine, they both left him, and the respectable old lady with the smart cap was summoned back to her position. "I suppose he whispered something very gracious to you," Lady Glencora said when they were alone. "Very gracious. And you were gracious to him, I hope." "I meant to be." "I'm sure you did. Poor old man! If you had done what he asked you, I wonder whether his affection would have lasted as it has done." "Certainly not, Lady Glen. He would have known that I had injured him." "I declare I think you are the wisest woman I ever met, Madame Max. I am sure you are the most discreet. If I had always been as wise as you are—" "You always have been wise. Well, never mind. Some people fall on their feet like cats, but you are one of those who never fall at all. Others tumble about in the most unfortunate way, without any great fault of their own. Think of that poor Lady Laura." "Yes, indeed. I suppose it's true about Mr. Kennedy. You've heard of it, of course, in London. But as it happened, Madame Goesler had not heard the story. I got it from Barrington Erle, who always writes to me if anything happens. Mr. Kennedy has fired a pistol at the head of Phineas Finn." "At Phineas Finn?" "Yes, indeed. Mr. Finn went to him at some hotel in London. No one knows what it was about, but Mr. Kennedy went off in a fit of jealousy and fired a pistol at him." "He did not hit him?" "It seems not. Mr. Finn is one of those Irish gentlemen who always seem to be under some special protection. The ball went through his whiskers and didn't hurt him." "And what has become of Mr. Kennedy?" "Nothing, it seems. Nobody sent for the police, and he has been allowed to go back to Scotland, as though a man were permitted by special act of Parliament to try to murder his wife's lover. It would be a bad law, because it would cause such a deal of bloodshed." "But he is not Lady Laura's lover," said Madame Goesler, gravely. "That would make the law difficult, because who is to say whether a man is or is not a woman's lover?" "I don't think there was ever anything of that kind." "They were always together, but I dare say it was platonic. I believe these kind of things generally are platonic. And as for Lady Laura, heavens and earth, I suppose it must have been platonic. What did the Duke say to you?" "He bade me kiss him." "Poor dear old man! He never ceases to speak of you when you are away, and I do believe he could not have gone in peace without seeing you. I doubt whether in all his life he ever loved anyone as he loves you. "We dine at 7:30, dear, and you had better just go into his room for a moment as you come down. There isn't a soul here except Sir Omicron Pie and Plantagenet and two of the other nephews, whom, by the by, he has refused to see. Old Lady Hartletop wanted to come." "And you wouldn't have her?" "I couldn't have refused. I shouldn't have dared. But the Duke would not hear of it. He made me write to say that he was too weak to see any but his nearest relatives. Then he made me send for you, my dear. And now he won't see the relatives. What shall we do if Lady Hartletop turns up? I'm living in fear of it. You'll have to be shut up out of sight somewhere if that should happen." During the next 2 or 3 days the Duke was neither much better nor much worse. Bulletins appeared in the newspapers, though no one at Matching knew from whence they came. Sir Omicron Pie, who, having retired from general practice, was enabled to devote his time to the dear Duke, protested that he had no hand in sending them out. He declared to Lady Glencora every morning that it was only a question of time. "The vital spark is on the spring," said Sir Omicron, waving a gesture heavenward with his hand. For 3 days Mr. Palliser was at Matching, and he duly visited his uncle twice a day. But not a syllable was ever said between them beyond the ordinary words of compliments. Mr. Palliser spent his time with his private secretary, working out endless sums and toiling for unapproachable results in reference to decimal coinage. To him his uncle's death would be a great blow, as in his eyes to be Chancellor of the Exchequer was much more than to be Duke of Omnium. For herself, Lady Glencora was nearly equally indifferent, though she did in her heart of hearts wish that her son should go to Eton with the title of Lord Silverbridge. On the 3rd morning the Duke suddenly asked a question of Madame Goesler. The two were again sitting near to each other, and the Duke was again holding her hand. But Lady Glencora was also in the room. "Have you not been staying with Lord Chiltern?" "Yes, Duke." "He is a friend of yours." "I used to know his wife before they were married." "Why does he go on writing me letters about a wood?" This he asked in a wailing voice, as though he were almost weeping. "I know nothing of Lord Chiltern. Why does he write to me about the wood? I wish he wouldn't write to me." "He does not know that you are ill, Duke. By the by, I promised to speak to Lady Glencora about it. He says that foxes are poisoned at Trumpton Wood." "I don't believe a word of it," said the Duke. "No one would poison foxes in my wood. I wish you'd see about it, Glencora. Plantagenet will never attend to anything. But he shouldn't write to me. He ought to know better than to write letters to me. I will not have people writing letters to me. Why don't they write to Fothergill?" And then the Duke began in truth to whimper. "I'll put it all right," said Lady Glencora. "I wish you would. I don't like them to say there are no foxes. And Plantagenet will never attend to anything." The wife had long since ceased to take the husband's part when accusations such as this were brought against him. Nothing would make Mr. Palliser think it worth his while to give up any shred of his time to such a matter as the preservation of foxes. On the 4th day the catastrophe happened which Lady Glencora had feared. A fly with a pair of horses from the Matching Road station was driven up to the door of the Priory, and Lady Hartletop was announced. "I knew it," said Lady Glencora, slapping her hand down on the table in the room in which she was sitting with Madame Goesler. Unfortunately the old lady was shown into the room before Madame Goesler could escape, and they passed each other on the threshold. The Dowager Marchioness of Hartletop was a very stout old lady, now perhaps nearer to 70 than 65 years of age, who for many years had been the intimate friend of the Duke of Omnium. In latter days, during which she had seen but little of the Duke himself, She had heard of Madame Max Goesler, but she had never met that lady. Nevertheless, she knew the rival friend at a glance. Some instinct told her that the woman with the black brow and the dark curls was Madame Goesler. In these days the Marchioness was given to waddling rather than to walking, but she waddled past the foreign female, as she had often called Madame Max, with a dignified though duck-like step. Lady Hartletop was a bold woman, and it must be supposed that she had some heart within her, or she would hardly have made such a journey with such a purpose. "Dear Lady Hartletop," said Lady Glencora, "I am so sorry that you should have had this trouble." "I must see him," said Lady Hartletop. Lady Glencora put both her hands together piteously, as though deprecating her visitor's wrath. "I must insist on seeing him. Sir Omicron has refused permission for anyone to visit him. I shall not go till I've seen him. Who was that lady?" "A friend of mine," said Lady Glencora, drawing herself up. "She is Madame Goesler." "That is her name, Lady Hartletop. She is my most intimate friend." "Does she see the Duke?" Lady Glencora, when expressing her fear that the woman would come to Matching, had confessed that she was afraid of Lady Hartletop, and a feeling of dismay, almost of awe, had fallen upon her on hearing the Marchioness announced. But when she found herself thus cross-examined, she resolved that she would be bold. Nothing on earth should induce her to open the door of the Duke's room to Lady Hartletop, nor would she scruple to tell the truth about Madame Goesler. "Yes," she said, "Madame Goesler does see the Duke." "And I am to be excluded." "My dear Lady Hartletop, what can I do? The Duke for some time past has been accustomed to the presence of my friend, and therefore her presence now is no disturbance. Surely that can be understood." "I should not disturb him." "He would be inexpressibly excited were he to know that you were even in the house, and I could not take it upon myself to tell him." Then Lady Hartletop threw herself upon a sofa, and began to weep piteously. "I have known him for more than 40 years," she moaned, through her choking tears. Lady Glencora's heart was softened, and she was kind and womanly, but she would not give way about the Duke. It would, as she knew, have been useless, as the Duke had declared that he would see no one except his eldest nephew, his nephew's wife, and Madame Goesler. That evening was very dreadful to all of them at Matching, except to the Duke, who was never told of Lady Hartletop's perseverance. The poor old woman could not be sent away on that afternoon, and was therefore forced to dine with Mr. Palliser. He, however, was warned by his wife to say nothing in the lady's presence about his uncle, and he received her as he would receive any other chance guest at his wife's table. But the presence of Madame Goesler made the chief difficulty. She herself was desirous of disappearing for that evening, but Lady Glencora would not permit it. "She has seen you, my dear, and asked about you. If you hide yourself, she'll say all sorts of things." An introduction was therefore necessary, and Lady Hartletop's manner was grotesquely grand. She dropped a very low curtsy, and made a very long face, but she did not say a word. In the evening the Marchioness sat close to Lady Glencora, whispering many things about the Duke, and condescending at last to a final entreaty that she might be permitted to see him on the following morning. "There is Sir Omicron," said Lady Glencora, turning round to the little doctor. But Lady Hartletop was too proud to appeal to Sir Omicron, who, as a matter of course, would support the orders of Lady Glencora. On the next morning Madame Goesler did not appear at the breakfast table, and at 11 Lady Hartletop was taken back to the train in Lady Glencora's carriage. She had submitted herself to discomfort, indignity, fatigue, and disappointment, and it had all been done for love. With her broad face, and her double chin, and her heavy jowl, and the beard that was growing round her lips, she did not look like a romantic woman. But in spite of appearances, romance and a duck-like waddle may go together. The memory of those 40 years had been strong upon her, and her heart was heavy because she could not see that old man once again. Men will love to the last, but they love what is fresh and new. A woman's love can live on the recollection of the past, and cling to what is old and ugly. "What an episode," said Lady Glencora, when the unwelcome visitor was gone. "But it's odd how much less dreadful things are than you think they will be. I was frightened when I heard her name, but you see we've got through it without much harm." A week passed by, and still the Duke was living. But now he was too weak to be moved from one room to another, and Madame Goesler passed 2 hours each day sitting by his bedside. He would lie with his hand out upon the coverlid, and she would put hers upon it, but very few words passed between them. He grumbled again about the Trumpton Woods, and Lord Chiltern's interference, and complained of his nephew's indifference. As to himself and his own condition, he seemed to be, at any rate, without discomfort, and was certainly free from fear. A clergyman attended him, and gave him the sacrament. He took it, as the champagne prescribed by Sir Omicron, or the few mouthfuls of chicken broth which were administered to him by the old lady with the smart cap. But it may be doubted whether he thought much more of the one remedy than of the other. He knew that he had lived, and that the thing was done. His courage never failed him. As to the future, he neither feared much nor hoped much, but was unconsciously supported by a general trust in the goodness and the greatness of the God who had made him what he was. "It is nearly done now, Marie," he said to Madame Goesler one evening. She only pressed his hand in answer. His condition was too well understood between them to allow of her speaking to him of any possible recovery. "It has been a great comfort to me that I have known you," he said. "Oh, no." "A great comfort, only I wish it had been sooner. I could have talked to you about things which I never did talk of to any one. I wonder why I should have been a duke, and another man a servant. God Almighty ordained such difference. I'm afraid I have not done it well, but I have tried. Indeed, I have tried." Then she told him he had ever lived as a great nobleman ought to live, and after a fashion she herself believed what she was saying. Nevertheless, her nature was much nobler than his, and she knew that no man should dare to live idly as the Duke had lived. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Duke's Will. On the 9th day after Madame Goesler's arrival, the Duke died, and Lady Glencora Palliser became Duchess of Omnium. But the change probably was much greater to Mr. Palliser than to his wife. It would seem to be impossible to imagine a greater change than had come upon him. As to rank, he was raised from that of a simple commoner to the very top of the tree. He was made master of almost unlimited wealth, garters, and lord lieutenancies, and all the added grandeurs which come from high influence, when joined to high rank, were sure to be his. But he was no more moved by these things than would have been a god or a block of wood. His uncle was dead, but his uncle had been an old man, and his grief on that score was moderate. As soon as his uncle's body had been laid in the family vault at Gatherum, men would call him Duke of Omnium, and then he could never sit again in the House of Commons. It was in that light, and in that light only, that he regarded the matter. To his uncle it had been everything to be Duke of Omnium. To Plantagenet Palliser it was less than nothing. He had lived among men and women with titles all his life, himself untitled, but regarded by them as one of themselves, till the thing, in his estimation, had come to seem almost nothing. One man walked out of a room before another man, and he, as Chancellor of the Exchequer, had during a part of his career walked out of most rooms before most men. But he cared not at all whether he walked out first or last, and for him there was nothing else in it. It was a toy that would perhaps please his wife, but he doubted even whether she would not cease to be Lady Glencora with regret. In himself, this thing that had happened had absolutely crushed him. He had won for himself by his own aptitudes and his own industry one special position in the empire, and that position, and that alone, was incompatible with the rank which he was obliged to assume. His case was very hard, and he felt it, but he made no complaint to human ears. "I suppose you must give up the Exchequer," his wife said to him. He shook his head and made no reply. Even to her he could not explain his feelings. I think, too, that she did regret the change in her name, although she was by no means indifferent to the rank. As Lady Glencora she had made a reputation which might very possibly fall away from her as Duchess of Omnium. Fame is a skittish jade, more fickle even than fortune, and apt to be shy and bold, and plunge away on very trifling causes. As Lady Glencora Palliser she was known to every one, and had always done exactly as she had pleased. The world in which she lived had submitted to her fantasies, and had placed her on a pedestal from which, as Lady Glencora, nothing could have moved her. She was by no means sure that the same pedestal would be able to carry the Duchess of Omnium. She must begin again, and such beginnings are dangerous. As Lady Glencora, she had almost taken upon herself to create a rivalry in society to certain very distinguished and indeed illustrious people. There were only 2 houses in London, she used to say, to which she never went. The never was not quite true, but there had been something in it. She doubted whether as Duchess of Omnium she could go on with this. She must lay down her mischief, and abandon her eccentricity, and in some degree act like other duchesses. "The poor old man," she said to Madame Goesler. "I wish he could have gone on living a little longer." At this time the 2 ladies were alone together at Matching. Mr. Palliser, with the cousins, had gone to Gatherum, whither also had been sent all that remained of the late Duke, in order that fitting funeral obsequies might be celebrated over the great family vault. He would hardly have wished it himself, I think. One never knows, and as far as one can look into futurity, one has no idea what would be one's own feelings. I suppose he did enjoy life." "Hardly for the last 12 months," said Madame Goesler. "I think he did. He was happy when you were about him, and he interested himself about things. Do you remember how much he used to think of Lady Eustace and her diamonds? When I first knew him he was too magnificent to care about anything." "I suppose his nature was the same." "Yes, my dear, his nature was the same, but he was strong enough to restrain his nature, and wise enough to know that his magnificence was incompatible with ordinary interests. As he got to be older he broke down, and took up with mere mortal gossip, but I think it must have made him happier." "He showed his weakness in coming to me," said Madame Goesler, laughing. "Of course he did, not in liking your society, but in wanting to give you his name. I have often wondered what kind of things he used to say to that old lady Hartletop. That was in his full grandeur, and he never condescended to speak much then. I used to think him so hard, but I suppose he was only acting his part. I used to call him the Grand Lama to Plantagenet when we were first married, before Planty was born. I shall always call him Silverbridge now, instead of Planty. I would let others do that. Of course I was joking, but others will, and he will be spoilt. I wonder whether he will live to be a Grand Lama or a popular minister. There cannot be two positions further apart. My husband, no doubt, thinks a good deal of himself as a statesman and a clever politician. At least, I suppose he does. But he has not the slightest reverence for himself as a nobleman. If the dear old Duke were hobbling along Piccadilly, he was conscious that Piccadilly was graced by his presence, and never moved without being aware that people looked at him and whispered to each other, "There goes the Duke of Omnium." Plantagenet considers himself inferior to a sweeper while on the crossing, and never feels any pride of place unless he is sitting on the Treasury bench with his hat over his eyes. He'll never sit on the Treasury bench again. No, poor dear, he's an Othello now with a vengeance, for his occupation is gone. I spoke to him about your friend and the Foxes, and he told me to write to Mr. Fothergill. I will as soon as it's decent. I fancy a new duchess shouldn't write letters about foxes till the old Duke is buried. I wonder what sort of a will he'll have made. There's nothing I care twopence for except his pearls. No man in England had such a collection of precious stones. They'd been yours, my dear, if you had consented to be Mrs. O. The Duke was buried, and the will was read, and Plantagenet Palliser was addressed as Duke of Omnium by all the tenantry and retainers of the family in the great hall of Gatherum Castle. Mr. Fothergill, who had upon occasion in former days been driven by his duty to remonstrate with the heir, was all submission. Planty Pall had come to the throne, and half a county was ready to worship him, but he did not know how to endure worship, and the half-county declared that he was stern and proud, and more haughty even than his uncle. At every grace that was flung at him he winced, and was miserable, and declared to himself that he should never become accustomed to his new life. So he sat all alone, and meditated how he might best reconcile the 48 farthings which go to a shilling with that thorough-going, useful decimal 50. But his meditations did not prevent him from writing to his wife, and on the following morning Lady Glencora, as she shall be called now for the last time, received a letter from him which disturbed her a good deal. She was in her room when it was brought to her, and for an hour after reading it hardly knew how to see her guest and friend, Madame Goesler. The passage in the letter which produced this dismay was as follows: "He has left to Madame Goesler 20,000 pounds and all his jewels. The money may be very well, but I think he has been wrong about the jewelry. As to myself, I do not care a straw, but you will be sorry, and then people will talk. The lawyers will, of course, write to her, but I suppose you had better tell her. They seem to think that the stones are worth a great deal of money, but I have long learned never to believe any statement that is made to me. They are all here, and I suppose she will have to send some authorized person to have them packed. There is a regular inventory, of which a copy shall be sent to her by post as soon as it can be prepared." Now it must be owned that the Duchess did begrudge her friend the Duke's collection of pearls and diamonds. About noon they met. "My dear," she said, "you had better hear your good fortune at once. Read that. Just that side. Plantagenet is wrong in saying that I shall regret it. I don't care a bit about it. If I want a ring or a brooch, he can buy me one. But I never did care about such things, and I don't now. The money is all just as it should be." Madame Goesler read the passage, and the blood mounted up into her face. She read it very slowly, and when she had finished reading it, she was for a moment or two at a loss for her words to express herself. "You had better send one of Garnet's people," said the Duchess, naming the house of a distinguished jeweller and goldsmith in London. "It will hardly need," said Madame Goesler. "You had better be careful. There is no knowing what they are worth. He spent half his income on them, I believe, during part of his life." There was a roughness about the Duchess of which she herself was conscious, but which she could not restrain, though she knew that it betrayed her chagrin. Madame Goesler came gently up to her and touched her arm caressingly. "Do you remember," said Madame Goesler, "a small ring with a black diamond? I suppose it was a diamond, which he always wore." "I remember that he always did wear such a ring." "I should like to have that," said Madame Goesler. "You have them all, everything. He makes no distinction." "I should like to have that, Lady Glen, for the sake of the hand that wore it. But as God is great above us, I will never take aught else that has belonged to the Duke." "Not take them?" "Not a gem, not a stone, not a shilling." "But you must." "I rather think I can be under no such obligation," she said, laughing. "Will you write to Mr. Palliser, or I should say to the Duke, to-night, and tell him that my mind is absolutely made up?" "I certainly shall not do that." "Then I must. As it is, I shall have pleasant memories of his Grace. According to my ability, I have endeavoured to be good to him, and I have no stain on my conscience because of his friendship. If I took his money and his jewels, or rather your money and your jewels, do you think I could say as much? Everybody takes what anybody leaves them by will." "I will be an exception to the rule, Lady Glen. Don't you think that your friendship is more to me than all the diamonds in London?" "You shall have both, my dear," said the Duchess, quite in earnest in her promise. Madame Goesler shook her head. "Nobody ever repudiates legacies. The Queen would take the jewels if they were left to her." "I am not the Queen. I have to be more careful what I do than any queen. I will take nothing under the Duke's will. I will ask a boon which I have already named, and if it be given me as a gift by the Duke's heir, I will wear it till I die." "You will write to Mr. Palliser?" "I couldn't do it," said the Duchess. "Then I will write myself." And she did write, and of all the rich things which the Duke of Omnium had left to her, she took nothing but the little ring with the black stone which he had always worn on his finger. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. An Editor's Wrath. On that Sunday evening in London, Mr. Lowe was successful in finding the Vice-Chancellor, and the great judge smiled and nodded, listening to the story, and acknowledged that the circumstances were very peculiar. He thought that an injunction to restrain the publication might be given at once upon Mr. Finn's affidavit, and that the peculiar circumstances justified the peculiarity of Mr. Lowe's application. Whether he would have said as much had the facts concerned the families of Mr. Joseph Smith and his son-in-law, Mr. John Jones, instead of the Earl of Brentford and the Right Honourable Robert Kennedy, some readers will perhaps doubt, and may doubt also whether an application coming from some newly fledged barrister would have been received as graciously as that made by Mr. Lowe, Q.C. and M.P., who would probably himself soon sit on some lofty legal bench. On the following morning Phineas and Mr. Lowe, and no doubt also Mr. Vice-Chancellor Pickering, obtained early copies of the People's Banner, and were delighted to find that Mr. Kennedy's letter did not appear in it. Mr. Lowe had made his calculation rightly. The editor, considering that he would gain more by having the young member of Parliament and the Standish family, as it were, in his hands, than by the publication of a certain libellous letter, had resolved to put the document back for at least 24 hours, even though the young member neither came nor wrote as he had promised. The letter did not appear, and before 10 o'clock Phineas Finn had made his affidavit in a stingy little room behind the Vice-Chancellor's court. The injunction was at once issued, and was of such potency that should any editor dare to publish any paper therein prohibited, that editor and that editor's newspaper would assuredly be crumpled up in a manner very disagreeable, if not altogether destructive. Editors of newspapers are self-willed, arrogant, and stiff-necked, a race of men who believe much in themselves and little in anything else, with no feelings of reverence or respect for matters which are august enough to other men. But an injunction from a court of chancery is a power which even an editor respects. At about noon, Vice-Chancellor Pickering's injunction was served at the office of the People's Banner in Quarter Pot Alley, Fleet Street. It was done in duplicate, or perhaps in triplicate, so that there should be no evasion, and all manner of crumpling was threatened in the event of any touch of disobedience. All this happened on Monday, March the 1st, while the poor dying Duke was waiting impatiently for the arrival of his friend at Matching. Phineas was busy all the morning till it was time that he should go down to the House, for as soon as he could leave Mr. Lowe's chambers in Lincoln's Inn, he had gone to Judd Street to inquire as to the condition of the man who had tried to murder him. He there saw Mr. Kennedy's cousin, and received an assurance from that gentleman that Robert Kennedy should be taken down at once to Loughlinter. Up to that moment not a word had been said to the police as to what had been done. No more notice had been taken of the attempt to murder than might have been necessary had Mr. Kennedy thrown a clothes-brush at his visitor's head. There was the little hole in the post of the door with the bullet in it, just 6 feet above the ground, and there was the pistol, with 5 chambers still loaded, which Macpherson had cunningly secured on his return from church, and given over to the cousin that same evening. There was certainly no want of evidence, but nobody was disposed to use it. At noon the injunction was served in Quarter Pot Alley, and was put into Mr. Slide's hands on his arrival at the office at 3 o'clock. That gentleman's duties required his attendance from 3 till 5 in the afternoon, and then again from 9 in the evening till any hour in the morning at which he might be able to complete the People's Banner for that day's use. He had been very angry with Phineas when the Sunday night passed without a visit or letter at the office, as a promise had been made that there should be either a visit or a letter. But he had felt sure, as he walked into the city from his suburban residence at Camden Town, that he would now find some communication on the great subject. The matter was one of most serious importance. Such a letter as that which was in his possession would no doubt create much surprise, and receive no ordinary attention. A People's Banner could hardly ask for a better bit of good fortune than the privilege of first publishing such a letter. It would no doubt be copied into every London paper, and into hundreds of provincial papers, and every journal so copying it would be bound to declare that it was taken from the columns of the People's Banner. It was indeed addressed to the editor of the People's Banner, in the printed slip which Mr. Slide had shown to Phineas Finn, though Kennedy himself had not prefixed to it any such direction, and the letter in the hands of Quintus Slide would not simply have been a letter. It might have been groundwork for, perhaps, some half-dozen leading articles, all of a most attractive kind. Mr. Slide's high moral tone upon such an occasion would have been qualified to do good to every British matron, and to add virtues to the bench of bishops. All this he had postponed with some inadequately defined idea that he could do better with the property in his hands by putting himself into personal communication with the persons concerned. If he could manage to reconcile such a husband to such a wife, or even to be conspicuous in an attempt to do so, and if he could make the old Earl and the young Member of Parliament feel that he had spared them by abstaining from the publication, the results might be very beneficial. His conception of the matter had been somewhat hazy, and he had certainly made a mistake. But as he walked from his home to Quart Pot Alley, he little dreamed of the treachery with which he had been treated. "Has Phineas Finn been here?" he asked, as he took his accustomed seat within a small closet that might be best described as a glass cage. Around him lay the debris of many past newspapers, and the germs of many future publications. To all the world except himself it would have been a chaos, but to him, with his experience, it was admirable order. No, Mr. Finn had not been there. And then, as he was searching among the letters for one from the member for Tankerville, the injunction was thrust into his hands. To say that he was aghast is a poor form of speech for the expression of his emotion. He had been done, sold, absolutely robbed by that wretchedly false Irishman whom he had trusted with all the confidence of a candid nature and an open heart. He had been most treacherously misused. Treachery was no adequate word for the injury inflicted on him. The more potent is a man, the less accustomed to endure injustice, and the more his power to inflict it. The greater is the sting, and the greater the astonishment when he himself is made to suffer. Newspaper editors sport daily with the names of men of whom they do not hesitate to publish almost the severest words that can be uttered. But let an editor be himself attacked, even without his name, and he thinks that the thunderbolts of heaven should fall upon the offender. Let his manners, his truth, his judgment, his honesty, or even his consistency be questioned, and thunderbolts are forthcoming, though they may not be from heaven. There should certainly be a thunderbolt or two now, but Mr. Slide did not at first quite see how they were to be forged. He read the injunction again and again. As far as the document went, he knew its force, and recognized the necessity of obedience. He might perhaps be able to use the information contained in the letter from Mr. Kennedy so as to harass Phineas and Lady Laura and the Earl, but he was at once aware that it must not be published. An editor is bound to avoid the meshes of the law, which are always infinitely more costly to companies or things or institutions than they are to individuals. Of fighting with Chancery he had no notion, but it should go hard with him if he did not have a fight with Phineas Finn. And then there arose another cause for deep sorrow. A paragraph was shown to him in a morning paper of that day, which must, he thought, refer to Mr. Kennedy and Phineas Finn. A rumor has reached us that a member of Parliament, calling yesterday afternoon upon a right honourable gentleman, a member of a late government, at his hotel, was shot at by the latter in his sitting-room. Whether the rumor be true or not, we have no means of saying, and therefore abstain from publishing names. We are informed that the gentleman who used the pistol was out of his mind. The bullet did not take effect. How cruel it was that such information should have reached the hands of a rival, and not fallen in the way of the People's Banner! And what a pity that the bullet should have been wasted! The paragraph must certainly refer to Phineas Finn and Kennedy. Finn, a member of Parliament, had been sent by Slide himself to call upon Kennedy, a member of the late government, at Kennedy's hotel. And the paragraph must be true. He himself had warned Finn that there would be danger in the visit. He had even prophesied murder, and murder had been attempted. The whole transaction had been, as it were, the very goods and chattels of the People's Banner, and the paper had been shamefully robbed of its property. Mr. Slide hardly doubted that Phineas Finn had himself sent the paragraph to an adverse paper, with the express view of adding to the injury inflicted upon the Banner. That day Mr. Slide hardly did his work effectively within his glass cage, so much was his mind affected, and at 5 o'clock, when he left his office, instead of going at once home to Mrs. Slide at Camden Town, he took an omnibus and went down to Westminster. He would at once confront the traitor who had deceived him. It must be acknowledged, on behalf of this editor, that he did in truth believe that he had been hindered from doing good. The whole practice of his life had taught him to be confident that the editor of a newspaper must be the best possible judge, indeed the only possible good judge, whether any statement or story should or should not be published. Not altogether without a conscience, and intensely conscious of such conscience as did constrain him, Mr. Quintus Slide imagined that no law of libel, no injunction from any vice-chancellor, no outward power or pressure whatever was needed to keep his energies within their proper limits. He and his newspaper formed together a simply beneficent institution, any interference with which must of necessity be an injury to the public. Everything done at the office of the People's Banner was done in the interest of the people, and even though individuals might occasionally be made to suffer by the severity with which their names were handled in its columns, the general result was good. What are the sufferings of the few to the advantage of the many? If there be fault in high places, it is proper that it be exposed. If there be fraud, adulteries, gambling, and lasciviousness, or even quarrels and indiscretions among those whose names are known, let every detail be laid open to the light, so that the people may have a warning. That such details will make a paper pay, Mr. Slide knew also. But it is not only in Mr. Slide's path of life that the bias of a man's mind may lead him to find that virtue and profit are compatible. An unprofitable newspaper cannot long continue its existence, and while existing cannot be widely beneficial. It is the circulation, the profitable circulation of 40, 50, 60, or 100,000 copies through all the arteries and veins of the public body, which is beneficent. And how can such circulation be effected unless the taste of the public be consulted? Mr. Quintus Slide, as he walked up Westminster Hall, in search of that wicked member of Parliament, did not at all doubt the goodness of his cause. He could not contest the Vice-Chancellor's injunction, but he was firm in his opinion that the Vice-Chancellor's injunction had inflicted an evil on the public at large, and he was unhappy within himself in that the power and majesty and goodness of the press should still be hampered by ignorance, prejudice, and favour for the great. He was quite sure that no injunction would have been granted in favour of Mr. Joseph Smith and Mr. John Jones. He went boldly up to one of the policemen who sit guarding the door of the lobby of our House of Commons and asked for Mr. Finn. The Cerberus on the left was not sure whether Mr. Finn was in the house, but would send in a card if Mr. Slide would stand on one side. For the next quarter of an hour Mr. Slide heard no more of his message, and then applied again to the Cerberus. The Cerberus shook his head and again desired the applicant to stand on one side. He had done all that in him lay. The other watchful Cerberus, standing on the right, observing that the intruder was not accommodated with any member, intimated to him the propriety of standing back in one of the corners. Our editor turned round upon the man as though he would bite him, but he did stand back, meditating an article on the gross want of attention to the public shown in the lobby of the House of Commons. Is it possible that any editor should endure any inconvenience without meditating an article? But the judicious editor thinks twice of such things. Our editor was still in his wrath when he saw his prey come forth from the house with a card, no doubt his own card. He leaped forward in spite of the policeman, in spite of any Cerberus, and seized Phineas by the arm. "I want just to have a few words," he said. He made an effort to repress his wrath, knowing that the whole world would be against him should he exhibit any violence of indignation on that spot. But Phineas could see it all in the fire of his eye. "Certainly," said Phineas, retiring to the side of the lobby, with a conviction that the distance between him and the house was already sufficient. "Can't you come down into Westminster Hall?" "I should only have to come up again. You can say what you've got to say here." "I've got a great deal to say. I never was so badly treated in my life, never." He could not quite repress his voice, and he saw that a policeman looked at him. Phineas saw it also. "Because we have hindered you from publishing an untrue and very slanderous letter about a lady?" "You promised me that you'd come to me yesterday." "I think not. I think I said that you should hear from me, and you did." "You call that truth and honesty?" "Certainly I do. Of course it was my first duty to stop the publication of the letter." "You haven't done that yet." "I've done my best to stop it. If you have nothing more to say, I'll wish you good evening." "I've a deal more to say. You were shot at, weren't you?" "I have no desire to make any communication to you on anything that has occurred, Mr. Slide. If I stayed with you all the afternoon, I could tell you nothing more. Good evening." "I'll crush you," said Quintus Slide in a stage whisper. "I will, as sure as my name is Slide." Phineas looked at him and retired into the house, whither Quintus Slide could not follow him, and the editor of the People's Banner was left alone in his anger. How a cock can crow on his own dunghill! That was Mr. Slide's first feeling, as with a painful sense of diminished consequence he retraced his step through the outer lobbies and down into Westminster Hall. He had been browbeaten by Phineas Finn, simply because Phineas had been able to retreat within those happy doors. He knew that to the eyes of all the policemen and strangers assembled Phineas Finn had been a hero, a parliamentary hero, and he had been some poor outsider, to be ejected at once should he make himself disagreeable to the members. Nevertheless, had he not all the columns of the People's Banner in his pocket? Was he not great in the Fourth Estate, much greater than Phineas Finn in his estate? Could he not thunder every night, so that an audience to be counted by hundreds of thousands should hear his thunder? Whereas this poor member of Parliament must struggle night after night for an opportunity of speaking, and could then only speak to benches half deserted, or to a few members half asleep, unless the press should choose to convert his words into thunderbolts. Who could doubt for a moment with which lay the greater power? And yet this wretched Irishman, who had wriggled himself into Parliament on a petition, getting the better of a good, downright English John Bull by a quibble, had treated him with scorn, the wretched Irishman being for the moment like a cock on his own dunghill. Quintus Slide was not slow to tell himself that he also had an elevation of his own, from which he could make himself audible. In former days he had forgiven Phineas Finn more than once. If he ever forgave Phineas Finn again, might his right hand forget its cunning, and never again draw blood or tear a scalp. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The First Thunderbolt. It was not till after Mr. Slide had left him that Phineas wrote the following letter to Lady Laura. House of Commons, 1st March, 18. My dear friend, I have a long story to tell, which I fear I shall find difficult in the telling, but it is so necessary that you should know the facts that I must go through with it as best I may. It will give you very great pain, but the results as regards your own position will not, I think, be injurious to you. Yesterday, Sunday, a man came to me who edits a newspaper, and whom I once knew. You will remember when I used to tell you in Portman Square of the amenities and angers of Mr. Slide, the man who wanted to sit for Lufton. He is the editor. He brought me a long letter from Mr. Kennedy himself, intended for publication, and which was already printed, giving an elaborate, and I may say, a most cruelly untrue account of your quarrel. I read the letter, but of course cannot remember the words, nor if I could remember them, should I repeat them. They contained all the old charges with which you are familiar, and which your unfortunate husband now desired to publish in consummation of his threats. Why Mr. Slide should have brought me the paper before publishing it, I can hardly understand, but he did so, and told me that Mr. Kennedy was in town. We have managed among us to obtain a legal warrant for preventing the publication of the letter, and I think I may say that it will not see the light. When Mr. Slide left me, I called on Mr. Kennedy, whom I found in a miserable little hotel in Judd Street, kept by Scotch people named Macpherson. They had come from the neighbourhood of Loughlinter, and knew Mr. Kennedy well. This was yesterday afternoon, Sunday, and I found some difficulty in making my way into his presence. My object was to induce him to withdraw the letter, for at that time I doubted whether the law could interfere quickly enough to prevent the publication. I found your husband in a very sad condition. What he said or what I said I forget, but he was as usual intensely anxious that you should return to him. I need not hesitate now to say that he is certainly mad. After a while, when I expressed my assured opinion that you would not go back to Loughlinter, he suddenly turned round, grasped a revolver, and fired at my head. How I got out of the room I don't quite remember. Had he repeated the shot, which he might have done over and over again, he must have hit me. As it was, I escaped and blundered down the stairs to Mrs. Macpherson's room. They whom I have consulted in the matter, namely Barrington Erle and my particular friend Mr. Lowe, to whom I went for legal assistance in stopping the publication, seem to think that I should have at once sent for the police and given Mr. Kennedy in charge. But I did not do so, and hitherto the police have, I believe, no knowledge of what occurred. A paragraph appeared in one of the morning papers to-day, giving almost an accurate account of the matter, but mentioning neither the place nor any of the names. No doubt it will be repeated in all the papers, and the names will soon be known. But the result will be simply a general conviction as to the insanity of poor Mr. Kennedy, as to which they who know him have had for a long time but little doubt. The Macphersons seem to have been very anxious to screen their guest. At any other hotel, no doubt, the landlord would have sent for the police, but in this case the attempt was kept quite secret. They did send for George Kennedy, a cousin of your husband's, whom I think you know, and whom I saw this morning. He assures me that Robert Kennedy is quite aware of the wickedness of the attempt he made, and that he is plunged in deep remorse. He is to be taken down to Loughlinter to-morrow, and is, so says his cousin, as tractable as a child. What George Kennedy means to do, I cannot say, but for myself I did not send for the police at the moment, as I am told I ought to have done. I shall now do nothing. I don't know that a man is subject to punishment because he does not make complaint. I suppose I have a right to regard it all as an accident, if I please. But for you this must be very important. That Mr. Kennedy is insane there cannot now, I think, be a doubt, and therefore the question of your returning to him, as far as there has been any question, is absolutely settled. None of your friends would be justified in allowing you to return. He is undoubtedly mad, and has done an act which is not murderous only on that conclusion. This settles the question so perfectly that you could, no doubt, reside in England now without danger. Mr. Kennedy himself would feel that he could take no steps to enforce your return after what he did yesterday. Indeed, if you could bring yourself to face the publicity, you could, I imagine, obtain a legal separation which would give you again the control of your own fortune. I feel myself bound to mention this, but I give you no advice. You will no doubt explain all the circumstances to your father. I think I have now told you everything that I need to tell you. The thing only happened yesterday, and I have been all the morning busy getting the injunction and seeing Mr. George Kennedy. Just before I began this letter, that horrible editor was with me again, threatening me with all the penalties which an editor can inflict. To tell the truth, I do feel confused among them all, and still fancy that I hear the click of the pistol. That newspaper paragraph says that the ball went through my whiskers, which was certainly not the case, but a foot or two off is quite near enough for a pistol ball. The Duke of Omnium is dying, and I have heard to-day that Madame Goesler, our old friend, has been sent for to Matching. She and I renewed our acquaintance the other day at Harrington. God bless you. Your most sincere friend, Phineas Finn. Do not let my news oppress you. The firing of the pistol is a thing done and over without evil results. The state of Mr. Kennedy's mind is what we have long suspected, and melancholy though it be, should contain for you at any rate this consolation, that the accusations made against you would not have been made had his mind been unclouded, Twice while Finn was writing this letter was he rung into the house for a division, and once it was suggested to him to say a few words of angry opposition to the government on some not important subject under discussion. Since the beginning of the session, hardly a night had passed without some verbal sparring, and very frequently the limits of parliamentary decorum had been almost surpassed. Never within the memory of living politicians had political rancor been so sharp, and the feeling of injury so keen, both on the one side and on the other. The taunts thrown at the Conservatives, in reference to the Church, had been almost unendurable, and the more so because the strong expressions of feeling from their own party throughout the country were against them. Their own convictions also were against them, and there had for a while been almost a determination through the party to deny their leader and disclaim the bill. But a feeling of duty to the party had prevailed, and this had not been done. It had not been done, but the not doing of it was a sore burden on the half-broken shoulders of many a man who sat gloomily on the benches behind Mr. Daubeny. Men goaded as they were by their opponents, by their natural friends, and by their own consciences, could not bear it in silence, and very bitter things were said in return. Mr. Gresham was accused of a degrading lust for power. No other feeling could prompt him to oppose with a factious acrimony never before exhibited in that house. So said some wretched Conservative with broken back and broken heart, a measure which he himself could only be too willing to carry were he allowed the privilege of passing over to the other side of the house for the purpose. In these encounters Phineas Finn had already exhibited his prowess, and in spite of his declarations at Tankerville, had become prominent as an opponent to Mr. Daubeny's bill. He had, of course, himself been taunted and held up in the House to the execration of his own constituents, but he had enjoyed his fight, and had remembered how his friend Mr. Monk had once told him that the pleasure lay all on the side of opposition. But on this evening he declined to speak. "I suppose you have hardly recovered from Kennedy's pistol," said Mr. Rattler, who had, of course, heard the whole story. "That and the whole affair together have upset me," said Phineas. "Fitzgibbon will do it for you. He's in the house." And so it happened that on that occasion the Honourable Lawrence Fitzgibbon made a very effective speech against the government. On the next morning, from the columns of the People's Banner, was hurled the first of those thunderbolts with which it was the purpose of Mr. Slide absolutely to destroy the political and social life of Phineas Finn. He would not miss his aim, as Mr. Kennedy had done. He would strike such blows that no constituency should ever venture to return Mr. Finn again to Parliament, and he thought that he could also so strike his blows that no mighty nobleman, no distinguished commoner, no lady of rank, should again care to entertain the miscreant and feed him with the dainties of fashion. The first thunderbolt was as follows: "We abstained yesterday from alluding to a circumstance which occurred at a small hotel in Judd Street on Sunday afternoon, and which, as we observe, was mentioned by one of our contemporaries. The names, however, were not given, although the persons implicated were indicated. We can see no reason why the names should be concealed. Indeed, as both the gentlemen concerned have been guilty of very great criminality, we think that we are bound to tell the whole story, and this the more especially as certain circumstances have in a very peculiar manner placed us in possession of the facts. It is no secret that for the last 2 years Lady Laura Kennedy has been separated from her husband, the Honourable Robert Kennedy, who in the last administration, under Mr. Mildmay, held the office of Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, and we believe as little a secret that Mr. Kennedy has been very persistent in endeavouring to recall his wife to her home. With equal persistence, she has refused to obey, and we have in our hands the clearest possible evidence that Mr. Kennedy has attributed her obstinate refusal to influence exercised over her by Mr. Phineas Finn, who 3 years since was her father's nominee for the then existing borough of Loughton, and who lately succeeded in ousting poor Mr. Browborough from his seat for Tankerville by his impetuous promises to support that very measure of church reform which he is now opposing with that venom which makes him valuable to his party. Whether Mr. Phineas Finn will ever sit in another Parliament we cannot of course say, but we think we can at least assure him that he will never again sit for Tankerville. On last Sunday afternoon, Mr. Finn, knowing well the feeling with which he is regarded by Mr. Kennedy, outraged all decency by calling upon that gentleman, whose address he obtained from our office. What took place between them no one knows, and probably no one ever will know. But the interview was ended by Mr. Kennedy firing a pistol at Mr. Finn's head. That he should have done so without the grossest provocation no one will believe. That Mr. Finn had gone to the husband to interfere with him respecting his wife is an undoubted fact, a fact which, if necessary, we are in a position to prove. That such interference must have been most heart-rending everyone will admit. This intruder, who had thrust himself upon the unfortunate husband on the Sabbath afternoon, was the very man whom the husband accuses of having robbed him of the company and comfort of his wife. But we cannot, on that account, absolve Mr. Kennedy of the criminality of his act. It should be for a jury to decide what view should be taken of that act, and to say how far the outrageous provocation offered should be allowed to palliate the offence. But hitherto the matter has not reached the police. Mr. Finn was not struck, and managed to escape from the room. It was his manifest duty as one of the community, and more especially so as a member of Parliament, to have reported all the circumstances at once to the police. This was not done by him, nor by the persons who keep the hotel. That Mr. Finn should have reasons of his own for keeping the whole affair secret, and for screening the attempt at murder, is clear enough. What inducements have been used with the people of the house we cannot of course say, but we understand that Mr. Kennedy has been allowed to leave London without molestation. Such is the true story of what occurred on Sunday afternoon in Judd Street, and knowing what we do, we think ourselves justified in calling upon Major Mackintosh to take the case into his own hands. Now, Major Mackintosh was at this time the head of the London Constabulary. It is quite out of the question that such a transaction should take place in the heart of London at 3 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon, and be allowed to pass without notice. We intend to keep as little of what we know from the public as possible, and do not hesitate to acknowledge that we are debarred by an injunction of the Vice-Chancellor from publishing a certain document which would throw the clearest light upon the whole circumstance. As soon as possible after the shot was fired, Mr. Finn went to work, and, as we think, by misrepresentations, obtained the injunction early on yesterday morning. We feel sure that it would not have been granted had the transaction in Judd Street been at the time known to the Vice-Chancellor in all its enormity. Our hands are, of course, tied. The document in question is still with us, but it is sacred. When called upon to show it by any proper authority, we shall be ready. But knowing what we do know, we should not be justified in allowing the matter to sleep. In the meantime, we call upon those whose duty it is to preserve the public peace to take the steps necessary for bringing the delinquents to justice. The effect upon Mr. Finn, we should say, must be his immediate withdrawal from public life. For the last year or two He has held some subordinate but permanent place in Ireland, which he has given up on the rumour that the party to which he has attached himself is likely to return to office. That he is a seeker after office is notorious. That any possible government should now employ him even as a tide-waiter is quite out of the question, and it is equally out of the question that he should be again returned to Parliament, were he to resign his seat on accepting office. As it is, we believe notorious that this gentleman cannot maintain the position which he holds without being paid for his services. It is reasonable to suppose that his friends will recommend him to retire and seek his living in some obscure and, let us hope, honest profession. Mr. Slide, when his thunderbolt was prepared, read it over with delight, but still with some fear as to probable results. It was expedient that he should avoid a prosecution for libel, and essential that he should not offend the majesty of the Vice-Chancellor's injunction. Was he sure that he was safe in each direction? As to the libel, he could not tell himself that he was certainly safe. He was saying very hard things, both of Lady Laura and of Phineas Finn, and sailing very near the wind. But neither of those persons would probably be willing to prosecute, and should he be prosecuted, he would then, at any rate, be able to give in Mr. Kennedy's letter as evidence in his own defence. He really did believe that what he was doing was all done in the cause of morality. It was the business of such a paper as that which he conducted to run some risk in defending morals and exposing distinguished culprits on behalf of the public. And then, without some such risk, how could Phineas Finn be adequately punished for the atrocious treachery of which he had been guilty? As to the Chancellor's order, Mr. Slide thought that he had managed that matter very completely. No doubt he had acted in direct opposition to the spirit of the injunction, but legal orders are read by the letter and not by the spirit. It was open to him to publish anything he pleased respecting Mr. Kennedy and his wife, subject, of course, to the general laws of the land in regard to libel. The Vice-Chancellor's special order to him referred simply to a particular document, and from that document he had not quoted a word, though he had contrived to repeat all the bitter things which it contained, with much added venom of his own. He felt secure of being safe from any active anger on the part of the Vice-Chancellor. The article was printed and published. The reader will perceive that it was full of lies. It began with a lie in that statement that we abstained yesterday from alluding to circumstances which had been unknown to the writer when his yesterday's paper was published. The indignant reference to poor Finn's want of delicacy in forcing himself upon Mr. Kennedy on the Sabbath afternoon was, of course, a tissue of lies. The visit had been made almost at the instigation of the editor himself. The paper from beginning to end was full of falsehood and malice, and had been written with the express intention of creating prejudice against the man who had offended the writer. But Mr. Slide did not know that he was lying, and did not know that he was malicious. The weapon which he used was one to which his hand was accustomed, and he had been led by practice to believe that the use of such weapons by one in his position was not only fair, but also beneficial to the public. Had anybody suggested to him that he was stabbing his enemy in the dark, he would have averred that he was doing nothing of the kind, because the anonymous accusation of sinners in high rank was, on behalf of the public, the special duty of writers and editors attached to the public press. Mr. Slide's blood was running high with virtuous indignation against our hero as he inserted those last cruel words as to the choice of an obscure but honest profession. Phineas Finn read the article before he sat down to breakfast on the following morning, and the dagger went right into his bosom. Every word told upon him. With a jaunty laugh within his own sleeve, he had assured himself that he was safe against any wound which could be inflicted on him from the columns of the People's Banner. He had been sure that he would be attacked, and thought that he was armed to bear it. But the thin blade penetrated every joint of his harness, and every particle of the poison curdled in his blood. He was hurt about Lady Laura. He was hurt about his borough of Tankerville. He was hurt by the charges against him of having outraged delicacy. He was hurt by being handed over to the tender mercies of Major Mackintosh. He was hurt by the craft with which the Vice-Chancellor's injunction had been evaded. But he was especially hurt by the allusions to his own poverty. It was necessary that he should earn his bread, and no doubt he was a seeker after place. But he did not wish to obtain wages without working for them, and he did not see why the work and wages of a public office should be less honorable than those of any other profession. To him, with his ideas, there was no profession so honorable, as certainly there were none which demanded greater sacrifices or were more precarious, and he did believe that such an article as that would have the effect of shutting against him the gates of that dangerous paradise which he desired to enter. He had no great claim upon his party, and in giving away the good things of office, the giver is only too prone to recognize any objections against an individual which may seem to relieve him from the necessity of bestowing aught in that direction. Phineas felt that he would almost be ashamed to show his face at the clubs or in the House. He must do so as a matter of course, but he knew that he could not do so without confessing by his visage that he had been deeply wounded by the attack in the People's Banner. He went in the first instance to Mr. Lowe, and was almost surprised that Mr. Lowe should not have yet even heard that such an attack had been made. He had almost felt, as he walked to Lincoln's Inn, that everybody had looked at him, and that passers-by in the street had declared to each other that he was the unfortunate one who had been doomed by the editor of the People's Banner to seek some obscure way of earning his bread. Mr. Lowe took the paper, read or probably only half read the article, and then threw the sheet aside as worthless. What ought I to do? Nothing at all. One's first desire would be to beat him to a jelly. Of all courses that would be the worst, and would most certainly conduce to his triumph. Just so. I only allude to the pleasure one would have, but which one has to deny oneself. I don't know whether he has laid himself open for libel. I should think not. I have only just glanced at it, and therefore can't give an opinion, but I should think you would not dream of such a thing. Your object is to screen Lady Laura's name. I have to think of that first. It may be necessary that steps should be taken to defend her character. If an accusation be made with such publicity as to enforce belief, if not denied, the denial must be made, and may probably be best made by an action for libel. But that must be done by her or her friends, but certainly not by you. He has laughed at the Vice-Chancellor's injunction. I don't think that you can interfere. If, as you believe, Mr. Kennedy be insane, that fact will probably soon be proved, and will have the effect of clearing Lady Laura's character. A wife may be excused for leaving a mad husband. And you think I should do nothing. I don't see what you can do. You have encountered a chimney sweeper, and of course you get some of the soot. What you do and what you do not do must depend at any rate on the wishes of Lady Laura Kennedy and her father. It is a matter in which you must make yourself subordinate to them. Fuming and fretting, and yet recognizing the truth of Mr. Lowe's words, Phineas left the chambers and went down to his club. It was a Wednesday, and the House was to sit in the morning. But before he went to the House, he put himself in the way of certain of his associates, in order that he might hear what would be said, and learn, if possible, what was thought. Nobody seemed to treat the accusations in the newspaper as very serious, though all around him congratulated him on his escape from Mr. Kennedy's pistol. "I suppose the poor man really is mad," said Lord Cantrip, whom he met on the steps of one of the clubs. "No doubt. I should say, I can't understand why you didn't go to the police." "I had hoped the thing would not become public," said Phineas. "Everything becomes public, everything of that kind. It is very hard upon poor Lady Laura. That is the worst of it, Lord Cantrip. If I were her father, I should bring her to England, and demand a separation in a regular and legal way. That is what he should do now in her behalf. He should then have an opportunity of clearing her character from imputations which, to a certain extent, will affect it, even though they come from a madman, and from the very scum of the press." "You have read that article?" "Yes, I saw it but a minute ago." "I need not tell you that there is not the faintest ground in the world for the imputation made against Lady Laura there." "I am sure that there is none, and therefore it is that I tell you my opinion so plainly. I think that Lord Brentford should be advised to bring Lady Laura to England, and to put down the charges openly in court. It might be done either by an application to the divorce court for a separation, or by an action against the newspaper for libel. I do not know Lord Brentford quite well enough to intrude upon him with a letter, but I have no objection whatever to having my name mentioned to him. He and I and you and poor Mr. Kennedy sat together in the same government, and I think that Lord Brentford would trust my friendship so far." Phineas thanked him, and assured him that what he said should be conveyed to Lord Brentford. Chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Spooner Correspondence. It will be remembered that Adelaide Palliser had accepted the hand of Mr. Maule, Jr., and that she and Lady Chiltern between them had dispatched him up to London on an embassy to his father, in which he failed very signally. It had been originally Lady Chiltern's idea that the proper home for the young couple would be the ancestral hall, which must be theirs some day, and in which, with exceeding prudence, they might be able to live as Maules of Maule Abbey upon the very limited income which would belong to them. How slight were the grounds for imputing such stern prudence to Gerard Maule, both the ladies felt, but it had become essential to do something. The young people were engaged to each other, and a manner of life must be suggested, discussed, and as far as possible arranged. Lady Chiltern was useful at such work, having a practical turn of mind, and understanding well the condition of life for which it was necessary that her friend should prepare herself. The lover was not vicious. He neither drank, nor gambled, nor ran himself hopelessly in debt. He was good-humoured and tractable and docile enough when nothing disagreeable was asked from him. He would have, he said, no objection to live at Maule Abbey if Adelaide liked it. He didn't believe much in farming, but would consent at Adelaide's request to be the owner of bullocks. He was quite ready to give up hunting, having already taught himself to think that the very few good runs in a season were hardly worth the trouble of getting up before daylight all the winter. He went forth, therefore, on his embassy, and we know how he failed. Another lover would have communicated the disastrous tidings at once to the lady, but Gerard Maule waited a week before he did so, and then told his story in half a dozen words. The governor cut up rough about Maule Abbey, and will not hear of it. He generally does cut up rough. But he must be made to hear of it, said Lady Chiltern. 2 days afterwards the news reached Harrington of the death of the Duke of Omnium. A letter of an official nature reached Adelaide from Mr. Fothergill, in which the writer explained that he had been desired by Mr. Palliser to communicate to her and the relatives the sad tidings. "So the poor old man has gone at last," said Lady Chiltern, with that affectation of funereal gravity which is common to all of us. "Poor old Duke," said Adelaide. "I have been hearing of him as a sort of bugbear all my life. I don't think I ever saw him but once, and then he gave me a kiss and a pair of earrings. He never paid any attention to us at all, but we were taught to think that Providence had been very good to us in making the Duke our uncle. He was very rich?" "Horribly rich, I have always heard." "Won't he leave you something? It would be very nice, now that you are engaged, to find that he has given you £5,000. "Very nice indeed, but there is not a chance of it. It has always been known that everything is to go to the heir. Papa had his fortune and spent it. He and his brother were never friends, and though the Duke did once give me a kiss, I imagine that he forgot my existence immediately afterwards." "So the Duke of Omnium is dead," said Lord Chiltern, when he came home that evening. "Adelaide has had a letter to tell her so this afternoon." "Mr. Fothergill wrote to me," said Adelaide, "the man who is so wicked about the foxes. I don't care a straw about Mr. Fothergill, and now my mouth is closed against your uncle, but it's quite frightful to think that a Duke of Omnium must die like anybody else." "The Duke is dead. Long live the Duke," said Lady Chiltern. "I wonder how Mr. Palliser will like it." "Men always do like it, I suppose," said Adelaide. "Women do," said Lord Chiltern. "Lady Glencora will be delighted to reign, though I can hardly fancy her by any other name. By the by, Adelaide, I have got a letter for you." "A letter for me, Lord Chiltern?" "Well, yes. I suppose I had better give it you. It is not addressed to you, but you must answer it." "What on earth is it?" "I think I can guess," said Lady Chiltern, laughing. She had guessed rightly, but Adelaide Palliser was still altogether in the dark when Lord Chiltern took a letter from his pocket and handed it to her. As he did so, he left the room, and his wife followed him. "I shall be upstairs, Adelaide, if you want advice," said Lady Chiltern. The letter was from Mr. Spooner. He had left Harrington Hall after the uncourteous reception which had been accorded to him by Miss Palliser in deep disgust, resolving that he would never again speak to her, and almost resolving that Spooner Hall should never have a mistress in his time. But with his wine after dinner his courage came back to him, and he began to reflect once more that it is not the habit of young ladies to accept their lovers at the first offer. There was living with Mr. Spooner at this time a very attached friend, whom he usually consulted in all emergencies, and to whom on this occasion he opened his heart. Mr. Edward Spooner, commonly called Ned by all who knew him, and not unfrequently so addressed by those who did not, was a distant cousin of the squire's, who unfortunately had no particular income of his own. for the last 10 years he had lived at Spoon Hall, and had certainly earned his bread. The squire had achieved a certain credit for success as a country gentleman. Nothing about his place was out of order. His own farming, which was extensive, succeeded. His bullocks and sheep won prizes. His horses were always useful and healthy. His tenants were solvent, if not satisfied, and he himself did not owe a shilling. Now many people in the neighborhood attributed all this to the judicious care of Mr. Edward Spooner, whose eye was never off the place, and whose discretion was equal to his zeal. In giving the squire his due, one must acknowledge that he recognized the merits of his cousin, and trusted him in everything. That night, as soon as the customary bottle of claret had succeeded the absolutely normal bottle of port after dinner, Mr. Spooner of Spoon Hall opened his heart to his cousin. "I shall have to walk, then," said Ned. "Not if I know it," said the squire. "You don't suppose I'm going to let any woman have the command of Spoon Hall? They do command inside, you know. No woman shall ever turn you out of this house, Ned." "I'm not thinking of myself, Tom," said the cousin. "Of course you'll marry some day, and of course I must take my chance. I don't see why it shouldn't be Miss Palliser as well as another." The jade almost made me angry. I suppose that's the way with most of 'em. Ludit exultum metuaque tangi. For Ned Spooner had himself preserved some few tattered shreds of learning from his school days. "You don't remember about the filly?" "Yes, I do, very well," said the squire. "Nuptiarum expers. That's what it is, I suppose. Try it again." The advice on the part of the cousin was genuine and unselfish. That Mr. Spooner of Spoon Hall should be rejected by a young lady without any fortune seemed to him to be impossible. At any rate, it is the duty of a man in such circumstances to persevere. As far as Ned knew the world, ladies always required to be asked a second or a third time, and then no harm can come from such perseverance. She can't break your bones, Tom. There was much honesty displayed on this occasion. The squire, when he was thus instigated to persevere, did his best to describe the manner in which he had been rejected. His powers of description were not very great, but he did not conceal anything wilfully. "She was as hard as nails, you know. I don't know that that means much. Horace's filly kicked a few, no doubt. She told me that if I'd go one way, she'd go the other. They always say about the hardest things that come to their tongues. They don't curse and swear as we do, or there'd be no bearing them. If you really like her. She's such a well-built creature. There's a look of blood about her I don't see in any of 'em. That sort of breeding is what one wants to get through the mud with." Then it was that the cousin recommended a letter to Lord Chiltern. Lord Chiltern was at the present moment to be regarded as the lady's guardian, and was the lover's intimate friend. A direct proposal had already been made to the young lady, and this should now be repeated to the gentleman who for the time stood in the position of her father. The squire for a while hesitated, declaring that he was averse to make his secret known to Lord Chiltern. "One doesn't want every fellow in the country to know it," he said. But in answer to this the cousin was very explicit. There could be but little doubt that Lord Chiltern knew the secret already, and he would certainly be rather induced to keep it as a secret than to divulge it if it were communicated to him officially. And what other step could the squire take? It would not be likely that he should be asked again to Harrington Hall with the express view of repeating his offer. The cousin was quite of opinion that a written proposition should be made, and on that very night the cousin himself wrote out a letter for the squire to copy in the morning. On the morning the squire copied the letter, not without additions of his own, as to which he had very many words with his discreet cousin, and in a formal manner handed it to Lord Chiltern towards the afternoon of that day, having devoted his whole morning to the finding of a proper opportunity for doing so. Lord Chiltern had read the letter, and had, as we see, delivered it to Adelaide Palliser. "That's another proposal from Mr. Spooner," Lady Chiltern said, as soon as they were alone. "Exactly that. I knew he'd go on with it. Men are such fools." "I don't see that he's a fool at all," said Lord Chiltern, almost in anger. "Why shouldn't he ask a girl to be his wife? He's a rich man, and she hasn't got a farthing." "You might say the same of a butcher, Oswald." "Mr. Spooner is a gentleman." "You do not mean to say that he's fit to marry such a girl as Adelaide Palliser?" "I don't know what makes fitness. He's got a red nose, and if she don't like a red nose, that's unfitness. Gerard Maule's nose isn't red, and I dare say, therefore, he's fitter. Only, unfortunately, he has no money. Adelaide Palliser would no more think of marrying Mr. Spooner than you would have thought of marrying the cook. If I had liked the cook, I should have asked her, and I don't see why Mr. Spooner shouldn't ask Miss Palliser. She needn't take him." In the meantime, Miss Palliser was reading the following letter. Spoon Hall, 11th March, 18. My dear Lord Chiltern, I venture to suppose that at present you are acting as the guardian of Miss Palliser, who has been staying at your house all the winter. If I am wrong in this, I hope you will pardon me and consent to act in that capacity for this occasion. I entertain feelings of the greatest admiration and warmest affection for the young lady I have named, which I ventured to express when I had the pleasure of staying at Harrington Hall in the early part of last month. I cannot boast that I was received on that occasion with much favour, but I know that I am not very good at talking, and we are told in all the books that no man has a right to expect to be taken at the first time of asking. Perhaps Miss Palliser will allow me, through you, to request her to consider my proposal with more deliberation than was allowed to me before, when I spoke to her perhaps with injudicious hurry. So far the squire adopted his cousin's words without alteration. I am the owner of my own property, which is more than everybody can say. My income is nearly £4,000 a year. I shall be willing to make any proper settlement that may be recommended by the lawyers, though I am strongly of opinion that an estate shouldn't be crippled for the sake of the widow. As to refurnishing the old house and all that, I'll do anything that Miss Palliser may please. She knows my taste about hunting, and I know hers, so that there need not be any difference of opinion on that score. Miss Palliser can't suspect me of any interested motives. I come forward because I think she is the most charming girl I ever saw, and because I love her with all my heart. I haven't got very much to say for myself, but if she'll consent to be the mistress of Spoon Hall, she shall have all that the heart of a woman can desire. Pray believe me, my dear Lord Chiltern, yours very sincerely, Thomas Platter Spooner. As I believe that Miss Palliser is fond of books, it may be well to tell her that there is an uncommon good library at Spoon Hall. I shall have no objection to go abroad for the honeymoon for 3 or 4 months in the summer. The postscript was the squire's own, and was inserted in opposition to the cousin's judgment. She won't come for the sake of the books, said the cousin, but the squire thought that the attractions should be piled up. I wouldn't talk of the honeymoon till I'd got her to come round a little, said the cousin. The squire thought that the cousin was falsely delicate, and pleaded that all girls like to be taken abroad when they're married. The second half of the body of the letter was very much disfigured by the squire's petulance, so that the modesty with which he commenced was almost put to the blush by a touch of arrogance in the conclusion. That sentence in which the squire declared that an estate ought not to be crippled for the sake of the widow was very much questioned by the cousin. Such a word as widow never ought to go into such a letter as this. But the squire protested that he would not be mealy-mouthed. She can bear to think of it, I'll go bail, and why shouldn't she hear about what she can think about? Don't talk about furniture yet, Tom, the cousin said. But the squire was obstinate, and the cousin became hopeless. That word about loving her with all his heart was the cousin's own, but what followed, as to her being mistress of Spoon Hall, was altogether opposed to his judgment. She'll be proud enough of Spoon Hall if she comes here, said the squire. I'd let her come first, said the cousin. We all know that the phraseology of the letter was of no importance whatever. When it was received, the lady was engaged to another man, and she regarded Mr. Spooner of Spoon Hall as being guilty of unpardonable impudence in approaching her at all. A red-faced, vulgar old man, who looks as if he did nothing but drink, she said to Lady Chiltern. He does you no harm, my dear. But he does do harm. He makes things very uncomfortable. He has no business to think it possible. People will suppose that I gave him encouragement. I used to have lovers coming to me year after year, the same people, whom I don't think I ever encouraged, but I never felt angry with them. But you didn't have Mr. Spooner. Mr. Spooner didn't know me in those days, or there is no saying what might have happened. Then Lady Chiltern argued the matter on views directly opposite to those which she had put forward when discussing the matter with her husband. I always think that any man who is privileged to sit down to table with you is privileged to ask. There are disparities, of course, which may make the privilege questionable, disparities of age, rank, and means. And of tastes, said Adelaide. I don't know about that. A poet doesn't want to marry a poetess, nor a philosopher a philosopheress. A man may make himself a fool by putting himself in the way of certain refusal, but I take it the broad rule is that a man may fall in love with any lady who habitually sits in his company. I don't agree with you at all. What would be said if the curate at Long Royston were to propose to one of the Fitzhoward girls? The Duchess would probably ask the Duke to make the young man a bishop out of hand, and the Duke would have to spend a morning in explaining to her the changes which have come over the making of bishops since she was young. There is no other rule that you can lay down, and I think that girls should understand that they have to fight their battles subject to that law. It's very easy to say no, but a man won't take no. And it's lucky for us sometimes that they don't, said Lady Chiltern, remembering certain passages in her early life. The answer was written that night by Lord Chiltern after much consultation. As to the nature of the answer, that it should be a positive refusal, of course there could be no doubt. But there arose a question whether a reason should be given, or whether the refusal should be simply a refusal. At last it was decided that a reason should be given, and the letter ran as follows. My dear Mr. Spooner, I am commissioned to inform you that Miss Palliser is engaged to be married to Mr. Gerard Maule. Yours faithfully, Chiltern. The young lady had consented to be thus explicit because it had been already determined that no secret should be kept as to her future prospects. He is one of those poverty-stricken, wheedling fellows that one meets about the world every day," said the squire to his cousin. "A fellow that rides horses that he can't pay for, and owes some poor devil of a tailor for the breeches that he sits in. They eat and drink and get along heaven only knows how, but they're sure to come to smash at last. Girls are such fools nowadays." "I don't think there has ever been much difference in that," said the cousin. "Because a man greases his whiskers, and colors his hair, and paints his eyebrows, and wears kid gloves, by George, they'll go through fire and water after him. He'll never marry her. So much the better for her. But I hate such damned impudence. What right has a man to come forward in that way who hasn't got a house over his head, or the means of getting one? Old Moll is so hard up that he can barely get a dinner at his club in London. What I wonder at is that Lady Chiltern shouldn't know better." End of chapter 29. Chapter 30 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Regrets. Madame Goesler remained at Matching till after the return of Mr. Palliser, or as we must now call him, the Duke of Omnium, from Gatherum Castle, and was therefore able to fight her own battle with him respecting the gems and the money which had been left her. He brought to her with his own hands the single ring which she had requested, and placed it on her finger. "The goldsmith will soon make that all right," she said, when it was found to be much too large for the largest finger on which she could wear a ring. "A bit shall be taken out, but I will not have it reset." "You got the lawyer's letter and the inventory, Madame Goesler?" "Yes, indeed. What surprises me is that the dear old man should never have spoken of so magnificent a collection of gems. Orders have been given that they shall be packed." "They may be packed or unpacked, of course, as your grace pleases, but pray do not connect me with the packing." "You must be connected with it." "But I do not wish to be connected with it, Duke. I have written to the lawyer to renounce the legacy, and if your grace persists, I must employ a lawyer of my own to renounce them after some legal form. Pray do not let the case be sent to me, or there will be so much trouble, and we shall have another great jewel robbery. I won't take it in, and I won't have the money, and I will have my own way. Lady Glen will tell you that I can be very obstinate when I please." Lady Glencora had told him so already. She had been quite sure that her friend would persist in her determination as to the legacy, and had thought that her husband should simply accept Madame Goesler's assurances to that effect. But a man who had been Chancellor of the Exchequer could not deal with money, or even with jewels, so lightly. He assured his wife that such an arrangement was quite out of the question. He remarked that property was property, by which he meant to intimate that the real owner of substantial wealth could not be allowed to disembarrass himself of his responsibilities, or strip himself of his privileges by a few generous but idle words. The late Duke's will was a very serious thing, and it seemed to the heir that this abandoning of a legacy bequeathed by the Duke was a making light of the Duke's last act and deed. To refuse money in such circumstances was almost like refusing rain from heaven, or warmth from the sun. It could not be done. The things were her property, and though she might, of course, chuck them into the street, they would be no less hers. "But I won't have them, Duke," said Madame Goesler. And the late Chancellor of the Exchequer found that no proposition made by him in the house had ever been received with a firmer opposition. His wife told him that nothing he could say would be of any avail, and rather ridiculed his idea of the solemnity of wills. You can't make a person take a thing because you write it down on a thick bit of paper, any more than if you gave it her across a table. I understand it all, of course. She means to show that she didn't want anything from the Duke. As she refused the name and title, she won't have the money and jewels. You can't make her take them, and I'm quite sure you can't talk her over. The young Duke was not persuaded, but had to give the battle up, at any rate for the present. On the 19th of March, Madame Goesler returned to London, having been at Matching Priory for more than 3 weeks. On her journey back to Park Lane, many thoughts crowded on her mind. Had she, upon the whole, done well in reference to the Duke of Omnium? The last 3 years of her life had been sacrificed to an old man with whom she had not in truth possessed aught in common. She had persuaded herself that there existed a warm friendship between them, but of what nature could have been a friendship with one whom she had not known till he had been in his dotage? What words of the Duke's speaking had she ever heard with pleasure, except certain terms of affection which had been half mawkish and half senile? She had told Phineas Finn, while riding home with him from Brufton Spinnies, that she had clung to the Duke because she loved him. But what had there been to produce such love? The Duke had begun his acquaintance with her by insulting her, and had then offered to make her his wife. This, which would have conferred upon her some tangible advantages, such as rank and wealth and a great name, she had refused, thinking that the price to be paid for them was too high, and that life might even yet have something better in store for her. After that she had permitted herself to become, after a fashion, head nurse to the old man, and in that pursuit had wasted 3 years of what remained to her of her youth. People, at any rate, should not say of her that she had accepted payment for the 3 years' service by taking a casket of jewels. She would take nothing that should justify any man in saying that she had been enriched by her acquaintance with the Duke of Omnium. It might be that she had been foolish, but she would be more foolish still were she to accept a reward for her folly. As it was, there had been something of romance in it, though the romance of friendship at the bedside of a sick and selfish old man had hardly been satisfactory. Even in her close connection with the present Duchess there was something which was almost hollow. Had there not been a compact between them, never expressed, but not the less understood? Had not her dear friend, Lady Glen, agreed to bestow upon her support, fashion, and all kinds of worldly good things, on condition that she never married the old Duke? She had liked Lady Glencora, had enjoyed her friend's society, and been happy in her friend's company, but she had always felt that Lady Glencora's attraction to herself had been simply on the score of the Duke. It was necessary that the Duke should be pampered and kept in good humour. An old man, let him be ever so old, can do what he likes with himself and his belongings. To keep the Duke out of harm's way, Lady Glencora had opened her arms to Madame Goesler. Such, at least, was the interpretation which Madame Goesler chose to give to the history of the last 3 years. They had not, she thought, quite understood her. When once she had made up her mind not to marry the Duke had been safe from her, as his jewels and money should be safe now that he was dead. 3 years had passed by, and nothing had been done of that which she had intended to do. 3 years had passed, which to her, with her desires, were so important, and yet she hardly knew what were her desires, and had never quite defined her intentions. She told herself on this very journey that the time had now gone by, and that in losing these 3 years she had lost everything. And yet, so she declared to herself now, the world had done but little for her. 2 old men had loved her, one had become her husband, and the other had asked to become so, and to both she had done her duty. To both she had been grateful, tender, and self-sacrificing. From the former she had, as his widow, taken wealth, which she valued greatly, but the wealth alone had given her no happiness. From the latter, and from his family, she had accepted a certain position. Some persons, high in repute and fashion, had known her before, but everybody knew her now. And what had all this done for her? Dukes and duchesses, dinner parties and drawing-rooms, what did they all amount to? What was it that she wanted? She was ashamed to tell herself that it was love, but she knew this, that it was necessary for her happiness that she should devote herself to someone. All the elegancies and outward charms of life were delightful, if only they could be used as the means to some end. As an end themselves they were nothing. She had devoted herself to this old man who was now dead, and there had been moments in which she had thought that sufficed. But it had not sufficed, and instead of being borne down by grief at the loss of her friend, she found herself almost rejoicing at relief from a vexatious burden. Had she been a hypocrite then? Was it her nature to be false? After that she reflected whether it might not be best for her to become a devotee. It did not matter much in what branch of the Christian religion, so that she could assume some form of faith. The sour strictness of the confident Calvinist or the asceticism of St. Francis might suit her equally, if she could only believe in Calvin or in St. Francis. She had tried to believe in the Duke of Omnium, but there she had failed. There had been a saint at whose shrine she thought she could have worshipped with a constant and happy devotion, but that saint had repulsed her from his altar. Mr. Maule, senior, not understanding much of all this, but still understanding something, thought that he might perhaps be the saint. He knew well that audacity in asking is a great merit in a middle-aged wooer. He was a good deal older than the lady, who, in spite of all her experiences, was hardly yet 30. But then he was, he felt sure, very young for his age, whereas she was old. She was a widow. He was a widower. She had a house in town and an income. He had a place in the country and an estate. She knew all the dukes and duchesses, and he was a man of family. She could make him comfortably opulent. He could make her Mrs. Maule of Maule Abbey. She, no doubt, was good-looking. Mr. Maule, senior, as he tied on his cravat, thought that even in that respect there was no great disparity between them. Considering his own age, Mr. Maule, senior, thought that there was not perhaps a better-looking man than himself about Pall Mall. He was a little stiff in the joints and moved rather slowly, but what was wanting in suppleness was certainly made up in dignity. He watched his opportunity and called in Park Lane on the day after Madame Goesler's return. There was already between them an amount of acquaintance which justified his calling, and perhaps there had been on the lady's part something of that cordiality of manner which is wont to lead to intimate friendship. Mr. Maule had made himself agreeable, and Madame Goesler had seemed to be grateful. He was admitted, and on such an occasion it was impossible not to begin the conversation about the dear Duke. Mr. Maule could afford to talk about the Duke, and to lay aside for a short time his own cause, as he had not suggested to himself the possibility of becoming pressingly tender on his own behalf on this particular occasion. Audacity in wooing is a great virtue, but a man must measure even his virtues. I heard that you had gone to Matching as soon as the poor Duke was taken ill, he said. She was in mourning, and had never for a moment thought of denying the peculiarity of the position she had held in reference to the old man. She could not have been content to wear her ordinary coloured garments after sitting so long by the side of the dying man. A hired nurse may do so, but she had not been that. If there had been hypocrisy in her friendship, the hypocrisy must be maintained to the end. Poor old man! I only came back yesterday. I never had the pleasure of knowing his Grace, said Mr. Maule, but I have always heard him named as a nobleman of whom England might well be proud. Madame Goesler was not at the moment inclined to tell lies on the matter, and did not think that England had much cause to be proud of the Duke of Omnium. He was a man who held a very peculiar position, she said. Most peculiar. A man of infinite wealth, and of that special dignity which I am sorry to say so many men of rank among us are throwing aside as a garment which is too much for them. We can all wear coats, but it is not every one that can carry a robe. The Duke carried his to the last. Madame Goesler remembered how he looked with his nightcap on, when he had lost his temper because they would not let him have a glass of curacoa. I don't know that we have any one left that can be said to be his equal, continued Mr. Maule. No one like him, perhaps. He was never married, you know. But was once willing to marry, said Mr. Maule, if all that we hear be true. Madame Goesler, without a smile, and equally without a frown, looked as though the meaning of Mr. Maule's words had escaped her. A grand old gentleman. I don't know that anybody will ever say as much for his heir. The men are very different. Very different indeed. I dare say that Mr. Palliser, as Mr. Palliser, has been a useful man, but so is a coal-heaver a useful man. The grace and beauty of life will be clean gone when we all become useful men. I don't think we are near that yet. Upon my word, Madame Goesler, I am not so sure about it. Here are sons of noblemen going into trade on every side of us. We have earls dealing in butter, and marquises sending their peaches to market. There was nothing of that kind about the Duke. A great fortune had been entrusted to him, and he knew that it was his duty to spend it. He did spend it, and all the world looked up to him. It must have been a great pleasure to you to know him so well. Madame Goesler was saved the necessity of making any answer to this by the announcement of another visitor. The door was opened, and Phineas Finn entered the room. He had not seen Madame Goesler since they had been together at Harrington Hall, and had never before met Mr. Maule. When riding home with the lady after their unsuccessful attempt to jump out of the wood, Phineas had promised to call in Park Lane whenever he should learn that Madame Goesler was not at Matching. Since that the Duke had died, and the bond with Matching no longer existed. It seemed but the other day that they were talking about the Duke together, and now the Duke was gone. I see you are in mourning, said Phineas, as he still held her hand. I must say one word to condole with you for your lost friend. Mr. Maule and I were now speaking of him, she said, as she introduced the two gentlemen. Mr. Finn and I had the pleasure of meeting your son at Harrington Hall a few weeks since, Mr. Maule. I heard that he had been there. Did you know the Duke, Mr. Finn? After the fashion in which such a one as I would know such a one as the Duke, I knew him. He probably had forgotten my existence." "He never forgot anyone," said Madame Goesler. "I don't know that I was ever introduced to him," continued Mr. Maule, "and I shall always regret it. I was telling Madame Goesler how profound a reverence I had for the Duke's character." Phineas bowed, and Madame Goesler, who was becoming tired of the Duke as a subject of conversation, asked some question as to what had been going on in the house. Mr. Maule, finding it to be improbable that he should be able to advance his cause on that occasion, took his leave. The moment he was gone, Madame Goesler's manner changed altogether. She left her former seat and came near to Phineas, sitting on a sofa close to the chair he occupied, and as she did so she pushed back her hair from her face in a manner that he remembered well in former days. "I am so glad to see you," she said. "Is it not odd that he should have gone so soon after what we were saying but the other day? You thought then that he would not last long." "Long is comparative. I did not think he would be dead within 6 weeks, or I should not have been writing there. He was a burden to me, Mr. Finn." "I can understand that." "And yet I shall miss him sorely. He had given all the colour to my life which it possessed. It was not very bright, but still it was colour. The house will be open to you just the same." "I shall not go there. I shall see Lady Glencora in town, of course, but I shall not go to Matching. And as to Gatherum Castle, I would not spend another week there if they would give it me. You haven't heard of his will?" "No, not a word. I hope he remembered you, to mention your name. You hardly wanted more." "Just so. I wanted no more than that. It was made, perhaps, before you knew him. He was always making it, and always altering it. He left me money and jewels of enormous value." "I am so glad to hear it." "But I have refused to take anything. Am I not right?" "I don't know why you should refuse." "There are people who will say that. I was his mistress. If a woman be young, a man's age never prevents such scandal. I don't know that I can stop it, but I can perhaps make it seem to be less probable. And after all that has passed, I could not bear that the Pallisers should think that I clung to him for what I could get. I should be easier this way. Whatever is best to be done, you will do it. I know that." "Your praise goes beyond the mark, my friend. I can be both generous and discreet, but the difficulty is to be true. I did take one thing, a black diamond that he always wore. I would show it you, but the goldsmith has it to make it fit me. When does the great affair come off at the house?" "The bill will be read again on Monday the 1st." "What an unfortunate day! You remember young Mr. Maule? Is he not like his father? And yet in manners they are as unlike as possible." "What is the father?" Phineas asked. "A battered old beau about London, selfish and civil, pleasant and penniless, and I should think utterly without a principle. Come again soon. I am so anxious to hear that you are getting on. And you have got to tell me all about that shooting with the pistol." Phineas, as he walked away, thought that Madame Goesler was handsomer even than she used to be. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Duke and Duchess in town. At the end of March, the Duchess of Omnium, never more to be called Lady Glencora by the world at large, came up to London. The Duke, though he was now banished from the House of Commons, was nevertheless wanted in London, and what funereal ceremonies were left might be accomplished as well in town as at Matching Priory. No old ministry could be turned out and no new ministry formed without the assistance of the young Duchess. It was a question whether she should not be asked to be mistress of the robes, though those who asked it knew very well that she was the last woman in England to hamper herself by dependence on the court. Up to London they came, and though of course they went into no society, the house in Carlton Gardens was continually thronged with people who had some special reason for breaking the ordinary rules of etiquette in their desire to see how Lady Glencora carried herself as Duchess of Omnium. "Do you think she's altered much?" said Aspasia Fitzgibbon, an elderly spinster, the daughter of Lord Claddagh, and sister of Lawrence Fitzgibbon, member for one of the western Irish counties. "I don't think she was quite so loud as she used to be." Mrs. Bonteen was of opinion that there was a change. "She was always uncertain, you know, and would scratch like a cat if you offended her." "And won't she scratch now?" asked Miss Fitzgibbon. "I'm afraid she'll scratch oftener. It was always a trick of hers to pretend to think nothing of rank. But she values her place as highly as any woman in England." This was Mrs. Bonteen's opinion, but Lady Baldock, who was present, differed. This Lady Baldock was not the mother, but the sister-in-law of that Augusta Boreham who had lately become Sister Veronica John. "I don't believe it," said Lady Baldock. "She always seems to me to be like a great schoolgirl who has been allowed too much of her own way. I think people give way to her too much, you know." As Lady Baldock was herself the wife of a peer, she naturally did not stand so much in awe of a duchess as did Mrs. Bonteen or Miss Fitzgibbon. "Have you seen the young Duke?" asked Mr. Rattler of Barrington Erle. "Yes, I have been with him this morning." "How does he like it?" "He's bothered out of his life, as a hen would be if you were to throw her into water. He's so shy, he hardly knows how to speak to you. And he broke down altogether when I said something about the Lords." "He'll not do much more." "I don't know about that," said Earle. "He'll get used to it, and go into harness again. He's a great deal too good to be lost." "He didn't give himself airs?" "What? Planty Pall? If I know anything of a man, he's not the man to do that because he's a duke. He can hold his own against all comers, and always could. Quiet as he always seemed, he knew who he was, and who other people were." "I don't think you'll find much difference in him when he has got over the annoyance." Mr. Rattler, however, was of a different opinion. Mr. Rattler had known many docile members of the House of Commons who had become peers by the death of uncles and fathers, and who had lost all respect for him as soon as they were released from the crack of the whip. Mr. Rattler rather despised peers who had been members of the House of Commons, and who passed by inheritance from a scene of unparalleled use and influence to one of idle and luxurious dignity. Soon after their arrival in London, the Duchess wrote the following very characteristic letter: "Dear Lord Chiltern," Mr. Palliser, then having begun with a mistake, she scratched the word through with her pen. "The Duke has asked me to write about Trumpton Wood, as he knows nothing about it, and I know just as little. But if you say what you want, it shall be done. Shall we get foxes and put them there? Or ought there to be a special fox-keeper? You mustn't be angry because the poor old Duke was too feeble to take notice of the matter. Only speak, and it shall be done. Yours faithfully, Glencora O. Madame Goesler spoke to me about it, but at that time we were in trouble." The answer was as characteristic: "Dear Duchess of Omnium, thanks. What is wanted is that keepers should know that there are to be foxes. When keepers know that foxes are really expected, there always are foxes. The men latterly have known just the contrary. It is all a question of shooting. I don't mean to say a word against the late Duke. When he got old, the thing became bad. No doubt it will be right now. Faithfully yours, Chiltern. Our hounds have been poisoned in Trumpton Wood. This would never have been done had not the keepers been against the hunting. Upon receipt of this, she sent the letter to Mr. Fothergill, with a request that there be no more shooting in Trumpton Wood. "I'll be shot if we'll stand that, you know," said Mr. Fothergill to one of his underlings. "There are 250 acres in Trumpton Wood, and we're never to kill another pheasant because Lord Chiltern is master of the breakhounds. Property won't be worth having at that rate." The Duke by no means intended to abandon the world of politics, or even the narrower sphere of ministerial work, because he had been ousted from the House of Commons, and from the possibility of filling the office which he had best liked. This was proved to the world by the choice of his house for a meeting of the party on the 30th of March. As it happened, this was the very day on which he and the Duchess returned to London. But nevertheless, the meeting was held there, and he was present at it. Mr. Gresham then repeated his reasons for opposing Mr. Daubeny's bill, and declared that even while doing so he would, with the approbation of his party, pledge himself to bring in a bill somewhat to the same effect, should he ever again find himself in power. And he declared that he would do this solely with the view of showing how strong was his opinion that such a measure should not be left in the hands of the Conservative party. It was doubted whether such a political proposition had ever before been made in England. It was a simple avowal that on this occasion men were to be regarded, and not measures. No doubt such is the case, and ever has been the case, with the majority of active politicians. The double pleasure of pulling down an opponent and of raising oneself is the charm of a politician's life, and by practice this becomes extended to so many branches that the delights, and also the disappointments, are very widespread. Great satisfaction is felt by us because by some lucky conjunction of affairs our man, whom we never saw, is made Lord Lieutenant of a county, instead of another man of whom we know as little. It is a great thing to us that Sir Samuel Bobwig, an excellent Liberal, is seated high on the bench of justice, instead of that time-serving Conservative, Sir Alexander McSilk. Men and not measures are, no doubt, the very life of politics. But then it is not the fashion to say so in public places. Mr. Gresham was determined to introduce that fashion on the present occasion. He did not think very much of Mr. Daubeny's bill, so he told his friends at the Duke's house. The bill was full of faults, went too far in one direction, and not far enough in another. It was not difficult to pick holes in the bill, but the sin of sins consisted in this, that it was to be passed, if passed at all, by the aid of men who would sin against their consciences by each vote they gave in its favour. What but treachery could be expected from an army in which every officer and every private was called upon to fight against his convictions? The meeting passed off with dissension, and it was agreed that the House of Commons should be called upon to reject the Church Bill, simply because it was proposed from that side of the House on which the minority was sitting. As there were more than 200 members present on the occasion, by none of whom were any objections raised, it seemed probable that Mr. Gresham might be successful. There was still, however, doubt in the minds of some men. "It's all very well," said Mr. Rattler, "but Turnbull wasn't there, you know." But from what took place the next day but one in Park Lane, it would almost seem that the Duchess had been there. She came at once to see Madame Goesler, having very firmly determined that the Duke's death should not have the appearance of interrupting her intimacy with her friend. "Was it not very disagreeable," asked Madame Goesler, "just the day you came to town?" "We didn't think of that at all. One is not allowed to think of anything now. It was very improper, of course, because of the Duke's death, but that had to be put on one side. And then it was quite contrary to etiquette that peers and commoners should be brought together. I think there was some idea of making sure of Plantagenet, and so they all came and wore out our carpets. There wasn't above a dozen peers, but they were enough to show that all the old landmarks have been upset. I don't think any one would have objected if I had opened the meeting myself and called upon Mrs. Bonteen to second me." "Why Mrs. Bonteen?" "Because next to myself she's the most talkative and political woman we have. She was at our house yesterday, and I'm not quite sure that she doesn't intend to cut me out." "We must put her down, Lady Glen." "Perhaps she'll put me down now that we're half shelved. The men did make such a racket, and yet no one seemed to speak for 2 minutes except Mr. Gresham, who stood upon my pet footstool and kicked it almost to pieces." "Was Mr. Finn there?" "Everybody was there, I suppose. What makes you ask particularly about Mr. Finn?" "Because he's a friend." "That's come up again, has it? He's the handsome Irishman, isn't he, that came to Matching the same day that brought you there?" "He is an Irishman, and he was at Matching that day." "He's certainly handsome. What a day that was, Marie, when one thinks of it all, of all the perils and all the salvations. How strange it is. I wonder whether you would have liked it now if you were the Dowager Duchess." "I should have had some enjoyment, I suppose." "I don't know that it would have done us any harm. And yet how keen I was about it. We can't give you the rank now, and you won't take the money." "Not the money, certainly." "Plantagenet says you'll have to take it. But it seems to me he's always wrong. There are so many things that one must do that one doesn't do. He never perceives that everything gets changed every 5 years. So Mr. Finn is the favourite again." "He is a friend whom I like. I may be allowed to have a friend, I suppose." "A dozen, my dear, and all of them good-looking." "Good-bye, dear. Pray come to us. Don't stand off and make yourself disagreeable. We shan't be giving dinner parties, but you can come whenever you please. Tell me at once. Do you mean to be disagreeable?" Then Madame Goesler was obliged to promise that she would not be more disagreeable than her nature had made her. Chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Phineas Redux. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The world becomes cold. A great deal was said by very many persons in London as to the murderous attack which had been made by Mr. Kennedy on Phineas Finn in Judd Street, but the advice given by Mr. Slide in the People's Banner to the police was not taken. No public or official inquiry was made into the circumstance. Mr. Kennedy, under the care of his cousin, retreated to Scotland, and, as it seemed, there was to be an end of it. Throughout the month of March, various smaller bolts were thrust both at Phineas and at the police by the editor of the above-named newspaper, but they seemed to fall without much effect. No one was put in prison, nor was anyone ever examined. But nevertheless, these missiles had their effect. Everybody knew that there had been a row between Mr. Kennedy and Phineas Finn, and that the row had been made about Mr. Kennedy's wife. Everybody knew that a pistol had been fired at Finn's head, and a great many people thought that there had been some cause for the assault. It was alleged at one club that the present member for Tankerville had spent the greater part of the last 2 years at Dresden, and at another that he had called on Mr. Kennedy twice, once down in Scotland and once at the hotel in Judd Street, with a view of inducing that gentleman to concede to a divorce. There was also a very romantic story afloat as to an engagement which had existed between Lady Laura and Phineas Finn before the lady had been induced by her father to marry the richer suitor. Various details were given in corroboration of these stories. Was it not known that the Earl had purchased the submission of Phineas Finn by a seat for his borough of Lufton? Was it not known that Lord Chiltern, the brother of Lady Laura, had fought a duel with Phineas Finn? Was it not known that Mr. Kennedy himself had been, as it were, coerced into quiescence by the singular fact that he had been saved from garroters in the street by the opportune interference of Phineas Finn? It was even suggested that the scene with the garroters had been cunningly planned by Phineas Finn, that he might in this way be able to restrain the anger of the husband of the lady whom he loved. All these stories were very pretty, but as the reader, it is hoped, knows, they were all untrue. Phineas had made but one short visit to Dresden in his life. Lady Laura had been engaged to Mr. Kennedy before Phineas had ever spoken to her of his love. The duel with Lord Chiltern had been about another lady, and the seat at Lufton had been conferred upon Phineas chiefly on account of his prowess in extricating Mr. Kennedy from the garroters, respecting which circumstance it may be said that as the meeting in the street was fortuitous, the reward was greater than the occasion seemed to require. While all these things were being said, Phineas became something of a hero. A man who is supposed to have caused a disturbance between two married people in a certain rank of life does generally receive a certain meed of admiration. A man who was asked out to dinner twice a week before such rumours were afloat would probably receive double that number of invitations afterwards. And then to have been shot at by a madman in a room, and to be the subject of the venom of a people's banner, tends also to fame. Other ladies besides Madame Goesler were anxious to have the story from the very lips of the hero, and in this way Phineas Finn became a conspicuous man. But fame begets envy, and there were some who said that the member for Tankerville had injured his prospects with his party. It may be very well to give a dinner to a man who has caused the wife of a late cabinet minister to quarrel with her husband, but it can hardly be expected that he should be placed in office by the head of the party to which that late cabinet minister belonged. "I never saw such a fellow as you are," said Barrington Erle to him. "You are always getting into a mess. Nobody ought to know better than you how false all these calumnies are." This he said because Earle and Lady Laura were cousins. "Of course they are calumnies, but you had heard them before, and what made you go poking your head into the lion's mouth?" Mr. Bonteen was very much harder upon him than was Barrington Erle. "I never liked him from the first, and always knew he would not run straight. No Irishman ever does." This was said to Viscount Fawn, a distinguished member of the Liberal party, who had but lately been married, and was known to have very strict notions as to the bonds of matrimony. He had been heard to say that any man who had interfered with the happiness of a married couple should be held to have committed a capital offence. I don't know whether the story about Lady Laura is true. Of course it's true. All the world knows it to be true. He was always there, at Loughlinter and at Salisbury and in Portman Square after she had left her husband. The mischief he has done is incalculable. There's a Conservative sitting in poor Kennedy's seat for Dunrashire. This might have been the case anyway. Nothing could have turned Kennedy out. Don't you remember how he behaved about the Irish land question? I hate such fellows. If I thought it true about Lady Laura. Lord Fawn was again about to express his opinion in regard to matrimony, but Mr. Bonteen was too impetuous to listen to him. It's out of the question that he should come in again. At any rate, if he does, I won't. I shall tell Gresham so very plainly. The women will do all they can for him. They always do for a fellow of that kind. Phineas heard of it, not exactly by any repetition of the words that were spoken, but by chance phrases, and from the looks of men. Lord Cantrip, who was his best friend among those who were certain to hold high office in a Liberal government, did not talk to him cheerily, did not speak as though he, Phineas, would as a matter of course have some place assigned to him, and he thought that Mr. Gresham was hardly as cordial to him as he might be when they met in the closer intercourse of the house. There was always a word or two spoken, and sometimes a shaking of hands. He had no right to complain, but yet he knew that something was wanting. We can generally read a man's purpose towards us in his manner, if his purposes are of much moment to us. Phineas had written to Lady Laura, giving her an account of the occurrence in Judd Street on the 1st of March, and had received from her a short answer by return of post. It hardly contained more than a thanksgiving that his life had not been sacrificed, and in a day or two she had written again, letting him know that she had determined to consult her father. Then, on the last day of the month, he received the following letter. Dresden, March 27th, 18. My dear friend, at last we have resolved that we will go back to England almost at once. Things have gone so rapidly that I hardly know how to explain them all, but that is papa's resolution. His lawyer, Mr. Forster, tells him that it will be best, and goes so far as to say that it is imperative on my behalf that some step should be taken to put an end to the present state of things. I will not scruple to tell you that he is actuated chiefly by considerations as to money. It is astonishing to me that a man who has all his life been so liberal should now, in his old age, think so much about it. It is, however, in no degree for himself. It is all for me. He cannot bear to think that my fortune should be withheld from me by Mr. Kennedy, while I have done nothing wrong. I was obliged to show him your letter, and what you said about the control of money took hold of his mind at once. He thinks that if my unfortunate husband be insane, there can be no difficulty in my obtaining a separation on terms which would oblige him or his friends to restore this horrid money. Of course I could stay if I chose. Papa would not refuse to find a home for me here. But I do agree with Mr. Forster that something should be done to stop the tongues of ill-conditioned people. The idea of having my name dragged through the newspapers is dreadful to me. But if this must be done one way or the other, it will be better that it should be done with truth. There is nothing that I need fear, as you know so well. I cannot look forward to happiness anywhere. If the question of separation were once settled, I do not know whether I would not prefer returning here to remaining in London. Papa has got tired of the place, and wants, he says, to see Salisbury once again before he dies. What can I say in answer to this, but that I will go? We have sent to have the house in Portman Square got ready for us, and I suppose we shall be there about the 15th of next month. Papa has instructed Mr. Forster to tell Mr. Kennedy's lawyer that we are coming, and he is to find out, if he can, whether any interference in the management of the property has been as yet made by the family. Perhaps I ought to tell you that Mr. Forster has expressed surprise that you did not call on the police when the shot was fired. Of course, I can understand it all. God bless you, your affectionate friend, L.K. Phineas was obliged to console himself by reflecting that if she understood him, of course that was everything. His first and great duty in the matter had been to her. If in performing that duty he had sacrificed himself, he must bear his undeserved punishment like a man. That he was to be punished, he began to perceive too clearly. The conviction that Mr. Daubeny must recede from the Treasury bench after the coming debate became every day stronger, and within the little inner circles of the Liberal party the usual discussions were made as to the ministry which Mr. Gresham would, as a matter of course, be called upon to form. But in these discussions Phineas Finn did not find himself taking an assured and comfortable part. Lawrence Fitzgibbon, his countryman, who in the way of work had never been worth his salt, was eager, happy, and without a doubt. Others of the old stagers, men who had been going in and out ever since they had been able to get seats in Parliament, stood about in clubs and in lobbies and chambers of the House, with all that busy magpie air which is worn only by those who have high hopes of good things to come speedily. Lord Mount Thistle was more sublime and ponderous than ever, though they who best understood the party declared that he would never again be invited to undergo the cares of office. His lordship was one of those terrible political burdens, engendered originally by private friendship or family considerations, which one minister leaves to another. Sir Gregory Grogram, the great Whig lawyer, showed plainly by his manner that he thought himself at last secure of reaching the reward for which he had been struggling all his life, for it was understood by all men who knew anything that Lord Weaseling was not to be asked again to sit on the woolsack. No better advocate or effective politician ever lived, but it was supposed that he lacked dignity for the office of first judge in the land. That most of the old lot would come back was a matter of course. There would be the Duke of St. Bungay, who had for years past been the Duke when Liberal administrations were discussed, and the second Duke, whom we know so well, and Sir Harry Coldfoot, and Legge Wilson, and Lord Cantrip, Lord Thrift, and the rest of them. There would, of course, be Lord Fawn, Mr. Rattler, and Mr. Earl. The thing was so thoroughly settled that one was almost tempted to think that the Prime Minister himself would have no voice in the selections to be made. As to one office, it was acknowledged on all sides that a doubt existed which would at last be found to be very injurious, as some thought altogether crushing, to the party. To whom would Mr. Gresham entrust the financial affairs of the country? Who would be the new Chancellor of the Exchequer? There were not a few who inferred that Mr. Bonteen would be promoted to that high office. During the last 2 years he had devoted himself to decimal coinage, with a zeal only second to that displayed by Plantagenet Palliser, and was accustomed to say of himself that he had almost perished under his exertions. It was supposed that he would have the support of the present Duke of Omnium, and that Mr. Gresham, who disliked the man, would be coerced by the fact that there was no other competitor. That Mr. Bonteen should go into the cabinet would be gall and wormwood to many brother Liberals, but gall and wormwood such as this have to be swallowed. The rising in life of our familiar friends is, perhaps, the bitterest morsel of the bitter bread which we are called upon to eat in life. But we do eat it, and after a while it becomes food to us, when we find ourselves able to use, on behalf perhaps of our children, the influence of those whom we had once hoped to leave behind in the race of life. When a man suddenly shoots up into power, few suffer from it very acutely. The rise of a pit can have caused no heart-burning. But Mr. Bonteen had been a hack among the hacks, had filled the usual half-dozen places, had been a junior lord, a vice-president, a deputy controller, a chief commissioner, and a joint secretary. His hopes had been raised or abased among the places of £1,000, £1,200, or £1,500 a year. He had hitherto culminated at £2,000, and had been supposed with diligence to have worked himself up to the top of the ladder, as far as the ladder was accessible to him. And now he was spoken of in connection with one of the highest offices of the state. Of course, this created much uneasiness, and gave rise to many prophecies of failure. But in the midst of it all, no office was assigned to Phineas Finn, and there was a general feeling, not expressed, but understood, that his affair with Mr. Kennedy stood in his way. Quintus Slide had undertaken to crush him. Could it be possible that so mean a man should be able to make good so monstrous a threat? The man was very mean, and the threat had been absurd as well as monstrous, and yet it seemed that it might be realized. Phineas was too proud to ask questions, even of Barrington Erle, but he felt that he was being left out in the cold, because the editor of the People's Banner had said that no government could employ him. And at this moment, on the very morning of the day which was to usher in the great debate, which was to be so fatal to Mr. Daubeny and his church reform, another thunderbolt was hurled. The we of the People's Banner had learned that the very painful matter to which they had been compelled by a sense of duty to call the public attention in reference to the late member for Dunrusshire and the present member for Tankerville, would be brought before one of the tribunals of the country in reference to the matrimonial differences between Mr. Kennedy and his wife. It would be in the remembrance of their readers that the unfortunate gentleman had been provoked to fire a pistol at the head of the member for Tankerville, a circumstance which, though publicly known, had never been brought under the notice of the police. There was reason to hope that the mystery might now be cleared up, and that the ends of justice would demand that a certain document should be produced, which they, the we, had been vexatiously restrained from giving to their readers, although it had been most carefully prepared for publication in the columns of the People's Banner. Then the thunderbolt went on to say that there was evidently a great move among the members of the so-called Liberal party, who seemed to think that it was only necessary that they should open their mouths wide enough in order that the sweets of office should fall into them. The we were quite of a different opinion. The we believed that no minister for many a long day had been so firmly fixed on the Treasury bench as was Mr. Daubeny at the present moment. That this, at any rate, might be inferred, that should Mr. Gresham, by any unhappy combination of circumstances, be called upon to form a ministry, it would be quite impossible for him to include within it the name of the member for Tankerville. This was the second great thunderbolt that fell, and so did the work of crushing our poor friend proceed. There was a great injustice in all this, at least so Phineas thought, injustice not only from the hands of Mr. Slide, who was unjust as a matter of course, but also from those who ought to have been his staunch friends. He had been enticed over to England almost with a promise of office, and he was sure that he had done nothing which deserved punishment or even censure. He could not condescend to complain, nor indeed as yet could he say that there was ground for complaint. Nothing had been done to him, not a word had been spoken, except those lying words in the newspapers, which he was too proud to notice. In one matter, however, he was determined to be firm. When Barrington Erle had absolutely insisted that he should vote upon the church bill in opposition to all that he had said upon the subject at Tankerville, he had stipulated that he should have an opportunity in the great debate which would certainly take place of explaining his conduct, or in other words, that the privilege of making a speech should be accorded to him at a time in which very many members would no doubt attempt to speak, and would attempt in vain. It may be imagined, probably still is imagined by a great many, that no such pledge as this could be given, that the right to speak depends simply on the speaker's eye, and that energy at the moment in attracting attention would alone be of account to an eager orator. But Phineas knew the House too well to trust to such a theory. That some preliminary assistance would be given to the travelling of the speaker's eye in so important a debate he knew very well, and he knew also that a promise from Barrington Erle or from Mr. Rattler would be his best security. "That will be all right, of course," said Barrington Erle to him on the evening of the day before the debate. "We have quite counted on your speaking." There had been a certain sullenness in the tone with which Phineas had asked his question, as though he had been labouring under a grievance, and he felt himself rebuked by the cordiality of the reply. "I suppose we had better fix it for Monday or Tuesday," said the other. "We hope to get it over by Tuesday, but there is no knowing. At any rate, you shan't be thrown over." It was almost on his tongue, the entire story of his grievance, the expression of his feeling that he was not being treated as one of the chosen. But he restrained himself. He liked Barrington Erle well enough, but not so well as to justify him in asking for sympathy. Nor had it been his wont in any of the troubles of his life to ask for sympathy from a man. He had always gone to some woman, in old days to Lady Laura, or to Violet Effingham, or to Madame Goesler. By them he could endure to be petted, praised, or upon occasion even pitied. But pity or praise from any man had been distasteful to him. On the morning of the 1st of April he again went to Park Lane, not with any formed plan of telling the lady of his wrongs, but driven by a feeling that he wanted comfort, which might perhaps be found there. The lady received him very kindly, and at once inquired as to the great political tournament which was about to be commenced. "Yes, we begin to-day," said Phineas. "Mr. Daubeny will speak, I should say, from 4:30 till 7. I wonder you don't go and hear him." "What a pleasure! To hear a man speak for 2 hours and a half about the Church of England! One must be very hard driven for amusement. Will you tell me that you like it?" "I like to hear a good speech." "But you have the excitement before you of making a good speech in answer. You are in the fight. A poor woman, shut up in a cage, feels there more acutely than anywhere else how insignificant a position she fills in the world." "You don't advocate the rights of women, Madame Goesler?" "Oh no. Knowing our inferiority, I submit without a grumble. but I am not sure that I care to go and listen to the squabbles of my masters. You may arrange it all among you, and I will accept what you do, whether it be good or bad, as I must, but I cannot take so much interest in the proceeding as to spend my time in listening where I cannot speak, and in looking when I cannot be seen. You will speak? Yes, I think so. I shall read your speech, which is more than I shall do for most of the others. And when it is all over, will your turn come? Not mine individually, Madame Goesler. But it will be yours individually, will it not? She asked with energy. Then gradually, with half-pronounced sentences, he explained to her that even in the event of the formation of a Liberal government, he did not expect that any place would be offered to him. And why not? We have all been speaking of it as a certainty. He longed to inquire who were the all of whom she spoke, but he could not do it without an egotism which would be distasteful to him. I can hardly tell, but I don't think I shall be asked to join them. You would wish it? Yes. Talking to you, I do not see why I should hesitate to say so. Talking to me, why should you hesitate to say anything about yourself that is true? I can hold my tongue. I do not gossip about my friends. Whose doing is it? I do not know that it is any man's doing. But it must be. Everybody said that you were to be one of them if you could get the other people out. Is it Mr. Bonteen? Likely enough. Not that I know anything of the kind, but as I hate him from the bottom of my heart, it is natural to suppose that he has the same feeling in regard to me. I agree with you there. But I don't know that it comes from any feeling of that kind. What does it come from? You have heard all the calumny about Lady Laura Kennedy. You do not mean to say that a story such as that has affected your position. I fancy it has. But you must not suppose, Madame Goesler, that I mean to complain. A man must take these things as they come. No one has received more kindness from friends than I have, and few perhaps more favours from fortune. All this about Mr. Kennedy has been unlucky, but it cannot be helped. Do you mean to say that the morals of your party will be offended? Said Madame Goesler, almost laughing. Lord Fawn, you know, is very particular. In sober earnest, one cannot tell how these things operate, but they do operate gradually. One's friends are sometimes very glad of an excuse for not befriending one. Lady Laura is coming home. Yes, that will put an end to it. There is nothing to put an end to except the foul-mouthed malice of a lying newspaper. Nobody believes anything against Lady Laura. I'm not so sure of that. I believe nothing against her. I'm sure you do not, Madame Goesler, nor do I think that anybody does. It is too absurd for belief from beginning to end. Good-bye. Perhaps I shall see you when the debate is over. Of course you will. Good-bye, and success to your oratory. Then Madame Goesler resolved that she would say a few judicious words to her friend, the Duchess, respecting Phineas Finn. End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Two Gladiators. The great debate was commenced with all the solemnities which are customary on such occasions, and which make men think for the day that no moment of greater excitement has ever blessed or cursed the country. Upon the present occasion, London was full of clergymen. The specially clerical clubs, the Oxford and Cambridge, the Old University, and the Athenaeum, were black with them. The bishops and deans, as usual, were pleasant in their manner and happy-looking in spite of adverse circumstances. When one sees a bishop in the hours of the distress of the church, one always thinks of the just and firm man who will stand fearless while the ruins of the world are falling about his ears. But the parsons from the country were a sorry sight to see. They were in earnest with all their hearts, and did believe, not that the crack of doom was coming, which they could have borne with equanimity, if convinced that their influence would last to the end, but that the evil one was to be made welcome upon the earth by act of Parliament. It is out of nature that any man should think it good that his own order should be repressed, curtailed, and deprived of its power. If we go among cab-drivers or letter-carriers, among butlers or gamekeepers, among tailors or butchers, among farmers or graziers, among doctors or attorneys, we shall find in each set of men a conviction that the welfare of the community depends upon the firmness with which they, especially they, hold their own. This is so manifestly true with the bar that no barrister in practice scruples to avow that barristers in practice are the salt of the earth. The personal confidence of a judge in his own position is beautiful, being salutary to the country, though not unfrequently damaging to the character of the man. But if this be so with men who are conscious of no higher influence than that exercised over the bodies and minds of their fellow creatures, how much stronger must be the feeling when the influence affects the soul? To the outsider or layman who simply uses a cab, or receives a letter, or goes to law, or has to be tried, these pretensions are ridiculous or annoying, according to the ascendancy of the pretender at the moment. But as the clerical pretensions are more exacting than all others, being put forward with an assertion that no answer is possible without breach of duty and sin, so are they more galling. The fight has been going on since the idea of a mitre first entered the heart of a priest, since domination in this world has found itself capable of sustentation by the exercise of fear as to the world to come. We do believe, the majority among us do so, that if we live and die in sin, we shall after some fashion come to great punishment. And we believe also that by having pastors among us who shall be men of God, we may best aid ourselves and our children in avoiding this bitter end. But then the pastors and men of God can only be human, cannot be altogether men of God, and so they have oppressed us and burned us and tortured us, and hence come to love palaces and fine linen and purple, and alas, sometimes mere luxury and idleness. The torturing and the burning, as also, to speak truth, the luxury and the idleness, have among us been already conquered, but the idea of ascendancy remains. What is a thoughtful man to do who acknowledges the danger of his soul, but cannot swallow his parson whole simply because he has been sent to him from some source in which he has no special confidence, perhaps by some distant lord, perhaps by a Lord Chancellor whose political friend has had a son with a tutor? What is he to do when, in spite of some fine linen and purple left among us, the provision for the man of God in his parish or district is so poor that no man of God fitted to teach him will come and take it? In no spirit of animosity to religion, he begins to tell himself that church and state together was a monkish combination, fit perhaps for monkish days, but no longer having fitness, and not much longer capable of existence in this country. But to the parson himself, to the honest, hard-working, conscientious priest, who does in his heart of hearts believe that no diminution in the general influence of his order can be made without ruin to the souls of men, this opinion, when it becomes dominant, as is though the world were in truth breaking to pieces over his head. The world has been broken to pieces in the same way often, but extreme chaos does not come. The cabman and the letter-carrier always expect that chaos will very nearly come when they are disturbed. The barristers are sure of chaos when the sanctity of benchers is in question. What utter chaos would be promised to us could anyone with impunity contemn the majesty of the House of Commons? But of all these chaoses, there can be no chaos equal to that which in the mind of a zealous Oxford-bred constitutional country parson must attend that annihilation of his special condition which will be produced by the disestablishment of the Church. Of all good fellows, he is the best good fellow. He is genial, hospitable, well educated, and always has either a pretty wife or pretty daughters, but he has so extreme a belief in himself that he cannot endure to be told that absolute chaos will not come at once if he be disturbed. And now disturbances, ay, and utter dislocation and ruin were to come from the hands of a friend. Was it wonderful that parsons should be seen about Westminster in flocks with "Et tu, Brute" written on their faces as plainly as the law on the brows of a Pharisee? The Speaker had been harassed for orders. The powers and prowess of every individual member had been put to the test. The galleries were crowded. Ladies' places had been balloted for with desperate enthusiasm, in spite of the sarcasm against the House which Madame Goesler had expressed. 2 royal princesses and a royal duke were accommodated within the House in an irregular manner. Peers swarmed in the passages, and were too happy to find standing room. Bishops jostled against lay barons with no other preference than that afforded to them by their broader shoulders. Men, and especially clergymen, came to the galleries loaded with sandwiches and flasks, prepared to hear all there was to be heard, should the debate last from 4 p.m. to the same hour on the following morning. At 2 in the afternoon the entrances to the House were barred, and men of all ranks, deans, prebends, peers' sons, and baronets, stood there patiently waiting till some powerful nobleman should let them through. The very ventilating chambers under the House were filled with curious listeners, who had all pledged themselves that under no possible provocation would they even cough during the debate. A few minutes after 4, in a House from which hardly more than a dozen members were absent, Mr. Daubeny took his seat with that air of affected indifference to things around him which is peculiar to him. He entered slowly, amidst cheers from his side of the House, which no doubt were loud in proportion to the dismay of the cheerers as to the matter in hand. Gentlemen lacking substantial sympathy with their leader found it to be comfortable to deceive themselves, and raise their hearts at the same time by the easy enthusiasm of noise. Mr. Daubeny, having sat down and covered his head, just raised his hat from his brows, and then tried to look as though he were no more than any other gentleman present. But the peculiar consciousness of the man displayed itself even in his constrained absence of motion. You could see that he felt himself to be the beheld of all beholders, and that he enjoyed the position, with some slight inward trepidation lest the effort to be made should not equal the greatness of the occasion. Immediately after him, Mr. Gresham bustled up the centre of the House, amidst a roar of good-humoured welcome. We have had many ministers who have been personally dearer to their individual adherents in the House than the present leader of the opposition and late Premier, but none, perhaps, who has been more generally respected by his party for earnestness and sincerity. On the present occasion there was a fierceness, almost a ferocity, in his very countenance, to the fire of which friends and enemies were equally anxious to add fuel. The friends, in order that so might these recreant Tories be more thoroughly annihilated, and the enemies, that their enemies' indiscretion might act back upon himself to his confusion. For indeed it never could be denied that as a Prime Minister Mr. Gresham could be very indiscreet. A certain small amount of ordinary business was done, to the disgust of expectant strangers, which was as trivial as possible in its nature, so arranged, apparently, that the importance of what was to follow might be enhanced by the force of contrast. And to make the dismay of the novice stranger more thorough, questions were asked, and answers were given in so low a voice, and Mr. Speaker uttered a word or two in so quick and shambling a fashion, that he, the novice stranger, began to fear that no word of the debate would reach him up there in his crowded back seat. All this, however, occupied but a few minutes, and at 20 minutes past 4 Mr. Daubeny was on his legs. Then the novice stranger found that, though he could not see Mr. Daubeny without the aid of an opera-glass, he could hear every word that fell from his lips. Mr. Daubeny began by regretting the hardness of his position, in that he must, with what thoroughness he might be able to achieve, apply himself to two great subjects, whereas the right honourable gentleman opposite had already declared, with all the formality which could be made to attach itself to a combined meeting of peers and commoners, that he would confine himself strictly to one. The subject selected by that right honourable gentleman opposite on the present occasion was not the question of church reform. The right honourable gentleman had pledged himself with an almost sacred enthusiasm to ignore that subject altogether. No doubt it was the question before the House, and he himself, the present Speaker, must unfortunately discuss it at some length. The right honourable gentleman opposite would not, on this great occasion, trouble himself with anything of so little moment, and it might be presumed that the political followers of the right honourable gentleman would be equally reticent, as they were understood to have accepted his tactics without a dissentient voice. He, Mr. Daubeny, was the last man in England to deny the importance of the question, which the right honourable gentleman would select for discussions, in preference to that of the condition of the Church. That question was a very simple one, and might be put to the House in a very few words. Coming from the mouth of the right honourable gentleman, the proposition would probably be made in this form: that this House does think that I ought to be Prime Minister now, and as long as I may possess a seat in this House. It was impossible to deny the importance of that question, but perhaps he, Mr. Daubeny, might be justified in demurring to the preference given to it over every other matter, let that matter be of what importance it might be to the material welfare of the country. He made his point well, but he made it too often, and an attack of that kind, personal and savage in its nature, loses its effect when it is evident that the words have been prepared. A good deal may be done in dispute by calling a man an ass or a knave, but the resolve to use the words should have been made only at the moment, and they should come hot from the heart. There was much neatness and some acuteness in Mr. Daubeny's satire, but there was no heat, and it was prolix. It had, however, the effect of irritating Mr. Gresham, as was evident from the manner in which he moved his hat and shuffled his feet. A man destined to sit conspicuously on our Treasury bench, or on the seat opposite to it, should ask the gods for a thick skin as a first gift. The need of this in our National Assembly is greater than elsewhere, because the differences between the men opposed to each other are smaller. When two foes meet together in the same chamber, one of whom advocates the personal government of an individual ruler, and the other that form of state which has come to be called a red republic, they deal, no doubt, weighty blows of oratory at each other, but blows which never hurt at the moment. They may cut each other's throats if they can find an opportunity, but they do not bite each other like dogs over a bone. But when opponents are almost in accord, as is always the case with our parliamentary gladiators, they are ever striving to give maddening little wounds through the joints of the harness. What is there with us to create the divergence necessary for debate, but the pride of personal skill in the encounter? Who desires among us to put down the Queen, or to repudiate the national debt, or to destroy religious worship, or even to disturb the ranks of society? When some small measure of reform has thoroughly recommended itself to the country, so thoroughly that all men know that the country will have it, then the question arises whether its details shall be arranged by the political party which calls itself liberal, or by that which is termed conservative. The men are so near to each other in all their convictions and theories of life that nothing is left to them but personal competition for the doing of the thing that is to be done. It is the same in religion. The apostle of Christianity and the infidel can meet without a chance of a quarrel, but it is never safe to bring together two men who differ about a saint or a surplice. Mr. Daubeny, having thus attacked and wounded his enemy, rushed boldly into the question of church reform, taking no little pride to himself and to his party that so great a blessing should be bestowed upon the country from so unexpected a source. See what we conservatives can do. In fact, we will conserve nothing when we find that you do not desire to have it conserved any longer. Quod minime reris grea panditur ab urbe. It was exactly the reverse of the complaint which Mr. Gresham was about to make. On the subject of the church itself he was rather misty, but very profound. He went into the question of very early churches indeed, and spoke of the misappropriation of endowments in the time of Eli. The establishment of the Levites had been no doubt complete, but changes had been effected as circumstances required. He was presumed to have alluded to the order of Melchizedek, but he abstained from any mention of the name. He roamed very wide, and gave many of his hearers an idea that his erudition had carried him into regions in which it was impossible to follow him. The gist of his argument was to show that audacity in reform was the very backbone of conservatism. By a clearly pronounced disunion of church and state, the theocracy of Thomas à Becket would be restored, and the people of England would soon again become the faithful flocks of faithful shepherds. By taking away the endowments from the parishes and giving them back in some complicated way to the country, the parishes would be better able than ever to support their clergymen. Bishops would be bishops indeed, when they were no longer the creatures of a minister's breath. As to the deans, not seeing a clear way to satisfy aspirants for future vacancy in the deaneries, he became more than usually vague, but seemed to imply that the bill which was now, with the leave of the House, to be read a second time, contained no clause forbidding the appointment of deans, though the special stipend of the office must be a matter of consideration with the new church synod. The details of this part of his speech were felt to be dull by the strangers. As long as he would abuse Mr. Gresham, men could listen with pleasure, and could keep their attention fixed while he referred to the general conservatism of the party which he had the honor of leading. There was a raciness in the promise of so much church destruction from the chosen leader of the church party, which was assisted by a conviction in the minds of most men that it was impossible for unfortunate conservatives to refuse to follow this leader, let him lead where he might. There was a gratification in feeling that the country party was bound to follow, even should he take them into the very bowels of a mountain, as the Pied Piper did the children of Hamelin, and this made listening pleasant. But when Mr. Daubeny stated the effects of his different clauses, explaining what was to be taken and what left, with a fervent assurance that what was to be left would, under the altered circumstances, go much further than the whole had gone before, then the audience became weary, and began to think that it was time that some other gentleman should be upon his legs. But at the end of the minister's speech there was another touch of invective which went far to redeem him. He returned to that personal question to which his adversary had undertaken to confine himself, and expressed a holy horror at the political doctrine which was implied. He, during a prolonged parliamentary experience, had encountered much factious opposition. He would even acknowledge that he had seen it exercised on both sides of the House, though he had always striven to keep himself free from its baneful influence. But never till now had he known a statesman proclaim his intention of depending upon faction, and upon faction alone, for the result which he desired to achieve. Let the right honourable gentleman raise a contest on either the principles or the details of the measure, and he would be quite content to abide the decision of the House. But he should regard such a raid as that threatened against him and his friends by the right honourable gentleman as unconstitutional, revolutionary, and tyrannical. He felt sure that an opposition so based and so maintained, even if it be enabled by the heated feelings of the moment to obtain an unfortunate success in the House, would not be encouraged by the sympathy and support of the country at large. By these last words he was understood to signify that should he be beaten on the second reading, not in reference to the merits of the bill, but simply on the issue as proposed by Mr. Gresham, he would again dissolve the House before he would resign. Now it was very well understood that there were Liberal members in the House who would prefer even the success of Mr. Daubeny to a speedy reappearance before their constituents. Mr. Daubeny spoke till nearly 8, and it was surmised at the time that he had craftily arranged his oratory so as to embarrass his opponent. The House had met at 4, and was to sit continuously till it was adjourned for the night. When this is the case, gentlemen who speak about 8 o'clock are too frequently obliged to address themselves to empty benches. On the present occasion it was Mr. Gresham's intention to follow his opponent at once, instead of waiting, as is usual with a leader of his party, to the close of the debate. It was understood that Mr. Gresham would follow Mr. Daubeny, with the object of making a distinct charge against ministers, so that the vote on this second reading of the church bill might in truth be a vote of want of confidence. But to commence his speech at 8 o'clock, when the House was hungry and uneasy, would be a trial. Had Mr. Daubeny closed an hour sooner, there would, with a little stretching of the favoured hours, have been time enough. members would not have objected to postpone their dinner till 8:30, or perhaps 9, when their favourite orator was on his legs. But with Mr. Gresham beginning a great speech at 8, dinner would altogether become doubtful, and the disaster might be serious. It was not probable that Mr. Daubeny had even among his friends proclaimed any such strategy, but it was thought by the political speculators of the day that such an idea had been present to his mind. But Mr. Gresham was not to be turned from his purpose. He waited for a few moments, and then rose and addressed the speaker. A few members left the house, gentlemen, doubtless, whose constitutions, weakened by previous service, could not endure prolonged fasting. Some who had nearly reached the door returned to their seats, mindful of Messrs. Roby and Rattler. But for the bulk of those assembled, the interest of the moment was greater even than the love of dinner. Some of the peers departed, and it was observed that a bishop or two left the house, but among the strangers in the gallery hardly a foot of space was gained. He who gave up his seat then gave it up for the night. Mr. Gresham began with a calmness of tone which seemed almost to be affected, but which arose from a struggle on his own part to repress that superabundant energy of which he was only too conscious. But the calmness soon gave way to warmth, which heated itself into violence before he had been a quarter of an hour upon his legs. He soon became even ferocious in his invective, and said things so bitter that he had himself no conception of their bitterness. There was this difference between the two men, that whereas Mr. Daubeny hit always as hard as he knew how to hit, having premeditated each blow, and weighed its results beforehand, having calculated his power even to the effect of a blow repeated on a wound already given, Mr. Gresham struck right and left and straight forward with a readiness engendered by practice, and in his fury might have murdered his antagonist before he was aware that he had drawn blood. He began by refusing absolutely to discuss the merits of the bill. The right honourable gentleman had prided himself on his generosity as a Greek. He would remind the right honourable gentleman that presents from Greeks had ever been considered dangerous. It is their gifts, and only their gifts, that we fear, he said. The political gifts of the right honourable gentleman, extracted by him from his unwilling colleagues and followers, had always been more bitter to the taste than Dead Sea apples. That such gifts should not be bestowed on the country by unwilling hands, that reform should not come from those who themselves felt the necessity of no reform, he believed to be the wish not only of that house, but of the country at large. Would any gentleman on that bench, excepting the right honourable gentleman himself, and he pointed to the crowded phalanx of the government, get up and declare that this measure of church reform, this severance of church and state, was brought forward in consonance with his own long-cherished political conviction? He accused that party of being so bound to the chariot wheels of the right honourable gentleman as to be unable to abide by their own convictions. And as to the right honourable gentleman himself, he would appeal to his followers opposite to say whether the right honourable gentleman was possessed of any one strong political conviction. He had been accused of being unconstitutional, revolutionary, and tyrannical. If the House would allow him, he would very shortly explain his idea of constitutional government as carried on in this country. It was based and built on majorities in that House, and supported solely by that power. There could be no constitutional government in this country that was not so maintained. Any other government must be both revolutionary and tyrannical. Any other government was a usurpation, and he would make bold to tell the right honourable gentleman that a minister in this country, who should recommend Her Majesty to trust herself to advisers not supported by a majority of the House of Commons, would plainly be guilty of usurping the powers of the state. He threw from him with disdain the charge which had been brought against himself of hankering after the sweets of office. He indulged and gloried in indulging the highest ambition of an English subject, but he gloried much more in the privileges and power of that house, within the walls of which was centered all that was salutary, all that was efficacious, all that was stable in the political constitution of his country. It had been his pride to have acted during nearly all his political life with that party which had commanded a majority, but he would defy his most bitter adversary, he would defy the right honorable gentleman himself, to point to any period of his career in which he had been unwilling to succumb to a majority when he himself had belonged to the minority. He himself would regard the vote on this occasion as a vote of want of confidence. He took the line he was now taking because he desired to bring the House to a decision on that question. He himself had not that confidence in the right honorable gentleman which would justify him in accepting a measure on so important a subject as the union or severance of church and state from his hands. Should the majority of the House differ from him and support the second reading of the bill, he would at once so far succumb as to give his best attention to the clauses of the bill, and endeavor, with the assistance of those gentlemen who acted with him, to make it suitable to the wants of the country by omissions and additions as the clauses should pass through committee. But before doing that, he would ask the House to decide with all its solemnity and all its weight whether it was willing to accept from the hands of the right honorable gentleman any measure of reform on a matter so important as this now before them. It was nearly 10 when he sat down, and then the stomach of the House could stand it no longer, and an adjournment at once took place. On the next morning it was generally considered that Mr. Daubeny had been too long and Mr. Gresham too passionate. There were some who declared that Mr. Gresham had never been finer than when he described the privileges of the House of Commons, and others who thought that Mr. Daubeny's lucidity had been marvellous. But in this case, as in most others, the speeches of the day were generally thought to have been very inferior to the great efforts of the past. End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Universe. Before the House met again, the quidnuncs about the clubs on both sides of the question had determined that Mr. Gresham's speech, whether good or not as an effort of oratory, would serve its intended purpose. He would be backed by a majority of votes, and it might have been very doubtful whether such would have been the case had he attempted to throw out the bill on its merits. Mr. Rattler, by the time that prayers had been read, had become almost certain of success. There were very few Liberals in the House who were not anxious to declare by their votes that they had no confidence in Mr. Daubeny. Mr. Turnbull, the great Radical, and perhaps some 24 with him, would support the second reading, declaring that they could not reconcile it with their consciences to record a vote in favor of a union of church and state. On all such occasions as the present, Mr. Turnbull was sure to make himself disagreeable to those who sat near to him in the House. He was a man who thought that so much was demanded of him in order that his independence might be doubted by none, It was nothing to him, he was wont to say, who called himself Prime Minister, or Secretary here, or President there. But then there would be quite as much of this independence on the Conservative as on the Liberal side of the House. Surely there would be more than 24 gentlemen who would be true enough to the cherished principles of their whole lives to vote against such a bill as this. It was the fact that there were so very few so true which added such a length to the faces of the country parsons. 6 months ago not a country gentleman in England would have listened to such a proposition without loud protests as to its revolutionary wickedness. And now, under the sole pressure of one man's authority, the subject had become so common that men were assured that the thing would be done, even though of all things that could be done it were the worst. It is no good any longer having any opinion upon anything, one parson said to another, as they sat together at their club with their newspapers in their hands. Nothing frightens any one. No infidelity, no wickedness, no revolution. All reverence is at an end, and the Holy of Holies is no more, even to the worshipper, than the threshold of the temple. Though it became known that the bill would be lost, what comfort was there in that, when the battle was to be won, not by the chosen Israelites, to whom the Church, with all its appurtenances, ought to be dear, but by a crew of Philistines, who would certainly follow the lead of their opponents in destroying the holy structure. On the Friday the debate was continued with much life on the ministerial side of the House. It was very easy for them to cry faction, faction, and hardly necessary for them to do more. A few parrot words had been learned as to the expediency of fitting the great and increasing Church of England to the growing necessity of the age. That the Church of England would still be the Church of England was repeated till weary listeners were sick of the unmeaning words. But the zeal of the combatants was displayed on that other question. Faction was now the avowed weapon of the leaders of the so-called liberal side of the House, and it was very easy to denounce the new doctrine. Every word that Mr. Gresham had spoken was picked in pieces, and the enormity of his theory was exhibited. He had boldly declared to them that they were to regard men and not measures, and they were to show by their votes whether they were prepared to accept such teaching. The speeches were, of course, made by alternate orators, but the firing from the Conservative benches was on this evening much the louder. It would have seemed that with such an issue between them, they might almost have consented to divide after the completion of the two great speeches. The course on which they were to run had been explained to them, and it was not probable that any member's intention as to his running would now be altered by anything that he might hear. Mr. Turnbull's 24 defaulters were all known, and the 24 true Conservatives were known also, but nevertheless a great many members were anxious to speak. It would be the great debate of the session, and the subject to be handled, that namely of the general merits and demerits of the two political parties, was wide and very easy. On that night it was past 1 o'clock when Mr. Turnbull adjourned the House. "I'm afraid we must put you off till Tuesday," Mr. Rattler said on the Sunday afternoon to Phineas Finn. "I have no objection at all, as long as I get a fair place on that day." "There shan't be a doubt about that. Gresham particularly wants you to speak, because you are pledged to a measure of disestablishment. You can insist on his own views, that even should such a measure be essentially necessary." "Which I think it is," said Phineas. "Still it should not be accepted from the old church and state party. There was something pleasant in this to Phineas Finn, something that made him feel for the moment that he had perhaps mistaken the bearing of his friend towards him. "We are sure of a majority, I suppose," he said. "Absolutely sure," said Rattler. "I begin to think it will amount to 100, perhaps more." "What will Daubeny do?" "Go out. He can't do anything else. His pluck is certainly wonderful, but even with his pluck he can't dissolve again. His church bill has given him a 6 months' run, and 6 months is something." "Is it true that Grogram is to be Chancellor?" Phineas asked the question, not from any particular solicitude as to the prospects of Sir Gregory Grogram, but because he was anxious to hear whether Mr. Rattler would speak with him with anything of the cordiality of fellowship respecting the new government. But Mr. Rattler became at once discreet and close, and said that he did not think that anything as yet was known as to the woolsack. Then Phineas retreated again within his shell, with a certainty that nothing would be done for him. And yet to whom could this question of place be of such vital importance as it was to him? He had come back to his old haunts from Ireland, abandoning altogether the pleasant safety of an assured income, buoyed by the hope of office. He had, after a fashion, made his calculations. In the present disposition of the country it was, he thought, certain that the Liberal party must, for the next 20 years, have longer periods of power than their opponents, and he had thought also that were he in the House, some place would eventually be given to him. He had been in office before, and had been especially successful. He knew that it had been said of him that of the young debutants of latter years he had been the best. He had left his party by opposing them, but he had done so without creating any ill will among the leaders of his party, in a manner that had been regarded as highly honourable to him, and on departing had received expressions of deep regret from Mr. Gresham himself. When Barrington Erle had wanted him to return to his old work, his own chief doubt had been about the seat, but he had been bold, and had adventured all, and had succeeded. There had been some little trouble about those pledges given at Tankerville, but he would be able to turn them even to the use of his party. It was quite true that nothing had been promised him, but Earl, when he had written, bidding him to come over from Ireland, must have intended him to understand that he would be again enrolled in the favoured regiment, should he be able to show himself as the possessor of a seat in the House. And yet he felt convinced that when the day should come it would be to him a day of disappointment, and that when the list should appear his name would not be on it. Madame Goesler had suggested to him that Mr. Bonteen might be his enemy, and he had replied by stating that he himself hated Mr. Bonteen. He now remembered that Mr. Bonteen had hardly spoken to him since his return to London, though there had not in fact been any quarrel between them. In this condition of mind he longed to speak openly to Barrington Erle, but he was restrained by a feeling of pride, and a still existing idea that no candidate for office, let his claim be what it might, should ask for a place. On that Sunday evening he saw Bonteen at the club. Men were going in and out with that feverish excitement which always prevails on the eve of a great parliamentary change. A large majority against the government was considered to be certain, but there was an idea abroad that Mr. Daubeny had some scheme in his head by which to confute the immediate purport of his enemies. There was nothing to which the audacity of the man was not equal. Some said that he would dissolve the House, which had hardly as yet been 6 months sitting. Others were of opinion that he would simply resolve not to vacate his place, thus defying the majority of the House and all the ministerial traditions of the country. Words had fallen from him which made some men certain that such was his intention. That it should succeed ultimately was impossible. The whole country would rise against him. Supplies would be refused. In every detail of government he would be impeded. But then such was the temper of the man, it was thought that all these horrors would not deter him. There would be a blaze and a confusion, in which timid men would doubt whether the Constitution would be burned to tinder or only illuminated. But that blaze and that confusion would be dear to Mr. Daubeny if he could stand as the centre figure, the great pyrotechnist who did it all, red from head to foot with the glare of the squibs with which his own hands were filling all the spaces. The anticipation that some such display might take place made men busy and eager, so that on that Sunday evening they roamed about from one place of meeting to another, instead of sitting at home with their wives and daughters. There was at this time existing a small club, so called, though unlike other clubs, which had entitled itself the Universe. The name was supposed to be a joke, as it was limited to 99 members. It was domiciled in one simple and somewhat mean apartment. It was kept open only 1 hour before and 1 hour after midnight, and that only on 2 nights of the week, and that only when Parliament was sitting. Its attractions were not numerous, consisting chiefly of tobacco and tea. The conversation was generally listless and often desultory, and occasionally there would arise the great and terrible evil of a punster whom every one hated, but no one had life enough to put down. But the thing had been a success, and men liked to be members of the Universe. Mr. Bonteen was a member, and so was Phineas Finn. On this Sunday evening the club was open, and Phineas, as he entered the room, perceived that his enemy was seated alone on a corner of a sofa. Mr. Bonteen was not a man who loved to be alone in public places, and was apt rather to make one of congregations, affecting popularity, and always at work increasing his influence. But on this occasion his own greatness had probably isolated him. If it were true that he was to be the new Chancellor of the Exchequer, to ascend from demi-godhead to the perfect divinity of the cabinet, and to do so by a leap which would make him high even among first-class gods, it might be well for himself to look to himself and choose new congregations. Or at least it would be becoming that he should be chosen now instead of being a chooser. He was one who could weigh to the last ounce the importance of his position, and make most accurate calculations as to the effect of his intimacies. On that very morning Mr. Gresham had suggested to him that in the event of a Liberal government being formed, he should hold the high office in question. This, perhaps, had not been done in the most flattering manner, as Mr. Gresham had deeply bewailed the loss of Mr. Palliser, and had almost demanded a pledge from Mr. Bonteen that he would walk exactly in Mr. Palliser's footsteps. But the offer had been made, and could not be retracted, and Mr. Bonteen already felt the warmth of the halo of perfect divinity. There are some men who seem to have been born to be cabinet ministers, dukes mostly, or earls, or the younger sons of such, who have been trained to it from their very cradles, and of whom we may imagine that they are subject to no special awe when they first enter into that august assembly, and feel but little personal elevation. But to the political aspirant not born in the purple of public life, This entrance upon the councils of the higher deities must be accompanied by a feeling of supreme triumph, dashed by considerable misgivings. Perhaps Mr. Bonteen was reveling in his triumph. Perhaps he was anticipating his misgivings. Phineas, though disinclined to make any inquiries of a friend which might seem to refer to his own condition, felt no such reluctance in regard to one who certainly could not suspect him of asking a favour. He was presumed to be on terms of intimacy with the man, and he took his seat beside him, asking some question as to the debate. Now, Mr. Bonteen had more than once expressed an opinion among his friends that Phineas Finn would throw his party over and vote with the government. The Rattlers and Earls and Fitzgibbons all knew that Phineas was safe, but Mr. Bonteen was still in doubt. It suited him to affect something more than doubt on the present occasion. "I wonder that you should ask me," said Mr. Bonteen. "What do you mean by that?" "I presume that you, as usual, will vote against us." "I never voted against my party but once," said Phineas, "and then I did it with the approbation of every man in it for whose good opinion I cared a straw." There was insult in his tone as he said this, and something near akin to insult in his words. "You must do it again now, or break every promise that you made at Tankerville." "Do you know what promise I made at Tankerville? I shall break no promise." "You must allow me to say, Mr. Finn, that the kind of independence which is practised by you and Mr. Monk, grand as it may be on the part of men who avowedly abstain from office, is a little dangerous when it is now and again adopted by men who have taken place. I like to be sure that the men who are in the same boat with me won't take it into their heads that their duty requires them to scuttle the ship." Having so spoken, Mr. Bonteen, with nearly all the grace of a full-fledged cabinet minister, rose from his seat on the corner of the sofa and joined a small congregation. Phineas felt that his ears were tingling and that his face was red. He looked round to ascertain from the countenances of others whether they had heard what had been said. Nobody had been close to them, and he thought that the conversation had been unnoticed. He knew now that he had been imprudent in addressing himself to Mr. Bonteen, though the question that he had first asked had been quite commonplace. As it was, the man, he thought, had been determined to affront him, and had made a charge against him which he could not allow to pass unnoticed. And then there was all the additional bitterness in it which arose from the conviction that Bonteen had spoken the opinion of other men as well as his own, and that he had plainly indicated that the gates of the official paradise were to be closed against the presumed offender. Phineas had before believed that it was to be so, but that belief had now become assurance. He got up in his misery to leave the room, but as he did so he met Lawrence Fitzgibbon. "You have heard the news about Bonteen," said Lawrence. "What news?" "He's to be pitchforked up to the Exchequer. They say it's quite settled. The higher a monkey climbs, you know the proverb." So saying, Lawrence Fitzgibbon passed into the room, and Phineas Finn took his departure in solitude. And so the man with whom he had managed to quarrel utterly was to be one in the cabinet, a man whose voice would probably be potential in the selection of minor members of the government. It seemed to him to be almost incredible that such a one as Mr. Bonteen should be chosen for such an office. He had despised almost as soon as he had known Mr. Bonteen, and had rarely heard the future manager of the finance of the country spoken of with either respect or regard. He had regarded Mr. Bonteen as a useful, dull, unscrupulous politician, well accustomed to Parliament, acquainted with the by-paths and back doors of official life, and therefore certain of employment when the Liberals were in power. But there was no one in the party he had thought less likely to be selected for high place. And yet this man was to be made Chancellor of the Exchequer, while he, Phineas Finn, very probably at this man's instance, was to be left out in the cold. He knew himself to be superior to the man he hated, to have higher ideas of political life, and to be capable of greater political sacrifices. He himself had sat shoulder to shoulder with many men on the Treasury bench, whose political principles he had not greatly valued, but of none of them had he thought so little as he had done of Mr. Bonteen. And yet this Mr. Bonteen was to be the new Chancellor of the Exchequer. He walked home to his lodgings in Marlborough Street, wretched because of his own failure, doubly wretched because of the other man's success. He laid awake half the night thinking of the words that had been spoken to him, and after breakfast on the following morning he wrote the following note to his enemy: House of Commons, 5th April, 18. Dear Mr. Bonteen, it is matter of extreme regret to me that last night at the Universe I should have asked you some chance question about the coming division. Had I guessed to what it might have led, I should not have addressed you. But as it is, I can hardly abstain from noticing what appeared to me to be a personal charge made against myself, with a great want of the courtesy which is supposed to prevail among men who have acted together. Had we never done so, my original question to you might perhaps have been deemed an impertinence. As it was, you accused me of having been dishonest to my party, and of having scuttled the ship. On the occasion to which you alluded, I acted with much consideration, greatly to the detriment of my own prospects, and as I believe, with the approbation of all who knew anything of the subject. If you will make inquiry of Mr. Gresham or Lord Cantrip, who was then my chief, I think that either will tell you that my conduct on that occasion was not such as to lay me open to reproach. If you will do this, I think that you cannot fail afterwards to express regret for what you said to me last night. Yours sincerely, Phineas Finn. Thomas Bonteen, Esquire, M.P. He did not like the letter when he had written it, but he did not know how to improve it, and he sent it. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Political Venom. On the Monday, Mr. Turnbull opened the ball by declaring his reasons for going into the same lobby with Mr. Daubeny. This he did at great length. To him all the mighty pomp and all the little squabbles of office were, he said, as nothing. He would never allow himself to regard the person of the Prime Minister. The measure before the House had ever been and ever should be all in all to him. If the public weal were more regarded in that House, and the quarrels of men less considered, he thought that the service of the country would be better done. He was answered by Mr. Monk, who was sitting near him, and who intended to support Mr. Gresham. Mr. Monk was rather happy in pulling his old friend, Mr. Turnbull, to pieces, expressing his opinion that a difference in men meant a difference in measures. The characters of men whose principles were known were guarantees for the measures they would advocate. To him, Mr. Monk, it was matter of very great moment who was Prime Minister of England. He was always selfish enough to wish for a minister with whom he himself could agree on the main questions of the day, as he certainly could not say that he had political confidence in the present ministry, he should certainly vote against them on this occasion. In the course of the evening Phineas found a letter addressed to himself from Mr. Bonteen. It was as follows: House of Commons, April 5th, 18. Dear Mr. Finn, I never accused you of dishonesty. You must have misheard or misunderstood me if you thought so. I did say that you had scuttled the ship, and as you most undoubtedly did scuttle it, you and Mr. Monk between you, I cannot retract my words. I do not want to go to any one for testimony as to your merits on the occasion. I accused you of having done nothing dishonourable or disgraceful. I think I said there was danger in the practice of scuttling. I think so still, though I know that many fancy that those who scuttle do a fine thing. I can't deny that it's fine, and therefore you have no cause of complaint against me. Yours truly, J. Bonteen. He had brought a copy of his own letter in his pocket to the house, and he showed the correspondence to Mr. Monk. I would not have noticed it had I been you, said he. You can have no idea of the offensive nature of the remark when it was made. It's as offensive to me as to you, but I should not think of moving in such a matter. When a man annoys you, keep out of his way. It is generally the best thing you can do. If a man were to call you a liar? But men don't call each other liars. Bonteen understands the world much too well to commit himself by using any word which common opinion would force him to retract. He says we scuttled the ship. Well, we did. Of all the political acts of my life, it is the one of which I am most proud. The manner in which you helped me has entitled you to my affectionate esteem. But we did scuttle the ship. Before you can quarrel with Bonteen, you must be able to show that a metaphorical scuttling of a ship must necessarily be a disgraceful act. You see how he at once retreats behind the fact that it need not be so. You wouldn't answer his letter. I think not. You can do yourself no good by a correspondence in which you cannot get a hold of him. And if you did get a hold of him, you would injure yourself much more than him. Just drop it. This added much to our friend's misery, and made him feel that the weight of it was almost more than he could bear. His enemy had got the better of him at every turn. He now rushed into a correspondence, as to which he would have to own by his silence that he had been confuted. And yet he was sure that Mr. Bonteen had at the club insulted him most unjustifiably, and if the actual truth were known, no man, certainly not Mr. Monk, would hesitate to say that reparation was due to him. And yet what could he do? He thought that he would consult Lord Cantrip, and endeavour to get from his late chief some advice more palatable than that which had been tendered to him by Mr. Monk. In the meantime, animosities in the house were waxing very furious, and as it happened, the debate took a turn that was peculiarly injurious to Phineas Finn in his present state of mind. The rumour as to the future promotion of Mr. Bonteen, which had been conveyed by Lawrence Fitzgibbon to Phineas at the Universe, had, as was natural, spread far and wide, and had reached the ears of those who still sat on the ministerial benches. Now it was quite understood among politicians in this country that no man should presume that he will have imposed upon him the task of forming a ministry until he has been called upon by the Crown to undertake that great duty. Let the Gresham or the Daubeny of the day be ever so sure that the reins of the state chariot must come into his hands. He should not visibly prepare himself for the seat on the box till he has actually been summoned to place himself there. At this moment it was alleged that Mr. Gresham had departed from the reticence and modesty usual in such a position as his, by taking steps toward the formation of a cabinet, while it was as yet quite possible that he might never be called upon to form any cabinet. Late on this Monday night, when the House was quite full, one of Mr. Daubeny's leading lieutenants, a Secretary of State, Sir Orlando Drought by name, a gentleman who, if he had any heart in the matter, must have hated this church bill from the very bottom of his heart, and who, on that account, was the more bitter against opponents who had not ceased to throw in his teeth his own political tergiversation, fell foul of Mr. Gresham as to this rumoured appointment to the Chancellorship of the Exchequer. The reader will easily imagine the things that were said. Sir Orlando had heard, and had been much surprised at hearing, that a certain honourable member of that House, who had long been known to them as a tenant of the ministerial bench, had already been appointed to a high office. He, Sir Orlando, had not been aware that the office had been vacant, or that if vacant it would have been at the disposal of the right honourable gentleman. But he believed that there was no doubt that the place in question, with a seat in the cabinet, had been tendered to and accepted by the honourable member to whom he alluded. Such was the rabid haste with which the right honourable gentleman opposite and his colleagues were attempting, he would not say to climb, but to rush into office, by opposing a great measure of reform, the wisdom of which, as was notorious to all the world, they themselves did not dare to deny. Much more of the same kind was said, during which Mr. Gresham pulled about his hat, shuffled his feet, showed his annoyance to all the House, and at last jumped upon his legs. "If," said Sir Orlando Drought, "if the right honourable gentleman wishes to deny the accuracy of any statements that I have made, I will give way to him for the moment, that he may do so." "I deny utterly, not only the accuracy, but every detail of the statement made by the right honourable gentleman opposite," said Mr. Gresham, still standing and holding his hat in his hand as he completed his denial. "Does the right honourable gentleman mean to assure me that he has not selected his future Chancellor of the Exchequer? The right honourable gentleman is too acute not to be aware that we, on this side of the House, may have made such selection, and that yet every detail of the statement which he had been rash enough to make to the House may be unfounded. The word, sir, is weak, but I would fain avoid the use of any words which, justifiable though they might be, would offend the feelings of the House. I will explain to the House exactly what has been done." Then there was a great hubbub, cries of "Order!" "Gresham spoke!" "Hear, hear!" and the like, during which Sir Orlando Drought and Mr. Gresham both stood on their legs. So powerful was Mr. Gresham's voice that, through it all, every word that he said was audible to the reporters. His opponent hardly attempted to speak, but stood relying upon his right. Mr. Gresham said he understood that it was the desire of the House that he should explain the circumstances in reference to the charge that had been made against him, and it would certainly be for the convenience of the House that this should be done at the moment. The Speaker, of course, ruled that Sir Orlando was in possession of the floor, but suggested that it might be convenient that he should yield to the right honourable gentleman on the other side for a few minutes. Mr. Gresham, as a matter of course, succeeded. Rights and rules, which are bonds of iron to a little man, are packthread to a giant. No one in all that assembly knew the House better than did Mr. Gresham, was better able to take it by storm, or more obdurate in perseverance. He did make his speech, though clearly he had no right to do so. The House, he said, was aware that by the most unfortunate demise of the late Duke of Omnium, a gentleman had been removed from this house to another place, whose absence from their councils would long be felt as a very grievous loss. Then he pronounced a eulogy on Plantagenet Palliser, so graceful and well arranged that even the bitterness of the existing opposition was unable to demur to it. The House was well aware of the nature of the labours which now for some years past had occupied the mind of the noble Duke, and the paramount importance which the country attached to their conclusion. The noble Duke, no doubt, was not absolutely debarred from a continuance of his work by the change which had fallen upon him, but it was essential that some gentleman belonging to the same party with the noble Duke, versed in office, and having a seat in that house, should endeavour to devote himself to the great measure which had occupied so much of the attention of the late Chancellor of the Exchequer. No doubt it must be fitting that the gentleman so selected should be at the Exchequer in the event of their party coming into office. The honourable gentleman to whom allusion had been made had acted throughout with the present noble Duke in arranging the details of the measure in question, and the probability of his being able to fill the shoes left vacant by the accession to the peerage of the noble Duke had, indeed, been discussed, but the discussion had been made in reference to the measure, and only incidentally in regard to the office. He, Mr. Gresham, held that he had done nothing that was indiscreet, nothing that his duty did not demand. If right honourable gentlemen opposite were of a different opinion, he thought that the difference came from the fact that they were less intimately acquainted than he, unfortunately, had been with the burdens and responsibilities of legislation. There was very little in the dispute which seemed to be worthy of the place in which it occurred, or of the vigour with which it was conducted, but it served to show the temper of the parties, and to express the bitterness of the political feelings of the day. It was said at the time that never within the memory of living politicians had so violent an animosity displayed itself in the House as had been witnessed on this night. While Mr. Gresham was giving his explanation, Mr. Daubeny had arisen, and with a mock solemnity that was peculiar to him on occasions such as these, had appealed to the Speaker whether the right honourable gentleman opposite should not be called upon to resume his seat. Mr. Gresham had put him down with a wave of his hand. An affected stateliness cannot support itself but for a moment, and Mr. Daubeny had been forced to sit down when the Speaker did not at once support his appeal. But he did not forget that wave of the hand, nor did he forgive it. He was a man who in public life rarely forgot and never forgave. They used to say of him that at home he was kindly and forbearing, simple and unostentatious. It may be so. Who does not remember that horrible Turk, Jacob Asdrubal, the Old Bailey barrister, the terror of witnesses, the bane of judges, who was gall and wormwood to all opponents? It was said of him that at home his docile amiability was the marvel of his friends and delight of his wife and daughters. At home, perhaps, Mr. Daubeny might have been waved at and have forgiven it. But men who saw the scene in the House of Commons knew that he would never forgive Mr. Gresham. As for Mr. Gresham himself, he triumphed at the moment, and exulted in his triumph. Phineas Finn heard it all, and was disgusted to find that his enemy thus became the hero of the hour. It was, indeed, the opinion generally of the Liberal party that Mr. Gresham had not said much to flatter his new Chancellor of the Exchequer. In praise of Plantagenet Palliser he had been very loud, and he had no doubt said that which implied the capability of Mr. Bonteen, who, as it happened, was sitting next to him at the time. But he had implied also that the mantle which was to be transferred from Mr. Palliser to Mr. Bonteen would be carried by its new wearer with grace very inferior to that which had marked all the steps of his predecessor. Rattler and Earl and Fitzgibbon and others had laughed in their sleeves at the expression, understood by them, of Mr. Gresham's doubt as to the qualifications of his new assistant, and Sir Orlando Drought, in continuing his speech, remarked that the warmth of the right honourable gentleman had been so completely expended in abusing his enemies that he had had none left for the defence of his friend. But to Phineas it seemed that this Bonteen, who had so grievously injured him, and whom he so thoroughly despised, was carrying off all the glories of the fight. A certain amount of consolation was, however, afforded to him. Between 1 and 2 o'clock he was told by Mr. Rattler that he might enjoy the privilege of adjourning the debate, by which would accrue to him the right of commencing on the morrow, and this he did at a few minutes before 3. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. 72. On the next morning Phineas, with his speech before him, was obliged for a while to forget, or at least to postpone, Mr. Bonteen and his injuries. He could not now go to Lord Cantrip, as the hours were too precious to him, and as he felt too short, though he had been thinking what he would say ever since the debate had become imminent, and knew accurately the line which he would take. He had not as yet prepared a word of his speech, but he had resolved that he would not prepare a word otherwise than he might do by arranging certain phrases in his memory. There should be nothing written. He had tried that before in old days, and had broken down with the effort. He would load himself with no burden of words in itself so heavy that the carrying of it would incapacitate him for any other effort. After a late breakfast he walked out far away into the Regent's Park, and there, wandering among the uninteresting paths, he devised triumphs of oratory for himself. Let him resolve as he would to forget Mr. Bonteen, and that charge of having been untrue to his companions, he could not restrain himself from efforts to fit the matter after some fashion into his speech. Dim ideas of a definition of political honesty crossed his brain, bringing with him, however, a conviction that his thought must be much more clearly worked out than it could be on that day before he might venture to give it birth in the House of Commons. He knew that he had been honest 2 years ago in separating himself from his colleagues. He knew that he would be honest now in voting with them, apparently in opposition to the pledges he had given at Tankerville. But he knew also that it would behoove him to abstain from speaking of himself unless he could do so in close reference to some point specially in dispute between the two parties. When he returned to eat a mutton chop at Great Marlborough Street at 3 o'clock, he was painfully conscious that all his morning had been wasted. He had allowed his mind to run revel, instead of tying it down to the formation of sentences and construction of arguments. He entered the House with the Speaker at 4 o'clock, and took his seat without uttering a word to any man. He seemed to be more than ever disjoined from his party. Hitherto he had been seated by the judge's order, the former companions of his parliamentary life, the old men whom he had used to know, had to a certain degree admitted him among them. Many of them sat on the front opposition bench, whereas he, as a matter of course, had seated himself behind. But he had very frequently found himself next to some man who had held office and was living in the hope of holding it again, and had felt himself to be in some sort recognized as an aspirant. Now it seemed to him that it was otherwise. He did not doubt but that Bonteen had shown the correspondence to his friends, and that the Rattlers and Earls had conceded that he, Phineas, was put out of court by it. He sat doggedly still at the end of a bench behind Mr. Gresham, and close to the gangway. When Mr. Gresham entered the house, he was received with much cheering, but Phineas did not join in the cheer. He was studious to avoid any personal recognition of the future giver away of places, though they two were close together, and he then fancied that Mr. Gresham had specially and most ungraciously abstained from any recognition of him. Mr. Monk, who sat near him, spoke a kind word to him. "I shan't be very long," said Phineas. "Not above 20 minutes, I should think." He was able to assume an air of indifference, and yet at the moment he heartily wished himself back in Dublin. It was not now that he feared the task immediately before him, but that he was overcome by the feeling of general failure which had come upon him. Of what use was it to him, or to any one else, that he should be there in that assembly with the privilege of making a speech that would influence no human being, unless his being there could be made a step to something beyond? While the usual preliminary work was being done, he looked round the house, and saw Lord Cantrip in the Peers' Gallery. Alas, of what avail was that? He had always been able to bind to him individuals with whom he had been brought into close contact, but more than that was wanted in this most precarious of professions, in which now, for a second time, he was attempting to earn his bread. At 4:30 he was on his legs in the midst of a crowded house. The chance, perhaps the hope, of some such encounter as that of the former day brought members into their seats, and filled the gallery with strangers. We may say, perhaps, that the highest duty imposed upon us as a nation is the management of India, and we may also say that in a great national assembly personal squabbling among its members is the least dignified work in which it can employ itself. But the prospect of an explanation, or otherwise of a fight, between two leading politicians will fill the House, and any allusion to our Eastern Empire will certainly empty it. An aptitude for such encounters is almost a necessary qualification for a popular leader in Parliament, as is a capacity for speaking for 3 hours to the reporters, and to the reporters only, a necessary qualification for an Under-Secretary of State for India. Phineas had the advantage of the temper of the moment in a house thoroughly crowded, and he enjoyed it. Let a man doubt ever so much his own capacity for some public exhibition which he has undertaken, yet he will always prefer to fail, if fail he must, before a large audience. But on this occasion there was no failure. That sense of awe from the surrounding circumstances of the moment, which had been heavy on him, and which he still well remembered, had been overcome, and had never returned to him. He felt now that he should not lack words to pour out his own individual grievances, were it not that he was prevented by a sense of the indiscretion of doing so. As it was, he did succeed in alluding to his own condition in a manner that brought upon him no reproach. He began by saying that he should not have added to the difficulty of the debate, which was one simply of length, were it not that he had been accused in advance of voting against a measure as to which he had pledged himself at the hustings to do all that he could to further it. No man was more anxious than he, an Irish Roman Catholic, to abolish that which he thought to be the anomaly of a state church, and he did not in the least doubt that he should now be doing the best in his power with that object in voting against the second reading of the present bill. That such a measure should be carried by the gentlemen opposite in their own teeth at the bidding of the right honourable gentleman who led them, he thought to be impossible. Upon this he was hooted at from the other side with many gestures of indignant denial, and was, of course, equally cheered by those around him. Such interruptions are new breath to the nostrils of all orators, and Phineas enjoyed the noise. He repeated his assertion that it would be an evil thing for the country that the measure should be carried by men who in their hearts condemned it, and was vehemently called to order for this assertion about the hearts of gentlemen. But a speaker who can certainly be made amenable to authority for vilipending in debate the heart of any specific opponent, may with safety attribute all manner of ill to the agglomerated hearts of a party. To have told any individual conservative, Sir Orlando Drought, for instance, that he was abandoning all the convictions of his life because he was a creature at the command of Mr. Daubeny, would have been an insult that would have moved even the speaker from his serenity. But you can hardly be personal to a whole bench of conservatives, to bench above bench of conservatives. The charge had been made and repeated over and over again, till all the Orlando Droughts were ready to cut some man's throat, whether their own, or Mr. Daubeny's, or Mr. Gresham's, they hardly knew. It might probably have been Mr. Daubeny's for choice, had any real cutting of a throat been possible. It was now made again by Phineas Finn, with the ostensible object of defending himself, and he for the moment became the target for conservative wrath. Some one asked him in fury by what right he took upon himself to judge of the motives of gentlemen on that side of the House of whom personally he knew nothing. Phineas replied that he did not at all doubt the motives of the honourable gentlemen who asked the question, which he was sure were noble and patriotic. But unfortunately the whole country was convinced that the Conservative party as a body was supporting this measure unwillingly and at the bidding of one man, and for himself he was bound to say that he agreed with the country. And so the row was renewed and prolonged, and the gentlemen assembled, members and strangers together, passed a pleasant evening. Before he sat down, Phineas made one allusion to that former scuttling of the ship, an accusation as to which had been made against him so injuriously by Mr. Bonteen. He himself, he said, had been called impractical, and perhaps he might allude to a vote which he had given in that House when last he had the honour of sitting there, and on giving which he resigned the office which he had then held. He had the gratification of knowing that he had been so far practical as to have then foreseen the necessity of a measure which had since been passed, and he did not doubt that he would hereafter be found to have been equally practical in the view that he had expressed on the hustings at Tankerville, for he was convinced that before long the anomaly of which he had spoken would cease to exist under the influence of a government that would really believe in the work it was doing. There was no doubt as to the success of his speech. The vehemence with which his insolence was abused by one after another of those who spoke later from the other side was ample evidence of its success. But nothing occurred then, or at the conclusion of the debate, to make him think that he had won his way back to Elysium. During the whole evening he exchanged not a syllable with Mr. Gresham, who indeed was not much given to converse with those around him in the House. Earl said a few good-natured words to him, and Mr. Monk praised him highly. But in reading the general barometer of the party as regarded himself, he did not find that the mercury went up. He was wretchedly anxious and angry with himself for his own anxiety. He scorned to say a word that should sound like an entreaty, and yet he had placed his whole heart on a thing which seemed to be slipping from him for the want of asking. In a day or two it would be known whether the present ministry would or would not go out. That they must be out of office before a month was over seemed to him the opinion of everybody. His fate, and what a fate it was, would then be absolutely in the hands of Mr. Gresham. Yet he would not speak a word of his hopes and fears even to Mr. Gresham. He had given up everything in the world with the view of getting into office, and now that the opportunity had come, an opportunity which, if allowed to slip, could hardly return again in time to be of service to him, the prize was to elude his grasp. But yet he did not say a word to anyone on the subject that was so near his heart, although in the course of the night he spoke to Lord Cantrip in the gallery of the house. He told his friend that a correspondence had taken place between himself and Mr. Bonteen, in which he thought he had been ill-used, and as to which he was quite anxious to ask his lordship's advice. "I hear that you and he had been tilting at each other," said Lord Cantrip, smiling. "Have you seen the letters?" "No, but I was told of them by Lord Fawn, who has seen them." "I knew he would show them to every newsmonger about the clubs," said Phineas angrily. "You can't quarrel with Bonteen for showing them to Fawn, if you intend to show them to me." "He may publish them at Charing Cross, if he likes." "Exactly. I am sure that there will have been nothing in them prejudicial to you. What I mean is that if you think it necessary, with a view to your own character, to show them to me or to another friend, you cannot complain that he should do the same." An appointment was made at Lord Cantrip's house for the next morning, and Phineas could but acknowledge to himself that the man's manner to him had been kind and constant. Nevertheless, the whole affair was going against him. Lord Cantrip had not said a word prejudicial to that wretch Bonteen. Much less had he hinted at any future arrangements which would be comfortable to poor Phineas. They two, Lord Cantrip and Phineas, had at one period been on most intimate terms together, had worked in the same office, and had thoroughly trusted each other. The elder of the two, for Lord Cantrip was about 10 years senior to Phineas, had frequently expressed the most lively interest in the prospects of the other, and Phineas had felt that in any emergency he could tell his friend all his hopes and fears. But now he did not say a word of his position, nor did Lord Cantrip allude to it. They were to meet on the morrow in order that Lord Cantrip might read the correspondence, but Phineas was sure that no word would be said about the government. At 5 o'clock in the morning the division took place, and the government was beaten by a majority of 72. This was much higher than any man had expected. When the parties were marshalled in the opposite lobbies, it was found that in the last moment the number of those Conservatives who dared to rebel against their Conservative leaders was swelled by the course which the debate had taken. There were certain men who could not endure to be twitted with having deserted the principles of their lives, when it was clear that nothing was to be gained by the party by such desertion. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37 of Phineas Redux by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Conspiracy. On the morning following the great division, Phineas was with his friend Lord Cantrip by 11 o'clock, and Lord Cantrip, when he had read the two letters in which were comprised the whole correspondence, made to our unhappy hero the following little speech. I do not think that you can do anything. Indeed, I am sure that Mr. Monk is quite right. I don't see what it is that you wish to do. Privately, between our two selves, I do not hesitate to say that Mr. Bonteen has intended to be ill-natured. I fancy that he is an ill-natured, or at any rate a jealous man, and that he would be willing to run down a competitor in the race who had made his running after a fashion different from his own. Bonteen has been a useful man, a very useful man, and the more so, perhaps, because he has not entertained any high political theory of his own. You have chosen to do so, and undoubtedly when you and Monk left us, to our very great regret, you did scuttle the ship. We had no intention of that kind. Do not suppose that I blame you. That which was odious to the eyes of Mr. Bonteen was to my thinking high and honourable conduct. I have known this same thing done by members of a government perhaps half a dozen times, and the men by whom it has been done have been the best and noblest of our modern statesmen. There has generally been a hard contest in the man's breast between loyalty to his party and strong personal convictions, the result of which has been an inability on the part of the struggler to give even a silent support to a measure which he has disapproved. That inability is no doubt troublesome at the time to the colleagues of the seceder, and constitutes an offence hardly to be pardoned by such gentlemen as Mr. Bonteen. For Mr. Bonteen personally I care nothing, but of course you must endure the ill effects of his influence, be they what they may. When you seceded from our government, you looked for certain adverse consequences. If you did not, where was your self-sacrifice? That such men as Mr. Bonteen should feel that you had scuttled the ship, and be unable to forgive you for doing so, that is exactly the evil which you knew you must face. You have to face it now, and surely you can do so without showing your teeth. Hereafter, when men more thoughtful than Mr. Bonteen shall have come to acknowledge the high principle by which your conduct has been governed, you will receive your reward. I suppose Mr. Daubeny must resign now. Everybody says so. I am by no means sure that he will. Any other minister since Lord North's time would have done so, with such a majority against him on a vital measure, but he is a man who delights in striking out some wonderful course for himself. A prime minister so beaten surely can't go on. Not for long, one would think. And yet how are you to turn him out? It depends very much on a man's power of endurance. His colleagues will resign, I should think. Probably, and then he must go. I should say that that will be the way in which the matter will settle itself. Good morning, Finn, and take my word for it, you had better not answer Mr. Bonteen's letter. Not a word had fallen from Lord Cantrip's friendly lips as to the probability of Phineas being invited to join the future government. An attempt had been made to console him with the hazy promise of some future reward, which, however, was to consist rather of the good opinion of good men than of anything tangible and useful. But even this would never come to him. What would good men know of him and of his self-sacrifice, when he should have been driven out of the world by poverty and forced probably to go to some New Zealand or back Canadian settlement to look for his bread? How easy, thought Phineas, must be the sacrifices of rich men who can stay their time and wait in perfect security for their rewards. But for such a one as he, truth to a principle was political annihilation. 2 or 3 years ago he had done what he knew to be a noble thing, and now, because he had done that noble thing, he was to be regarded as unfit for that very employment for which he was peculiarly fitted. But Bonteen and company had not been his only enemies. His luck had been against him throughout. Mr. Quintus Slide, with his People's Banner and the story of that wretched affair in Judd Street, had been as strong against him probably as Mr. Bonteen's ill word. Then he thought of Lady Laura and her love for him. His gratitude to Lady Laura was boundless. There was nothing he would not do for Lady Laura, were it in his power to do anything. But no circumstances in his career had been so unfortunate for him as this affection. A wretched charge had been made against him which, though wholly untrue, was as it were so strangely connected with the truth that slanderers might not improbably be able almost to substantiate their calumnies. She would be in London soon, and he must devote himself to her service. But every act of friendship that he might do for her would be used as proof of the accusation that had been made against him. As he thought of all this, he was walking towards Park Lane in order that he might call upon Madame Goesler according to his promise. As he went up to the drawing-room, he met old Mr. Maule coming down, and the two bowed to each other on the stairs. In the drawing-room, sitting with Madame Goesler, he found Mrs. Bonteen. Now Mrs. Bonteen was almost as odious to him as was her husband. "Did you ever know anything more shameful, Mr. Finn," said Mrs. Bonteen, "than the attack made upon Mr. Bonteen the night before last?" Phineas could see a smile on Madame Goesler's face as the question was asked, for she knew, and he knew that she knew, how great was the antipathy between him and the Bonteens. "The attack was upon Mr. Gresham, I thought," said Phineas. "Oh yes, nominally, but of course everybody knows what was meant. Upon my word, there is twice more jealousy among men than among women. Is there not, Madame Goesler?" "I don't think any man could be more jealous than I am myself," said Madame Goesler. "Then you're fit to be a member of a government, that's all. I don't suppose that there is a man in England has worked harder for his party than Mr. Bonteen." "I don't think there is," said Phineas. "Or made himself more useful in Parliament. As for work, only that his constitution is so strong, he would have killed himself." "He should take Thorley's mixture twice a day," said Madame Goesler. "Take! He never has time to take anything. He breakfasts in his dressing-room, carries his lunch in his pocket, and dines with the division bell ringing him up between his fish and his mutton chop. Now he has got their decimal coinage in hand, and has not a moment to himself even on Sundays. He'll be sure to go to heaven for it, that's one comfort. And because they are absolutely obliged to make him Chancellor of the Exchequer, just as if he had not earned it, everybody is so jealous that they are ready to tear him to pieces." "Who is everybody?" asked Phineas. "Oh, I know, it wasn't only Sir Orlando Drought. Who told Sir Orlando? Never mind, Mr. Finn." "I don't in the least, Mrs. Bonteen." "I should have thought you would have been so triumphant," said Madame Goesler. "Not in the least, Madame Goesler. Why should I be triumphant? Of course the position is very high indeed, but it's no more than I would have always expected. If a man gives up his life to a pursuit he ought to succeed. As for ambition, I have less of it than any woman. Only I do hate jealousy, Mr. Finn." Then Mrs. Bonteen took her leave, kissing her dear friend Madame Goesler, and simply bowing to Phineas. "What a detestable woman!" said Phineas. "I know of old that you don't love her. I don't believe that you love her a bit better than I do, and yet you kiss her." "Hardly that, Mr. Finn. There has come up a fashion for ladies to pretend to be very loving, and so they put their faces together. 200 years ago, ladies and gentlemen did the same thing, with just as little regard for each other. Fashions change, you know. That was a change for the worse, certainly, Madame Goesler. It wasn't of my doing. So you've had a great victory. Yes, greater than we expected. According to Mrs. Bonteen, the chief result to the country will be that the taxes will be so very safe in her husband's hands. I am sure she believes that all Parliament has been at work in order that he might be made a cabinet minister. I rather like her for it. I don't like her or her husband. I do like a woman that can thoroughly enjoy her husband's success. When she is talking of his carrying about his food in his pocket, she is completely happy. I don't think Lady Glencora ever cared in the least about her husband being Chancellor of the Exchequer, because it added nothing to her own standing. That's very ill-natured, Mr. Finn, and I find that you are becoming generally ill-natured. You used to be the best-humoured of men. I hadn't so much to try my temper as I have now. And then you must remember, Madame Goesler, that I regard these people as being especially my enemies. Lady Glencora was never your enemy, nor my friend especially. Then you wrong her. If I tell you something, you must be discreet. Am I not always discreet? She does not love Mr. Bonteen. She has had too much of him at Matching. And as for his wife, she is quite as unwilling to be kissed by her as you can be. Her Grace is determined to fight your battle for you. I want her to do nothing of the kind, Madame Goesler. You will know nothing about it. We have put our heads to work, and Mr. Palliser, that is the new Duke, is to be made to tell Mr. Gresham that you are to have a place. It is no good you being angry, for the thing is done. If you have enemies behind your back, you must also have friends behind your back. Lady Cantrip is to do the same thing. For heaven's sake, not! It's all arranged. You'll be called the lady's pet, but you mustn't mind that. Lady Lara will be here before it's arranged, and she will get hold of Mr. Earl. You are laughing at me, I know. Let them laugh that win. We thought of besieging Lord Fawn through Lady Chiltern, but we are not quite sure that anybody cares for Lord Fawn. The man we specially want now is the other Duke. We're afraid of attacking him through the Duchess, because we think that he is inhumanly indifferent to anything that his wife says to him. If that kind of thing is done, I shall not accept place, even if it is offered me. Why not? Are you going to let a man like Mr. Bonteen bowl you over? Did you ever know Lady Glen fail in anything that she attempted? She is preparing a secret with the express object of making Mr. Rattler her confidant. Lord Mount Thistle is her slave, but then I fear Lord Mount Thistle is not of much use. She'll do anything and everything except flatter Mr. Bonteen. Heaven forbid that anybody should do that for my sake. The truth is, he made himself so disagreeable at Matching that Lady Glen is broken-hearted at finding that he is to seem to owe his promotion to her husband's favour. Now you know all about it. You have been very wrong to tell me. Perhaps I have, Mr. Finn, but I thought it better that you should know that you have friends at work for you. We believe, or rather the Duchess believes, that falsehoods have been used which are as disparaging to Lady Laura Kennedy as they are injurious to you, and she is determined to put it right. Someone has told Mr. Gresham that you have been the means of breaking the hearts both of Lord Brentford and Mr. Kennedy, two members of the late Cabinet, and he must be made to understand that this is untrue. If only for Lady Laura's sake, you must submit. Lord Brentford and I are the best friends in the world, and Mr. Kennedy is a madman, absolutely in custody of his friends, as everybody knows, and yet the story has been made to work. And you do not feel that all this is derogatory to me?" Madame Goesler was silent for a moment, and then she answered boldly, "Not a whit. Why should it be derogatory? It is not done with the object of obtaining an improper appointment on behalf of an unimportant man. When falsehoods of that kind are told, you can't meet them in a straightforward way. I suppose I know with fair accuracy the sort of connection there has been between you and Lady Laura." Phineas very much doubted whether she had any such knowledge, but he said nothing, though the lady paused a few moments for reply. "You can't go and tell Mr. Gresham all that, nor can any friend do so on your behalf. It would be absurd." "Most absurd. And yet it is essential to your interests that he should know it. When your enemies are undermining you, you must countermine, or you'll be blown up." "I'd rather fight above ground." "That's all very well, but your enemies won't stay above ground. Is that newspaper man above ground? And for a little job of clever mining, believe me, that there is not a better engineer going than Lady Glen. Not but what I've known her to be very nearly hoist with her own petard," added Madame Goesler, as she remembered a certain circumstance in their joint lives. All that Madame Goesler said was true. A conspiracy had been formed, in the first place at the instance of Madame Goesler, but altogether by the influence of the young Duchess, for forcing upon the future Premier the necessity of admitting Phineas Finn into his government. On the Wednesday following the conclusion of the debate, the day on the morning of which the division was to take place, there was no House. On the Thursday, the last day on which the House was to sit before the Easter holidays, Mr. Daubeny announced his intention of postponing the declaration of his intentions till after the adjournment. The House would meet, he said, on that day week, and then he would make his official statement. This communication he made very curtly, and in a manner that was thought by some to be almost insolent to the House. It was known that he had been grievously disappointed by the result of the debate, not probably having expected a majority since his adversary's strategy had been declared, but always hoping that the deserters from his own standard would be very few. The deserters had been very many, and Mr. Daubeny was majestic in his wrath. Nothing, however, could be done till after Easter. The Rattlers of the Liberal party were very angry at the delay, declaring that it would have been much to the advantage of the country at large that the vacation week would have been used for constructing a Liberal cabinet. This work of construction always takes time, and delays the business of the country. No one can have known better than did Mr. Daubeny how great was the injury of delay, and how advantageously the short holiday might have been used. With a majority of 72 against him, there could be no reason why he should not have at once resigned, and advised the Queen to send for Mr. Gresham. Nothing could be worse than his conduct. So said the Liberals, thirsting for office. Mr. Gresham himself did not open his mouth when the announcement was made, nor did any man, marked for future office, rise to denounce the beaten statesman. But one or two independent members expressed their great regret at the unnecessary delay which was to take place before they were informed who was to be the Minister of the Crown. But Mr. Daubeny, as soon as he had made his statement, stalked out of the House, and no reply whatever was made to the independent members. Some few sublime and hot-headed gentlemen muttered the word impeachment. Others, who were more practical and less dignified, suggested that the Prime Minister ought to have his head punched. It thus happened that all the world went out of town that week, so that the Duchess of Omnium was down at Matching when Phineas called at the Duke's house in Carlton Terrace on Friday. With what object he had called he hardly knew himself, but he thought that he intended to assure the Duchess that he was not a candidate for office, and that he must deprecate her interference. Luckily or unluckily, he did not see her, and he felt that it would be impossible to convey his wishes in a letter. The whole subject was one which would have defied him to find words sufficiently discreet for his object. The Duke and Duchess of St. Bungay were at Matching for the Easter, as also was Barrington Erle, and also that dreadful Mr. Bonteen, from whose presence the poor Duchess of Omnium could in these days never altogether deliver herself. "Duke," she said, "you know Mr. Finn?" "Certainly. It was not very long ago that I was talking to him. He used to be in office, you remember." "Oh, yes, and a very good beginner he was. Is he a friend of your Grace's?" "A great friend. I'll tell you what I want you to do. You must have some place found for him." "My dear Duchess, I never interfere." "Why, Duke, you've made more cabinets than any man living." "I fear, indeed, that I have been at the construction of more governments than most men. It's 40 years ago since Lord Melbourne first did me the honour of consulting me. When asked for advice, my dear, I have very often given it. It has occasionally been my duty to say that I could not myself give my slender assistance to a ministry unless I were supported by the presence of this or that political friend. But never in my life have I asked for an appointment as a personal favour. And I am sure you won't be angry with me if I say that I cannot begin to do so now." "But Mr. Finn ought to be there. He did so well before." "If so, let us presume that he will be there. I can only say, from what little I know of him, that I shall be happy to see him in any office to which the future Prime Minister may consider it to be his duty to appoint him." "To think," said the Duchess of Omnium afterwards to her friend Madame Goesler, "to think that I should have had that stupid old woman a week in the house, and all for nothing." "Upon my word, Duchess," said Barrington Erle, "I don't know why it is, but Gresham seems to have taken a dislike to him." "It's Bonteen's doing." "Very probably." "Surely you can get the better of that?" "I look upon Phineas Finn, Duchess, almost as a child of my own. He has come back to Parliament altogether at my instigation." "Then you ought to help him." "And so I would, if I could. Remember, I am not the man I used to be when dear old Mr. Mildmay reigned. The truth is, I never interfere now unless I'm asked." "I believe that every one of you is afraid of Mr. Gresham." "Perhaps we are." "I'll tell you what, if he's passed over I'll make such a row that some of you shall hear it." "How fond all you women are of Phineas Finn!" "I don't care for him," said the Duchess, snapping her fingers, "more than I do, that is, for any other mere acquaintance. The man is very well, as most men are." "Not all." "No, not all. Some are as little and jealous as a girl in her 10th season. He is a decently good fellow, and he is to be thrown over because—" "Because of what?" "I don't choose to name any one. You ought to know all about it, and I do not doubt but you do. Lady Laura Kennedy is your own cousin." "There is not a spark of truth in all that." "Of course there is not, and yet he is to be punished. I know very well, Mr. Earle, that if you choose to put your shoulder to the wheel you can manage it, and I shall expect to have it managed." "Plantagenet," she said the next day to her husband, "I want you to do something for me." "To do something? What am I to do? It's very seldom you want anything in my line." This isn't in your line at all, and yet I want you to do it. 10 to 1, it's beyond my means. No, it isn't. I know you can if you like. I suppose you are all sure to be in office within 10 days or a fortnight. I can't say, my dear. I have promised Mr. Gresham to be of use to him if I can. Everybody knows all that. You're going to be Privy Seal and to work just the same as ever at those horrible 2 farthings. And what is it you want, Glencora? I want you to say that you won't take any office unless you are allowed to bring in 1 or 2 friends with you. Why should I do that? I shall not doubt any cabinet chosen by Mr. Gresham. I'm not speaking of the cabinet. I allude to men in lower offices, lords and under-secretaries and vice-people. You know what I mean. I never interfere. But you must. Other men do continually. It's quite a common thing for a man to insist that 1 or 2 others should come in with him. Yes, if a man feels that he cannot sustain his own position without support, he declines to join the government without it. But that isn't my case. The friends who are necessary to me in the cabinet are the very men who will certainly be there. I would join no government without the Duke. But, oh, the Duke, the Duke! I hate dukes, and duchesses too. I'm not talking about a duke. I want you to oblige me by making a point with Mr. Gresham that Mr. Finn shall have an office. Mr. Finn? Yes, Mr. Finn. I'll explain it all if you wish it. My dear Glencora, I never interfere. Who does interfere? Everybody says the same. Somebody interferes, I suppose. Mr. Gresham can't know everybody so well as to be able to fit all the pegs into all the holes without saying a word to anybody. He would probably speak to Mr. Bonteen. Then he would speak to a very disagreeable man, and one I'm as sick of as I ever was of any man I ever knew. If you can't manage this for me, Plantagenet, I shall take it very ill. It's a little thing, and I'm sure you could have it done. I don't very often trouble you by asking for anything. The Duke, in his quiet way, was an affectionate man and an indulgent husband. On the following morning he was closeted with Mr. Bonteen, 2 private secretaries, and a leading clerk from the Treasury for 4 hours, during which they were endeavouring to ascertain whether the commercial world of Great Britain would be ruined or enriched if 12 pennies were declared to contain 50 farthings. The discussion had been grievously burdensome to the minds of the Duke's assistants in it, but he himself had remembered his wife through it all. By the way, he said, whispering into Mr. Bonteen's private ear as he led that gentleman away to lunch, if we do come in— oh, we must come in. If we do, I suppose something will be done for that Mr. Finn. He spoke well the other night. Mr. Bonteen's face became very long. He helped to upset the coach when he was with us before. I don't think that is much against him. Is he a personal friend of your Grace's? No, not particularly. I never care about such things for myself, but Lady Glencora— I think the Duchess can hardly know what has been his conduct to poor Kennedy. There was a most disreputable row at a public house in London, and I am told that he behaved very badly. I never heard a word about it, said the Duke. I'll tell you the truth, said Mr. Bonteen. I've been asked about him, and I've been obliged to say that he would weaken any government that would give him office. Oh, indeed. That evening the Duke told the Duchess nearly all that he had heard, and the Duchess swore that she wasn't going to be beaten by Mr. Bonteen. End of chapter 37.